Z92.7 WZBD Radio presents exciting high school wrestling. Brought to you in part by the many community-minded sponsors you'll hear. And now to the gym for the exciting action.
Well, good morning, wrestling fans, and welcome once again to Jay County High School, where it's 2026 High School Wrestling Regional. Rexborough along with Dane Filling, and we will be joined by our good friend Josh Gaskell here shortly. But Dane, we had a big text string going back and forth yesterday talking about winners and who's going to be repeats, and there's a lot of history.
Mallory or Mason?
Huh?
Mallory or Mason? You said we're talking about winners.
Oh.
Too early in the morning for a joke, Rex. Too early.
Too early. But we have there's some history out there. Last week, the Adams County guys kind of just beat each other up. But this week, there's a team from Delaware County that's rolling in here that they bring the hammers.
For sure. They wrestled back the sectional trophy last week, of course, from Yorktown. And that was a pretty exciting team race that they had. And, of course, Yorktown was kind of a shock winner last year. But it speaks to what makes these state tournaments so fun is that there are different style teams out there, and what wins a sectional doesn't always necessarily win a regional, and we're going to find that out today. And one of the things that we'll talk about throughout the day is the fact that the first round today is by far the most important round. Obviously, it's an elimination round, but at the same time, when we talk about semi-state draws, not knowing what the formula is, you really don't know whether you'd rather finish second or third or fourth.
A little bit of a format change since there's really kind of like one less round this week. They've decided to go outside the norm, and this year they're going to wrestle everything down and come down to the consolation for third and fourth and wrestle those on two mats. When those are done, they're going to take a break for lunch, and then they're going to turn the lights down and have the center row lit, and they're going to wrestle the championship bracket on one mat.
That will be interesting, but well-deserved. Let's just hope that everybody stays for the 215s and the 285s.
We're still a few minutes away from wrestling action, so as always, let's get some hits in from our fine sponsors. We're back with more wrestling here.
DeVos Johnson's Wick Baker and Ainsworth is now DeVos Baker Ainsworth and Razzo. While the name is different, our dedication to serving Adams County and surrounding areas remains the same as when L.C. DeVos began his practice nearly 150 years ago. Our name celebrates the future of our office while honoring the legacy and dedication to clients displayed by our founding member and the three generations of DeVos attorneys that followed him. Call Tim Baker, Scott Ainsworth, Luke Ainsworth, or Ann Razzo to experience the same dedicated and knowledgeable service in meeting your legal needs.
No matter your age, health and life insurance can be confusing and overwhelming. This is Derek Bailey with Bixler Insurance. Whether you are currently on Medicare or will soon be qualifying for Medicare, we have the products and expertise to meet your needs. Under age 65 and looking for health coverage? Interested in protecting your family from an unexpected loss with a life insurance policy? We can discuss options to assure your peace of mind. Call Bixler Insurance today to schedule your free appointment.
Looking for unbeatable deals? Head to Kelly Auto Mall of Decatur. With over 70 years of trusted service, we offer Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram all in one location. Enjoy free car washes for life, a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, and limited time offers on our remaining 2024 inventory. Deals this good won't last. Hurry in today.
Mercury is hazardous to the environment, and because mercury is used in fluorescent bulbs, CFLs, and other consumer items, you need to know how to handle these products and properly dispose of them. There are many informative websites with details, or you can call the Adams County Solid Waste Management District, or visit www.recycle.in.gov. Help keep mercury from our water and environment. Know what to do, and always dispose of products that contain mercury properly. And keep your water clean.
Indiana Physical Therapy is your independent local choice for physical therapy. There's no referral needed to come see us, and we accept all insurance. With direct access, you can just walk in and request an appointment at any of our 18 convenient locations. Our team of expert therapists are here to help you recover and get you back to doing what you love. Visit us online at indianapt.com to request your appointment.
Indiana Physical Therapy, where people go to get better. If you're thinking of building an addition or remodeling or just starting from scratch and you want to add the beauty of a built-in or freestanding gas fireplace, the folks at Hitzer Fireplace and Patio, 269 East Main Street in Bern have the expertise and craftsmen to install a gas, coal, or wood fireplace and design staff to help you decide which will serve your needs best. Cozy, warm, fuel-efficient, and mood-setting. Call Hitzer, 589-8536.
Welcome back to Jay County High School once again. Rexborough along with Dane filling in. Dane, line in there, warm and cozy. That's something we have not had a lot of here lately.
42 on Tuesday, Rex, 42.
Yeah, and on the way down here, my car thermometer said -1, and Steve Gagel said it was 7 degrees off the balcony of the Magic Mountain, Imaginary Mountain.
Well, heat rises, so that must be the reason.
It was not 7 degrees anywhere that I was close to. We're about to be joined by our good friend Josh Gaskell here. Welcome to the broadcast, Josh. Now that you get your breakfast all taken care of there.
Nothing better than glazed donut on a Saturday
there's
morning.
donuts down there?
Donuts, chocolate milk. I got the whole shebang this morning.
I had my classic sausage egg McMuffin from Joe Rubel at 5:30 this morning, and I was ready to go. Belmont boys were fired up this morning. Coach Myers listening to a little bit of Hank Jr. this morning, as he usually does. Who do we got today, Rex, as far as officials?
We got Mike Miller. We have William Regal. Willie Regal, the Wayne General standout. We have John Millard and who's the other guy? Jonathan?
Blake Babcock.
Yep, that's the only one I did not recognize down
Good
there.
to see John Millard out there and officiating. He scared the crap out of me at Goshen in November, as I think he had a blood sugar issue. And, you know, believe it or not, Rex, some of these officials, you can't really tell them much. They're hard-nosed. And talking to Josh Howard that afternoon, or maybe it was the next day, he told me the other guys kind of told John, hey, you look a little timid. You might want to check on yourself. Oh, I'm fine, he said. And he ends up passed out and taken off on a stretcher and was back. Jacob Binniger's out there now, though, and we are underway with action.
Binniger is wrestling against Nolan Younger from Randolph Southern, the 2-11 freshman, and Binniger opens with an early takedown. It's Ben Dygard of Yorktown, freshman, versus Cruz Bowers, freshman. That is in mat 2 in the center, and mat number 3 is Shepard Zwick of Muncie Central versus Stephen Fredinger of Bluffton. Binniger.
That's a fall.
Willie Regal with the big left-handed slap.
And give Belmont their first semi-state qualifier. Rex, I'm going to show you a picture here real quick. I hope you appreciate it. From the Adams Central basketball game Thursday night. None other than our good friend Gene Grody wearing a Belmont shirt and a Belmont hat. Sometimes you just can't take the school out of a guy.
Eugene, a workout partner of mine my senior year.
So Binniger through already. Cruz Bowers scoreless right now. Nate Bowers asking me a lot of questions about Dygard.
Fredinger with a 6-0 lead and has his opponent Zwick on his back. Looking for some near fall, trying to put him away in the double trouble. So, Josh, we did a lot of research yesterday. At least I say we, but you did.
It was basically Josh.
Yeah, Josh did, but Dane put a request out. What did you find when you're looking at these guys are looking for returning regional champions?
Yeah, I came across, it was kind of shocking. I thought we'd have more returning regional champs that would be in the lineup this year. I still think this regional is pretty young, but, I only stumbled across a couple names coming back for their second regional title this weekend. That's going to be, Brayson Shorgan and Dylan Ogg from Adams Central. Belmont's got 2 guys coming back for a regional title. That'll be Xavier Palacios and Grady Baker. And then South Adams has one guy coming back for a second regional title, and that's Dakota Sprunger. I believe all 5 of those guys should be favored to get a regional title again today.
Dang it, 3 seconds left, and Bowers loses a scramble finally as Ben Dygard has just enough time to score there.
It's down the bottom half of the bracket, young man 33-4 from Delta. One of their little hammers is Carson Kalakahomo, and he is the real deal, guys. They've wrestled a lot of high-level tournaments and stuff, and he's got 4 losses, but he comes in here probably as the heavy favorite for this 106-pound regional championship.
So Bowers trails 3-0, and Dygard will choose the bottom position. Adams Central back in there. Black singlets, white pinstripes.
113-pound match on mat number 3 down there. It's Jackson Webb, the 15-3 senior from Yorktown, and he's wrestling against Drake Hicks of Southern Wells as takedown and a set of near fall puts Webb up 7-0 in that match.
Looks like Cruz Bowers went for a little tilt attempt there. No back points, but he was riding tough on top with a cross wrist tilt.
Carson Kay, the freshman from Delta, with a 10-2 lead early in this match as period number 1 comes to an end. He's going to pick up another set of near fall here. And the management here at Jay County took the suggestions of many people, and they flipped the scoreboards to their side of the gym, and they have put the triangular tripods up for the Datatronics boards, and everyone in the gym can now see the score on every scoreboard. So,
well, I heard someone taking credit for it as I was walking to get my donut. Mr. Grumo was hyping up the crowd, saying he had some pull and got the scoreboards flipped for the Adams Central fans.
He's a mover and a shaker, guys, Mikey Grumo. He gets things done.
I don't know as if Mike is really the ringleader. That I know that one of our good friends from the Burn Witness said that he talked to a guy that talked to another guy that had some pull, and they got it changed. So I don't care who takes credit for it. The fans are happy about it, and we're in a good position here to see all the action today as the Delta wrestler Carson Kay gets his win 18-4 and finishes that match off. So he advances to the bottom half of the bracket. We'll take on Will Fredinger in the bottom.
Looks like on the far mat, Jackson Webb defeated Drake Hicks from Southern Wells. So Yorktown will have their first semi-state qualifier at 113 pounds.
The Bowers match still 3-0 with Ben Dygard of Yorktown leading that match. Oh, looky there. Snacks. Speaking of Steve Gagel, his son-in-law just dropped off a pile of meat for us.
Hopefully he drops him off and burn as well to Steve. Steve's not listening though now, right? I don't think so. So he won't know. We'll keep it a secret in case he didn't.
Looks like Brock Sprunger for South Adams took the mat. He's going to be wrestling Corbin Taylor from Monroe Central. That's at 113 pounds, and it looks like Sprunger's going to get the opening takedown and take his opponent to the back. He's got a minute 24 to secure the fall, and he gets the fall at 113 pounds. Brock Sprunger advances to semi-state for South Adams.
And just with that, there's a fall down by the Delta wrestler on mat number 3 as Reed Wicker as he advances at 120 pounds, and that'll bring up Oliver Froat right after him. So Wicker in the top bracket advances. And Oliver Froat in the bottom half of the bracket is taking on James Gibson of Daleville. We have to remember you're on mute, right, Dane? Oliver Oat working with some wrist control, trying to get his opponent, Gibson, 17-7, 10th grader. On mat number 1, it's Silas Wink with an early takedown on John Klein from Yorktown, and that's at 120. As Dygard still has a 3-0 lead over Cruz Bauer in the center mat, so Bauer's in a down position. Bauer's got some distance to make up here. Bowers tries to hit it. Granby rolls out of it. Comes up. He's going to work on an escape, if not get a reversal here. Mike Miller says no change as Dygard tries to work up through the middle. Bowers needs to scramble out of this. He's going to get stuck in a stalemate here and lose that opportunity. And it is a stalemate. 35 seconds left to go in his third period. Bowers needs to makes up some difference here. And Silas Wink with a win at 120 advances by fall.
Yeah, Bowers with a nice Granby attempt there. Just needed to push away and get his escape. Instead went for the reversal.
Stalling warning on Dygard as he pushes him out of bounds with 26 seconds left to go. So Reed Wicker, 32 and 3, 10th grader, will take on Silas Wink of Jay County, the senior, and that will be a semifinal match.
Boys, we've been here for 23 years, and of course the Delta won before that, and we've never seen a Muncie Burris wrestler at regional. Very cool to see in front of us.
Oliver Farot has gained his takedown and give up an escape. And now he has gained a second takedown and given up escape. So 6-2 is the score in his match at 120. This 106-pound match, Bowers with another high leg over and a spin, comes out with 2 seconds left to go. And that's not going to be enough. Cruz Bowers has been defeated by Ben Dygard, the freshman from Yorktown. So Dygard advances to take on Benniger next round. Josh, do you know much about that Dygard young man from Yorktown?
I don't. I didn't get to see him wrestle against a couple of these teams that they faced off. It looked to be tough. Cruz wrestled tough. You know, one takedown being the difference in that match. This is razor thin at 106 pounds.
At 113 now, Bradley Baker is up wrestling Chevy Buis from Cowan. And before I can even announce his name, Bradley Baker gets a nice takedown and has a crossface cradle locked up. Loses the cradle, but Baker with the early 3-0 lead. Oliver Froat has a 6-3 lead over his opponent on mat number 3 down there. And Braden Salim, the Muncie Burris wrestler that Dane was talking about, has Crete Edwards from Norwell 0-0. And just like that, Bradley Baker with the fall, and he will take on Jackson Webb next round.
You guys are talking about Dygard. He lost 1-0 to Jacob Benniger in the duel a couple weeks ago.
Okay. So that will be Ben Leakty will be up now wrestling against Kate Jackson from Delta on mat number 2 as they take the mat, put their ankle bands on. Oh, I'm sorry. His dad, I talked to him just minutes ago. Stuck in my head now.
Ben wishes he were standing out there.
He was close to the mat.
I don't know. Kate Jackson's pretty good. I don't wish I was standing out there.
Jackson coming in 34 and 3, senior. Works around behind and gets the opening takedown on Leakty. Josh, did you tune in and listen to Dane and his boy on the basketball game last night?
I didn't. We had some dinner plans, and when Dane sent me that picture, I'm like, you know what? If I would have known that, that would have been my dinner plans, eating and listening to Gus and Dane.
Well, there was lots of options last night on WZBD. There was one on 97.2 and 2 on the YouTube channel, so lots of radio that you could listen to last night. I was going back and forth between all 3 games.
I told Gus he's only, it was the second basketball game that he's done for WZBD. He's only 3,219 behind Ed Thurman. Ed had a heck of a game on Thursday night. Adams Central could not miss. I'm writing the story right now. They scored 57 points in the first half.
Wow. The Adams Central girls last night went OT last night and couldn't come up with enough to beat Lures.
Ooh, Oliver Farot gives up a takedown there at the start of the third period. He needs to hold on. He's done all the hard work.
He's up 13-3, now 13-5, 13-6 for that takedown. Farot being ridden here with about 1:30 left to go in that third period. There's a fall by Cade Jackson at 113, so Jackson advances. And Jackson will take on the winner of Corbin Taylor and Brock Sprunger from South Adams. Luke Rubel now up. He must be going first available mat, I believe.
And through 120 pounds so far. It's each regional having 2 guys represented at the semi-state. So I predicted, Jay County would be a little bit stronger, but the Delta sectional showing it's pretty tough.
We will keep a team score bracket open here. They have not started populating that yet. Where we at?
Guys, I'll give a shout out to my mom and dad who are headed down to Florida this morning. Much deserved retirement present for my father.
I was going to say, he retires and instantly goes south.
Big takedown there by Oliver Ferrote, and he's on his way to victory now. 25 seconds left.
And with those parents headed south, that changes our plans for the High School Wrestling Weekly tomorrow. And we've decided to do a pre-Super Bowl
yeah,
broadcast.
That's going to be fun.
So like
3:30, I think, is what we decided.
Okay.
So, guys, Oliver Ferrote, under the radar all season. You've got other freshmen being talked about more. He's a semi-state qualifier at 120 pounds. That's not easy to do, no matter what grade you're in. And I just think that's a really nice accomplishment, and he wins it comfortably, 17-7.
So Ferrote at 120 advances. And he will take on the winner of John Klein of Yorktown and Max Adams.
In the Braden Salim Crete Edwards match, like Dane mentioned earlier, Muncie Burris having their first qualifier here. That match is 2-0. Braden Salim up, but Crete Edwards on the ride in the third period.
And Luke Rubel has the unfortunate advantage to draw the number 2 ranked wrestler in the state, Jensen Boyd, the junior from Delta, and that is a fall in the first period. So Rubel is out of the tournament.
And for Luke, he did a great job last week. Getting to regional was a big boost for him. I don't think you would have said at the beginning of the year that he was necessarily a lock to do that. And he's definitely shown the improvement from his tough freshman year, and he'll be part of that Belmont lineup next year.
These kids can put their pictures in on USA Bracketing, and I think that Jensen Boyd has his picture from 6th grade on his profile. He's just a young-looking guy, but that brings up Ben Mills, the junior from Belmont, 31-6 wrestling against Brody Zwick of Muncie Central, 17-13, the senior, and that is on mat number 3. Salim with a narrow 3-0 lead over Edwards of Norwell here on mat number 1, and that match is in the third period with about 25 seconds left to go. Braxton Collins of Daleville on the center mat has been taken down by Will Patterson of South Adams. That's a 20-9 10th grader versus a 16-6 junior. And Josh Patterson kind of got into the lineup late, kind of was mending some football injuries, I think, that prevented him from getting in the lineup.
Yeah, he's kind of had a nagging hip injury. When you're 132 pounds starting running back for South Adams, you get banged up. So he's excited to be on the mat. He's a semi-state qualifier last year. He knows he's got the capabilities, but when your body's hurting, it's hard to go out there and battle another boy.
So that match has ended on mat number 1, and it is Braden Salim, Muncie Burris, semi-state qualifiers. He advances with a close 3-0 match over Crete Edwards of Norwell, and that is at 126 pounds. See if we have any other local wrestlers up. Sprunger's there, Huff is there.
We'll say Max Adams did receive a forfeit at 120 pounds, so he did advance for the Starfires. Looked like there was a missed weight, and there was no alternate at 120 pounds. So South Adams will get a second semi-state qualifier.
Yeah, there was a change at 150 pounds as well, but there was an alternate, so they've inserted the alternate at 150, so that bracket had to be redrawn slightly. I think the he was a number 4 seed, so they just moved the 5 seed to a 4 seed and inserted the new wrestler. So 150, there will be a change in your bracket. But Adams, because there was no backup wrestler, that's just a forfeit for him. Ben Mills right now has a 6-0 lead over Brody Zwick of Muncie Central. Josh, you and I saw these two wrestle in the dual meet in the throwback night at the Adams County Service Center. And Ben Mills on a nice single leg changes off to a double leg and stays in bounds and does get the 3. So he's going to take a 9-0 lead over Zwick. And Josh, if all the guys that wrestled on that night wrestle each other today, we know that Belmont has advantage, as Yorktown had no wins that night.
Yep. Looks like on mat number 2, Will Patterson stands to his feet and exchanges in a throw. He ends up getting Braxton Collins on his back, so it looks like Patterson's going to get the fall there at 132 pounds.
So Patterson advances, and he will have the pleasure of wrestling Jensen Boyd next round. Let's see who we got coming up here. We have Max Beer on deck. Ben Mills is giving up a reversal to Brody Zwick. He leads that match 9-2. Trying to find an opportunity here to squeeze a couple of commercials in. Mills' match right now 9-2, and he changes off, goes out of bounds. He can't get the takedown, but he's still neutral. So he got the escape there. So 10-2 is the score in his match. We have an injury time on mat number 1, where it is Dalton Parks of Cowan wrestling against Alexander Rivers of Jay County, and Parks with a 3-0 lead, and that is another 126-pound match.
Looks like Connor Fodick from Norwell picked up a win over Leo Davis of Westdale. Connor Fodick will advance for the Norwell Knights at 132 pounds.
And he will wrestle winner of Cale Beer and Jonathan Conrad of Muncie Burris, and they will be up right after Ben Mills' match on mat number 3.
This is a 138-pound match. Braxton Huff is going to take on Jacob Unger from Cowan. Unger was a state qualifier last year. These two wrestled at the Stardome earlier this year, and Unger got the victory on a last-second takedown. It was quite the thrilling match for Braxton Huff.
Huff is in one of the spots. He's been in and out of the lineup. They've had a couple of guys they've inserted in that lineup and kind of sharing some time. Huff at 9-8, but he's had some quality losses in those big matches. Like I said, one of those is to Unger, a state qualifier. Ben Mills in on a nice takedown, and he scores another takedown, so he's going to go up 13-2, and that match is in the third period, a minute 17 left to go. No score on that Unger and Huff match in the center. Dalton Parks of Cowan still has a 3-0 lead over Alexander Rivers of Jay County. So Dane, more basketball on the radio tonight for WZBD?
Yeah, we got a doubleheader tonight. I'll be at Southside for what could be the best game in the state tonight, Norwell and Homestead. Good talk with Coach Thornton last night at the end of the game, and he basically said that the Norwell girls, they don't have anything to lose. Even though they beat Homestead earlier in the year, everybody thinks that Homestead's going to walk through them tonight, and he said they have no expectations, and basically the entire team, seniors, they've already won a state title. He said we got nothing left to prove. If we could pull off this upset, he says, who knows how far we could go. So that'll be a fun one to listen to, and of course Belmont should be well on their way to victory tonight and a much-deserved sectional title.
Doesn't Norwell already have a win over Homestead this year?
They do. They do. There's a nice tilt by Mills. He's going to score some more points. You know, Mills is one of those guys, when we look at the brackets on Sunday during the show, he could be right there. You could find somebody that he's lost to by 3 or 4 points, or somebody that he might be 50-50 with, depending on how the draws go and how the rest of the day goes.
You know, we've talked about him. He's one of those guys kind of flew underneath the radar and just kind of with his little workman-type attitude just has plowed through this season and gets a victory, and he's a semi-state qualifier. So Mills will now take on Braden Salim of Muncie Burris, who squeaked by in a close match. So it's going to be Mills and Salim on the top half of bracket 126.
Belmont off to a great start, 4 for 5 already.
That brings up Cale Beer, as he is now wrestling on mat number 3, and he's wrestling wrestler from Muncie Burris, I believe.
Looks like that's Jonathan Conrad, the 4 and 6 sophomore.
Right now, Dalton Parks has picked up another takedown over Rivers of Jay County. Now he's working on some near fall here, riding the legs in a power half, pretty tough. That period's going to run down. The second period is going to end. He's got one more period to go, and that's a 6-0 match. That is a 126-pound match. The winner of that match will go on to take on Nolan Craig of Delta or Dakota Sprunger, and that match is on deck right behind that mat. Cale Beer with a takedown and gives up an escape to Conrad. Beer with a single leg picked up, gains another takedown. So he's going to go up 6-1 in this match. Nice crowd in here today, boys.
Yeah, I was talking to some people. Wasn't the crowd for sectional maybe that we had hoped for, but, you know, early on a Saturday morning for regional, it is packed.
Yeah. Jay County always does a fine job. I was having a conversation with the Bradley twins in the coach's room, and basically I said, you know, people, I say, why does Jay County always host it? And I said, because people don't like to host wrestling tournaments. They're hard, and you find somebody who does it well, you just let things go.
Having been to a wrestling match at Cowan, I can tell you Cowan's not going to be hosting.
That was the first thing that Casey said is, no, we do not want to host anything. Willie Regal, the official on mat number 2 in the Braxton Huff match, and they call for some blood time. That match is 1-0 right now with Unger in the lead. So, Jack, that one's pretty tight.
Yeah, and, you know, from my years of coaching and just wrestling, you know, you want to be in a match with a state qualifier. You know, if you can keep it close to the third period, or, you know, as long as you can, and hope for a takedown at the end. That looks like what, you know, maybe the South Adams is kind of game planning, you know, kind of shut down Unger's offense as much as you can. And right now he's done a good job with it, only being 1-0. It looks like Braxton will have his choice in the third after this second period.
You know, and people who have never wrestled don't really understand that bloody noses they really can change a match. I was one of the guys that had one bloody nose in my whole wrestling career, and it was in practice when Eugene Grody broke my nose and it bled. But never had it during a match. But if you get into a match and it's really close, you're in a rhythm, and all of a sudden somebody either side has a bloody nose, it really throws off the whole mojo of the match.
Yeah, I remember one of my years wrestling in high school, got my first bloody nose, and my coach told me to lay down on the mat. He's going to kick the bottom of my feet, and it would stop the bloody nose. It didn't work, but it took the pressure off from, you know, being that awkward, that, you know, tense moment. Slight embarrassed. We laughed about it later.
Is it like when you stub your toe, you smash your finger with a hammer so you change your mind?
Yeah, it was quite the interesting experience. It's kind of like the standing on your head to lose weight and then run into the scale.
Man, I don't know if the hell of the deep has frozen over, but my good buddy Tony Roman just walked in with the Kintz brothers. So there's a fine trio right there. The Kintz twins and Tony Roman. That's a combo you just want to stay out of the way of. John Kintz finally back home since the Indiana Hoosiers aren't playing football in some national championship anymore.
It's a good one here on the center mat.
Yeah, Braxton Huff still trailing 1-0. Looks like it's going to go into the third period. 1-0 in favor of Jacob Unger. But like I said, it will be Braxton Huff's choice in the third period.
You know, you look at that and say Unger at 22-7 and Huff at 9-8. You think on paper that shouldn't be a good match, but like I said, it's tournament season, and those guys in tournaments wrestle a little bit different than they do in a regular season.
Yeah, and Huff was in a similar situation last year. He had a 500 record, and came into regional and almost upset. I believe the wrestler from Winchester lost a close match. It's like Miles Carr is going to get the fall for Adams Central at 138 pounds over Brogan Long.
Dakota Sprunger with a takedown and some back points looking to finish things off there on mat number 1. Sprunger, that's a 126-pound match.
Looks like with a minute 30 left, Huff does get his escape and ties it up. 1-1. A takedown will likely win this match. Dakota Sprunger's got his opponent on his back. 45 seconds left on the clock as the official's looking for the fall, and there it is.
So, Dane, I got a text. If you're keeping your tally for texts from around the world, we got one from Nassau, the Bahamas, from our good friend Corey Affolter.
Nice. We got one from Arizona earlier. Lenny Razzo is down over whatever direction you want to say in Arizona. Nice takedown over there by Wyatt.
And let's just say both of those places are warmer than here. That's a given.
No place I'd rather be than right here, boys.
Looks like Braxton Huff from South Adams is going to give up a takedown with 35 seconds left. That scores 4-1.
Dakota Sprunger wins his match as he advances at 126, is it? Yeah.
Yep.
And Parks and Rivers, that match is won. Parks is your winner, so Parks will take on Sprunger next round. So we've got updates through 106 up through 26 for sure. Vinegar versus Dygard in top half of the bracket at 6. Frederinger and Carson Kay in the bottom bracket at 113. It's Bradley Baker versus Jackson Webb of Yorktown. And where did Brock Sprunger fall into that mix? Did Brock Sprunger at 13 advance?
He advanced with a pin over Corbin Taylor of Monroe Central.
At 120, it is Reed Wicker versus Silas Wink on the top half of the bracket, and Oliver Froat and Max Adams in the bottom half of the bracket. 126, it's Braden Saleem versus Ben Mills on the top half of the bracket, and it is Dalton Parks at Cowan and Dakota Sprunger on the bottom half of the bracket. And Cale Beer won his match, I believe, too, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
So in the 132-pound bracket, it is Jensen Boyd on the top half of the bracket wrestling against William Patterson. And then it is Connor Fodick and Cale Beer with another matchup here in the bottom half of the bracket. Now on the mat for Belmont is Henry Froat, the 41 junior, wrestling against Darren Ward, the 15-12 senior from Daleville, and Henry with a quick takedown and release, and Henry's in another takedown. That's going to make 2. It's going to 3 now. That's 9-3 is the score after the third escape here. As Parker Barnes from Bluffton gets a takedown on Knox Essex from Yorktown, and he leads that match 3-0. Actually 7-0 of the setting air fall he just picked up. Abe Witter from Delta with a 3-0 lead over Jason Landers of Jay County.
Got to get your witters right. Abe, Gus, and Zeke, I think. 3 of them in the Delta lineup.
Looks like Henry's going to take his opponent over in a cradle. His opponent's going to have 28 seconds to fight off his back. Score in that match is 15-4.
And Dane, we can't forget all of our friends texting in from other places. Braden Saleem from Muncie Burris, first ever semi-state qualifier for them. And that came from former coach Tony Abbott, all the way from Wheeling, West Virginia. Thank you very much. Let's put that on your bingo scorecard. We've got Mr. Mosier actually watching today. Grandpa Mosier not actually on the mic today. Gets to sit back and relax.
I bet you he appreciates that. When you're working, it's not as much fun to watch.
No, I think he'd rather be working because, when your grandkids wrestle, you get all amped up.
That is true.
But
That's
remember,
one of my favorite parts about Tuesday and Thursday nights in February and March is just going to middle school matches and not doing anything but watch.
But remember, if you did hear the proverb from Steve Gagel this morning, do not be anxious. That's our word for the day. Thank you for that, Steve.
We need to tell them that the next 2 or 3 weeks to give us that proverb on Saturdays.
And we are on the air now, I believe. So you're listening to High School Wrestling here on 92.7 FM, WZBD, Bern, Decatur, and Bluffton.
Parker Barnes at 144 advances with a fall, so he will be wrestling the winner of Gabe Myers and Tremaine Bell of Muncie Central.
And Henry Farrow at the same time gets the fall. Looks like Dylan Ogden with the singlet last worn by the Jets the last time they won this regional.
So Henry advances and will take on a winner of Abe Witter, who has a 4-0 lead over Landers of Jay County right now. And Jacob Unger on the top half of that bracket took out Braxton Huff in a close match, so it's Unger on the top half of the bracket. Will take on Miles Carr of Adams Central. Is that just a 1-point match?
It was a 4-1 score. Unger got a
takedown.
takedown and then a ride out for about the last 45 seconds.
On deck across the way, we have Gabe Myers on mat number 1. Sam Wolpert is on deck on mat number 2. And Gabe Steiner of South Adams go against Wyatt Hoppus on mat number 3. Right now, Sam Mosier of Delta, 35-3 junior, probably the top-ranked 144-pounder in this regional, is wrestling against Gavin Elmore. And Josh, you look at 44. 44 is kind of a loaded weight class here, as we saw a pretty loaded up weight class last week with Wyatt Mann, Gabe Myers, and Parker Barnes. And then you throw probably the best wrestler of the bunch in there in Sam Mosier, and that makes things tight to see who's going to get out of here today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if, this regional would get 4 guys to the state tournament. I think Sam Mosier being the favorite to win the semi-state, but then, Gabe Myers, Wyatt Mann, and Parker Barnes, it could come down to all 3 of those guys punching their ticket next week. And, we're already off to a good start with 3 of the 4 qualifying for the semi-state tournament from that Jay County sectional.
With that being said, Sam Mosier ends his match over Elmore with a fall. And that brings up Sam Wolpert. Wolpert wrestling against Corey Brown, the 28-7 junior from Muncie Central. And before he can even announce his name, Sam Wolpert hits a little fireman's carry and takes him down and gives the escape, and he's back in another slide-by single. And Lard scores a takedown, so Wolpert lighting it up here with 2 quick takedowns.
Yep. Yeah, I talked to the South Adams coaches this week at a middle school duel, and they asked me my thoughts, and I said, man, it would have been really nice to see Gabe Steiner at the regional level. I thought he'd put the work in all year, and he'd wrestled really hard. He had beat Parker Nash, that actually did qualify at the ACAC individual tournament, and just how the bracket shook out last week, he wasn't a qualifier, but good thing he listened to his grandpa practice, because he is a regional qualifier now.
And with that, Sam Wolpert hits another takedown. So he's up 9-2 on his opponent, but kind of rolled in that seatbelt position. Just got a little bit sloppy, about got reversed with the legs there. Abe Witter with a 9-2 lead over Landers of Jay County right now on mat number 1, and that's in the 3rd period, under a minute to go.
And Landers is going to take Witters to his back with 50 seconds left.
He's got double trouble locked up.
Yeah.
Oh! Coach Accounts telling him, hey, come this way, come this way. 30 seconds left to go to get out of that double trouble here.
It's kind of like backing up a trailer. You got to do the opposite of the way that which you want to turn, you know.
Oh, and Witter comes off his back, and he avoids it. But he's down by 1 point now because that 4-point near fall puts him down 8-7. So with 16 seconds left to go, he avoids the fall, but he's got to come up from bottom, get the escape to tie it up. And when you get ridden in double trouble like that in that surfboard, it really takes a lot of juice out of you, and I don't know if he's got enough left to get the escape here. Landers with a huge comeback there. Landers was down in that match, and Landers, what they got the score here wrong? Is that right?
No, that's from 132 pounds, 38 and 44. We're starting to show our teeth of the Jay County sectional. We got 3 out of the 4 semi-state qualifiers at the weight.
So it's Unger, Carr, Landers, and Farote. That brings up Gabe Myers here on mat number 1, and he's going to wrestle against Tremaine Bell from Muncie Central. Wolpert with a 12-3 lead on mat number 2 over Brown of Muncie Central. And Dylan Ogg is in the middle of a blood time here as Jackson Teal of Delta taking some blood time. Ogg with a 10-0 lead right now in that match. Myers nearly get a takedown, but his opponent Bell is off on the gym floor, so they bring him back to the center. We'll put in another nice low single leg here. Going to change off from a single to a double.
Yeah, you brought up that Muncie Central Belmont duel a little bit ago, and I texted AJ that night, and I said, "Look, you just went up against a really good team, but I knew he'd have some guys make some noise here come to the state tournament time, and so I told him, I said, keep your head up. You're doing the right thing as a coach." And he brought a group of boys in from that Delta sectional today, and so hopefully he gets a semi-state qualifier at one of these weights.
Well, between the Bradley brothers, they're going to have some guys go to state. I can guarantee one of them, because there's one that happens to be Casey's son, Jackson, and he's the real deal, guys. We've seen him wrestle many times. He's got 1 loss out of state, currently ranked number 2 in the Fort Wayne semi-state, behind the same guy is ranked number 2 in for the whole state in Lincoln Carter from East Side.
So it looks like Gabe Myers is going to get the opening takedown. There's 35 seconds left in that first period. Sam Wolpert is up 15-3, looking to lock up a cradle, and Dylan Ogg with a commanding lead 10-0 in the second period.
Wolpert just got caught in a reverse cradle here, giving up near fall. He needs to get out of here. Got 14 seconds left, and he pops his head out of the headlock, and he's going to avoid being pinned here. That's a oh crap moment there for a minute.
An OSL, you might say. Yeah. Not a true one, but we talked about this last week, right? That there were none of those moments, at least from our perspective and who we care about the most. And that was just about one there. That would have sent shockwaves through our Z-Land fans for sure.
Yeah, and it's still got the third period, so Sam's going to turn it on. Scores 18-10 in favor of Sam, but when you give up a big move like that, it kind of takes a little bit of the wind out of your sails. It's one of the things I always enjoy about the regional, semi-state, and state level competition is when you're looking down at your bracket and you can hear everyone gasp for a brief second. There's something interesting happening on the mat, and Sam doing a good job fighting off his back there.
And you and I both know as a wrestler, you're just cruising along and all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. And that's when you have to reach down in reserves to figure out how do I overcome this here. Dylan Ogg with the win as he advances.
Jets fans brought pom-poms today. That's a new one I haven't seen.
Well, you're not allowed to bring noisemakers, and
that's right. It's not like Olympic curling.
Oh,
Right.
man, I've been watching curling. I was watching a lot of curling last night.
You can't show up to curling without a cowbell.
Looks like Gabe Myers is going to take his opponent over and a half, and he's going to get the fall there at 144 pounds.
Sam needs to keep trucking here. He's got 45 seconds left. He looks tired.
Scored too many takedowns in that first 15 seconds.
Looks like
Gets hit with stalling here.
Wyatt Hops from Yorktown is going to get the 15-second fall over Gabe Steiner of South Adams.
That is at 150, bottom half of the bracket. Parker Nash was not in the lineup, so that's when Steiner inserted there for him to wrestle Hops.
Sam's got 16 seconds left and an 8-point lead here.
I'm out of shape, Dane, but I think I can hold off for 8-point lead with
You think
16 seconds left. Yeah.
Just go to the freestyle, hold a good base, and stretch out.
Oh, nice throw there by Mann.
And Sam does it. 18-10. He'll take his final shot at making the state finals next week at the Coliseum.
And he has a tough match. You saw that match earlier in the season, Dane, where he wrestled against Wyatt Hops. And that was a close match, and you said that Sam took an eye poke that may have been the difference in the match.
That was a beautiful switch to a cradle over there by Mav Dubois, and he gets the fall. It was a takedown and a tilt, and then as he came out of the tilt, I think the kid was ready for him to go back to a different tilt, and he just locked up the cradle and went to town.
He just defeated Cole Porter. Is that an old jazz singer, Cole Porter? I think. Before your guys' time.
Probably.
Yeah.
Not before your time, though, Rex.
Actually, before my time, I think. I know, another old guy joke.
Right now we have Jacob Robinson of Jay County. He's in a tight match against Ashton Goney of Cowan. Goney was a state qualifier last year for Cowan. Jacob Robinson, a senior for Jay County, looking to punch his ticket to the semi-state against a tough opponent.
Brayson Sorgen up on mat number 3 down there, and there's a big headlock on mat number 1.
Brayson's waiting for an opponent. Oh, now there they come.
Jacob Robinson of Jay County just about took Goney to his back, but Goney fights out of the headlock. That's a 3-2 match right now after a takedown and reversal. Sorgen wrestling against Clayton Reed, 3-6 junior from Yorktown.
Oh, these guys know. Got some kids trying to sell some candy bars. They must have seen Rex.
I spent all my money at the hockey game last night. I don't know if I got much extra left or not.
Yeah, but did you get any fried chicken?
No, I didn't go to Lee's like you did, but my son and I had the rice bowl at the hockey game. That's the only thing worth going to the Coliseum for is Guadalupe's rice bowl.
You talk to my wife. She'll tell you about every food they have there. And she'll say it's worth going there for the ice cream, the cotton candy, the rice bowl.
Injury time in a center mat as Eli Loshi took a headshot there as he's trying to, they might be called in a concussion protocol here.
Looks like Brayson Shorgan does get the takedown and fall over Clayton Reed of Yorktown. So Shorgan on a way to another semi-state appearance, hopefully in the finals.
It's a close match down here between Robinson of Jay County and Goney of Cowan.
Well, and he's one of those guys that I had mentioned last week, been out of the lineup with injury, but last year he's in the rankings fairly high. It was good to see him at sectional time.
So Loshi has finished his injury time as he trails Ezra Hudson of Yorktown by a 3-0 score.
Looks like on the far mat, Nathan Plattner of South Adams gets a takedown over Gus Witter of Delta.
Get my brackets updated here. We're up through 138 pounds. Let's see what the 144 pounders have done. It's Mosier and Mann on the top half of the bracket at 144. And it's Barnes and Myers for another rematch in the bottom half of the bracket at 144. £150, it's Dylan Ogg. And Ogg is waiting on the winner of Robinson and Goney to see who will be on that side. And it's Hoppus and Wolpert in the bottom half of the bracket. So there's 4 quality 50-pounders here in our regional.
Nathan Plattner gets a second takedown at 165 pounds. He's going to take a 6-1 lead into the second period here.
A little bit of a lull here. I think I'm going to play a couple commercials and come back as we get into some of these bigger matches in heavyweights on here on WZBD.
Well, if you're anything like me, you've got a list a mile long of outdoor projects that can wait till spring or until you have time. Well, let's be honest, if you're like me, you need a pro because you don't have the time or the equipment to get it done right. That's why I call Jim at the Little Container Company in Bern at 273-7692. Whether it involves dirt, demo, dozing, or digging, he has all the tools and all the toys to do the job affordably and correct the first time. Give Jim a call at 273-7692 or search Little Container Company on Facebook. Trust me, it'll be worth it.
This is Dr. Matt Baker from Decatur Dental Services. Imagine a dental experience you look forward to. At our family-friendly clinic, we provide a relaxing environment for adults and children by utilizing the latest technology to ensure your visit is stress-free. We use digital x-rays and intraoral cameras to provide the most accurate diagnosis and treatment plan for each patient. Settle into our comfortable surroundings and relax while we attend to your dental needs. Call any of our offices to schedule your visit.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. And Josh, what's happening in that middle mat there?
Eli Loesch takes his opponent down from Yorktown. He's going to get the fall at 157 pounds. That was a upset based off of brackets, but talking to Robert Loesch, he thought his son Eli could pull it off, and he does. So Southheims gets another one there at 157 pounds.
So that is at 57? Yeah.
And Plattner still leading down there on the far mat 6-2 with 50 seconds left. Not much action since we went to that last commercial break.
Charlie Froat is up now, and he's wrestling against Garrett Horner of Winchester Community at 28-10 junior. Chuck having a fine freshman year, and
freshmen have shown up today for Belmont. That's a great single to a double.
Man, that was quick.
And don't forget that you got Cam Barger in that group too, who just, there was no room for him in the lineup. And he's got 15 or 20 wins as Plattner locks up a cradle and gets a fall. So well deserved there for Plattner. And that's another one for the Starfires.
I'll have to talk to my tax guy. But Nathan Plattner might have to see if he can go search the record books between football and wrestling. He might have, the most semi-state appearances for a South Adams athlete.
Are you allowed to cross sport lines?
Well, I know he's got it somewhere in his record books. I was talking to him. He did my taxes earlier this week, and we talked more about wrestling than we did taxes, so that was a good appointment.
I have to get my stuff tallied up for Rebecca Ashcrocker and CPA at 165 North 2nd Street, a longtime wrestling booster, along with the boys at Johnson's Auto Sales, Wes and Craig, where you can stop by and find quality used cars at a quality price. And our good friend listening from Arizona, our super fan, Lenny Razzo, also find sponsors that help bring wrestling to you on the radio.
Looks like Xander Schwartz is going to take the mat. He's wrestling Lars Bergstrom from Cowan. He gets the opening takedown and mat return right to his back. So looks like Xander's on his way to punching his ticket to the semi-state tournament.
Chuck Froat with a 3-1 lead as he cuts his opponent Horner. looking for another takedown here in the first period.
Looks like at 157 pounds in that barn burner between Goney and Robinson. Robinson looks like he's going to take the medical forfeit. And Xander gets the fall there, so it will be, looks like Goney advancing at 150 pounds.
So Goney at 50 will take on Ogg, and it's Wolpert and Hoppus in the bottom half of the bracket. Jackson Bradley at 157 is on the mat, and he's wrestling against Cam Simpson of Bluffton. No score in that match as it just starts. That brings up Owen Shane, I believe, on mat number 3 down there. And he's wrestling against Brody Whiteman of Yorktown.
Yeah, between Owen Shane and Austin Manley, as a fan, it'd be nice to see those two guys punch their ticket for the Braves. Both of them wrestled really hard and through the tough schedule of the Belmont Braves. So Owen Shane going to make some noise. He did last week.
Yeah, I think Shane was one of the guys that battled back and forth trying to get in the lineup, and I think he really stepped up at sectional. I think he had some real quality matches last week at sectional.
Well, and it's very easy to, as a wrestler, when you wrestle a tough schedule like Belmont, to think maybe you're not that good, or, you know, my record's not that good until you get to sectional time, and, you know, you kind of walk through, you know, the field with ease, and you qualify for regional, and now he's in a spot to qualify for semi-state.
And Chuck Farrote just hits his next takedown to get the tech fall, and Josh, that was textbook. He went in, fake shot to the right, countered to the left, gets the takedown, went right past his opponent, never sprawled, never cross-faced, never wizard, and Chuck with a nice takedown. He wins at 19-3. And he will take on the winner of Jackson Bradley and Cameron Simpson. And I think I know who that advantage will go to.
Looks like Owen Shane is aggressive, trying to attack the legs. He's going to pick up a stall call against Brody Whiteman of Yorktown. So Owen Shane doing his job to be active on his feet.
And we've talked all season long that 50 weight class has been pretty loaded. And then with, you know, Hoppus was at 57 for a while. Hoppus now down at 50. Dubaugh and Ogg flip-flop at 50 and 57. So it's Dubaugh, Loshi, Farrote, and Bradley at 157 advancing to the next round. Yeah, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit. I'm assuming Jackson Bradley with one loss will win his match. Could be an unfair assumption on my part. Austin Manley sporting the fife and drum look from last week. I think he just decided, you know, I'm not going to wait till the match is halfway done before I put the tape on. Let's just tape up before we go.
Yep. It's a good call by him. Brody Whiteman does get the takedown against Owen Shane. He's ahead 5-1 in that match. Or my bad, 3-0 in that match.
Don't forget that's one that Whiteman won in 60 seconds in the duel when Shane was coming back from illness. So he was eager to get revenge there.
Manley is up right now, and he is wrestling against Caden Shockney of Monroe Central. Manley 18-12, Shockney 26-8. In the center mat, it's Caleb Sibre of Jay County, and he's wrestling against Rain Dubois from Westdale.
Owen Shane hits a little bit of dump attempt there. They go out of bounds. That scores 4-0, but Owen's really pushing the pace. He's maybe on his way to picking up a second stall call against Brody Whiteman.
Manley's fighting off a single leg attempt by Shockney as his opponent flattened out. Manley's going to try and lock up side cradle here. I think Mike Miller is looking at a stalemate, and he does call the stalemate. Josh, Dane and I have talked about this many times this season. Owen Shane Originally into the room, wrestled off at 150 against Wolpert. Went up through 65 up to 75 and thought that that's his best spot as he gets a takedown.
He actually wrestled off against Chuck at 150. Then Wolpert came down and switched with Farote, and he went back up at 57, and then he went to 65, and then he went up to 75.
His weight jump sounds like my weight jump over the past few years.
But you know, guys, that's the beauty of it. You know, the sport is set up that there's no politics involved. You wrestle off against the guy, you take the spot.
He's going to turn his opponent for some back points here. You know, I was told Carl Risch, Carl, you got the easiest job in the world coaching cross country. Ready, go. The guy that comes in first, you're the number one guy. And tomorrow, if you come in second, you're the number two guy. So it doesn't really matter. Wrestling's the same way.
May get the fall here.
Willie Regal down there taking a look at it.
We got 8 seconds left.
Manley still not.
He's sitting out on it now, too. Boy, that's tight.
Manley knotted up 0-0 in his match. 4 points ends the. Is that the second period? Yeah, going to third period. So that's going to be 7-4 as the score there. So Shane battles back to get into it. Manley's match ends the first period at 2 minutes, 0-0 still between Manley and Shockney.
Belmont 8-1 so far.
Well, I remember last week I'd thrown out a number for Belmont, and you said, well, I don't know if we've ever gotten that many. And, I went home this week, and I kind of convinced myself that maybe they could get in double digits.
Well, they'll be at double digits right now if these two leads hold.
Yeah.
And that isn't even without X and Grady.
Yeah.
So Belmont on the verge of potentially, if those wins hold up, making the team race irrelevant, I would have to think, if they ended up with 12 qualifiers.
Looks like Austin Manley does get the reversal. He's going to take the lead in that match. It's 2-0. There's a minute and 15 left in that second period. There's 50 seconds left in the Owen Shane match. Scores 4-7. They go out of bounds. They're going to get a fresh restart, both on their feet. As Austin Manley's trying to take his opponent over. And he switches off to a cradle. There's 30 seconds left in that second period.
Rex, I'm watching you, and it's matching up with the text that I just got in the Indiana Mac group chat. Apparently, we're not keeping track of team scores this year.
Yeah.
It's a problem across all the regionals.
I can't find it. I just thought it was me not figuring out USA bracketing.
25 seconds left. Owen Shane still with a 7-4 lead.
But I do enjoy the fact that you're watching me struggle and didn't say anything.
And Owen Shane scores another takedown. And ladies and gentlemen, he's going to go to semi-state. The freshman who's up 3 weights.
Got 5 seconds to hang on here. Big roar from the Belmont crowd there at 175 as Owen Shane advances. And he'll take on Xander Schwartz of Adams Central in the next round.
Austin Manley still ahead 2-0. That's in the third period. Austin Manley's on top.
Manley's one of those guys we saw come as a freshman last year. Very talented, but in the upper weight classes struggled. And it's like, this kid's really got a lot of talent, but he's wrestling in a really tough weight class. And it seemed like every time he had a tough match last year in the lineup, it was against Manley. And Manley's battled through. Coming in here today, he's got an 18-12 record. As you look at that and think, well, maybe not a quality record, but Manley looking to punch his ticket to the semi-state next week.
And the great thing about Austin, he needs to get himself out of this position, is that he can win a match 2-0 and he can win a match 20-18. And I appreciate his wrestling style in that manner.
He's going to have to worry about giving up a reversal here.
That was a great recovery.
He was all but reversed.
If I'm Austin here, I'm just staying behind the arms. You can pick up a stall call, not being active on top, but don't come out in front. Don't reach over top. And if he does that, he'll hold on and advance to semi-state.
Guys, take a look at B.J. Farrote down there in the front row. You can't take the coach out of him. He's on his feet. He just gave a this.
Yep.
He's shouting. His voice carries that far too.
An assistant coach from Monroe Central almost made a drastic mistake when he come up and told Xavier Palacios to get back away from the mat. I wouldn't do that with my pickup truck.
So there's 15 seconds left. They go out of bounds. They did give the escape, but I'm not sure that's necessarily the right call. The score's 2-1, no stalls for Austin Manley, so he can just stay in good position and ride this one out.
That's what he's doing. He's just keeping good position. His opponent is pretty much out of juice. Manley hustles back to the center. 6 seconds left to go. And that's going to do it. Austin Manley at 165.
That was about the weakest last 16 seconds of a guy who's facing elimination I've ever seen.
And Manley will wrestle against Shorty, Grayson Sorgen, from Adams Central next round.
So now you look at Belmont, overwhelming favorites to win at 190 and 285 here. And you're talking about potentially 12 semi-state qualifiers for the Braves. I would have to think, even though the team score is not going, that I don't think Delta could overcome that.
I don't know if they can, because I was talking to Adams Central coaches. Delta is tough. They are really tough, and when they're not, there's a big drop off to where their next guys come in. If they've lost some big rounds today, and all their hammers got pins, so they got bonus points. But I don't know if they got enough horses in the race.
Well, I was talking with some coaches earlier from around the area, and you think Delta favorite to win 5 weight classes, but Belmont's also favorite to win 3 through 5 weight classes, and then all the qualifiers. It looks like it'll be Belmont walking away with this one.
At 165, the bracket has been set as Grayson Sorgen and Manley on top half the bracket. Nathan Plattner wins his match, and Caleb Sibry of Jay County is defeated by Raynon Dubois from Westdell, and that match was a major decision, 14-5. So Westdell with a wrestler just 3 losses. He advances, will take on Plattner next round.
Max Nussbaum stepping onto the mat right now, and Adams Central also having themselves a really good round.
I believe Brian Fields of Jay County at 175 has advanced over Caden Sullivan of Monroe Central. The long flowing locks of Brian Fields. I'm going to bring that up because I'm just jealous. I'm jealous of the hair. That's hair envy, I think you could call that. On mat number 1 down here, it's Nick Brewster of South Adams, and he's wrestling against Wesley Hendrickson, the 33-0 undefeated senior from Winchester.
Nussbaum in on a single leg. He's got it at the hip. Now drops back down.
Guys, if we went into the Wayback Machine and asked about your favorite undefeated Winchester wrestler, I think you'd both come up with the same one, and that
yes,
would be.
We would.
And that would be
Mr. Chalfont. Nussbaum comes out the back. He's back into that single leg position, and he scores the opening takedown.
I was talking to the guys from the BW today, and I said Adam Chalfont was built just like the Patriot standing down here at the end of the row. He was about that big too, I think.
Take a look here at Adams Central's record so far. They've got 1, 2, 3. They've got 6 so far, with Nussbaum and Funk and Beer yet to go.
You know, guys, I always talk about how strong we think that Xavier Palacios is, but he doesn't really look strong. Did you see the photos that the company that does the photos had a picture of the X-Men flexing after his match?
Yeah,
he is huge.
He looked put together. I always thought maybe his arms are big. He's got some tree trunks for legs.
He's one of those guys, he doesn't really look big, you think, but you and I interviewed Wes Somerset after a match, and he said, that's the strongest human I've ever seen.
Yep.
Nussbaum gives up a takedown now after the escape, and he trails at 4-3, trying to get his escape here in the last 5 seconds. And he'll go into the second period trailing by a point.
And Nussbaum's one of those guys that I would not want to see at regional time just because he's got a motor. We get to the third period and it's a close match. It's not a coin toss. I'm taking Max Nussbaum just because he's grinded out some of these matches, and we've seen so many of them from covering Adams Central at Team State and various duels.
I never mentioned any names, Dane.
So Nussbaum's going to go down here in the second period. Try to get back to his feet. That's where he wants to go. Talking about Owen Shane being an undersized 75-pounder. Max Nussbaum is an undersized 90-pounder. Hold on to the ankle a little long there. There's a call. Stalling. Now Nussbaum turns, gets his feet to the ground, and scores the escape here against Parker McCord. That ties us up at 4-all. Jay County Trainer's been busy. Just a few minutes left here in this round before we move on to the semifinals. Half the wrestlers will have been eliminated across the state. Actually, there's plenty of regionals not quite as advanced as we are.
Now, Dane, I don't know if you set a number in your mind as far as county qualifiers for semi-state, but I set it at 30, and it's going to be really close if we can get that 30 mark between the three Adams County schools.
Fleeing the mat point awarded to Nussbaum, but McCord in on a shot now. 40 seconds left to go.
At 175, Nick Brewster has been defeated by the undefeated Hendrickson of Winchester Community, and that brings up the X-Man, Xavier Palacios, wrestling against Luke McCoyne of Delta.
Nice whizzer there by Nussbaum to get a stalemate. There's a takedown by X. And he goes straight to the crossface. Nussbaum comes around, locks up a side cradle. 10 seconds left. He's got the takedown with it. I don't think he's going to be able to turn him in time here.
And Josh and Dana, there's a lot of texts and images that go across this three-way text, but this is my favorite photo of all, Josh, that one right there.
Yep.
So Nussbaum will start in the top position here for period 3 with an 8-4 lead. That penalty point as Palacios gets the fall.
Would it be a surprise if I told you that Xavier Palacios just won by a fall with a cradle?
No, it would not. Nussbaum on the ride.
That brings up Alan Ortiz versus Riffner of Delta.
Ron Dahl says Chalfont got named last night in the Big Ten match on the air. They were talking about him. That's when you know you're legendary.
Who do you wrestle for?
IU. Right? Yeah, we were sitting last year. I think this might be his second year coaching at Winchester. And we were sitting last year eating lunch, and I was telling the South Adams fans that's who it is. And they said, no, we think he was bigger. I said, he's still really big. Kind of like the Patriot. As you get closer to it here at Jay County, it just keeps growing. And same with Chalfont. As you keep getting closer, he keeps getting taller and bigger.
I didn't realize he is the coach at Winchester now.
I don't know if he's a head coach or an assistant.
I think he's an assistant. I don't know if they have him listed here.
But I believe this is his second year helping out at that program.
I believe the if I remember right, the girls head coach at Winchester is listed as the head coach for both boys and girls. I'm assuming she's probably a staff member at Winchester and coaches both their teams. Nussbaum with half Nelson in. 20 seconds left. And he's going to up Adam Central's tally, it looks like, here by 1. A great ride here in the third period. Parker McCord probably wishing he'd gone neutral, as Nussbaum's going to ride him out for the entire period and advance to semi-state. He'll wrestle on ice
Let's
next Saturday.
squeak a commercial in here as Max Nussbaum gets a win. Back with more right after this.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty has been your trusted partner in the auction process. Buying or selling, they make the steps straightforward and easy, guiding with expertise and commitment. The family-owned local business, not just auctioneers, your neighbors supporting local athletics. Feel confident you're in the right hands. Call Krukeberg Auction and Realty today. Experience the difference with family you can trust.
At Three Rivers Federal Credit Union, we're focused on empowering you to achieve financial wellness by offering the resources and support you need every step of the way. We're equally committed to bettering lives in our region through volunteerism, community funding and partnerships, college scholarships, and more. We give back to the people, places, and ideas that matter most to you. Learn more at threeriversfcu.org. Three Rivers is federally insured by the NCUA.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Burlon and Josh Gaskell is Dane doing his sports writing gig. As Josh, it's hard to call a wrestling match and type up basketball stories at the same time, but that's what our friend does. He's multitasking as we speak.
Yeah, it looks like Tom Dygard is going to fall to Brady Bannister. That's a 4-over-1. So it looks like Jay County on their way to getting all 4 guys if West Somerset can win at 190 pounds.
So, as we get back to our USA bracket dashboard, Allen Ortiz has a 1-0 lead over Ruffenbarger of Delta, as Ruffenbarger is hanging in there. One of the better big guys that Delta does have in their lineup. Jake Boots has a 6-1 lead over Grayson Diaz of Yorktown. And Somerset's match starts with an opening takedown for West as he goes up 3-0 on Brayson Forrest of Muncie Central.
Yeah, Dane went to use the restroom, maybe get some snacks. Need my math guy to help me divide and see how many we have between the Jay County and Delta sectional. It looks like Jay County is going to hold the title, by maybe a half dozen wrestlers, just showing their teeth, saying that they're the stronger sectional. But I need him to get back because I'm almost tallied up. Just need him to sign off on it.
We need management approval on that. Those numbers.
Looks like Somerset's off to a good start. He's in the lead 9-2 over Branson Forest and Monroe Central.
There's a nice takedown there by Ethan Funk to open up his match against Malachi Johnson, the 22 and 21 junior from Wapahani. Somerset with a fall ends his match. He advances at 190 pounds. So Somerset on the top half of the bracket. And so Banasite is your winner at the top half from Blackford. So it'll be Somerset and the Blackford wrestler on the top half, and Nussbaum and Palacios on the bottom half of the bracket.
Ethan Funk locks up a cradle, and he's going to take over Malachi Johnson from Wapahani. He's got 49 seconds to get the fall. Not he's going to take a 7-0 into the second period.
I asked Ethan's brother, Caden, as he came in, like, how do you get beat by a guy 8-6 1 week and then Tech fall him 16-0 next week? Because I have no idea. He said, I had that conversation with him. But as a wrestler, some days you're just not feeling it and you have a bad day.
Yeah, and sometimes, you wrestle, a tournament different than you'd wrestle a dual or an individual tournament than you wrestle sectional. Sometimes you're maybe wrestling more not to lose than to win. Ethan showed the difference there, wrestling to win, and comes away with that title last weekend.
Blake Christner wrestling against the 23-2 Luke Powers of Westdale, and Powers gets the opening takedown to go up 3-0 on him, and that is a 215-pound match. Matthew Alberson of Winchester Community, 22-9 junior, wrestling against Ryan Beer on mat number 1 down here, and a 3-point takedown has been awarded to Alberson of Winchester. And Funk has a 7-0 lead, and now a 10-0 lead over Malachi Johnson in the mat number 2.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of intimidation when you report for the match for 285 pounds and you look over and you see the Winchester's coach, and you know that their upper weights are pretty tough, with Chalfont being one of the helpers there for Winchester.
And the win goes to Luke Powers by fall over Blake Christner, as Christner ends his season here for the Braves. So right now, it is Grady Baker as he takes the mat. He's wrestling against Lamb of Westdale. And Grady wants a good draw coming out of here, because there's some hammer heavyweights coming into the semi-state next week that you look at that and it's like, how you come out of here makes a difference whether you get on the same side of a couple of guys that you have just not had very good success against all season long. And it's not to lack of effort. They're just really good heavyweights. Baker with an early takedown gets the 3-0 lead, cuts his opponent Lamb. Lamb is a 10-7 senior from Westdale.
Our good friend A.J. Bradley's got his last shot here at a semi-state qualifier.
And I believe Raquan Brock was he the runner-up or the champ for that Delta sectional?
I'm pretty sure that Casey say last week on the show that he's a first-year wrestler as well.
I think so. He's a big, solid kid. Talk about tree trunks for legs. That's a big, powerful guy, probably a football player for him. Didn't M Central play Muncie Central?
They did. Baker's got a half Nelson in here, and he's going to seal the deal now.
There's the fall.
So Belmont 12 to semi-state. You won't see that number surpassed by many teams across Indiana today. I would say less than 10. Give a shout out to everybody listening at the Dollar General in Monroe, and of course Margie Tebow.
Everybody's listening.
Listening at work. Margie's always listening. I know she's upset about that tough overtime loss for the girls last night. Boy, they gave it their all.
So Ryan Beer's match here. Still 3-0 as he's trying to avoid giving up a reversal to Alberson or get some back points here. I'll cue up a big round of commercials here because we need to catch up on these. So after these last couple matches here, Beer just put his opponent on his back. Oh, it's a scramble. He gets nothing out of it. They go out of bounds. 1 point escape has been given to Alberson. So he now leads that match. Spencer Smitley, the freshman from Jay County, knotted up 0-0 with Raquan Brock of Muncie Central. As I was in a coaches meeting, Dane, our good friend AJ Bradley was sporting his High School Wrestling Weekly toque that he bought last year.
I was going to tell you that young Mr. Owen Shane would like a High School Wrestling Weekly shirt. He told me he was going to come find you at some point today. So
I loaded up on the merch. I got more. But I have to ask, was there a young lady leaving your house this morning wearing one?
I don't know what she wore today. I was just happy that she was up on time. And then we made it through the drive.
Here's the problem. You can train women when they're younger to be on time, but as they gradually grow up, that goes away.
Put my finger on the mute.
Yeah.
Put my finger on the mute button there.
When you've been married for 44 years like Rex Brewer has.
You can say things like that.
The start time.
Oh, Ryan Beer gets turned. Oh, and he saved by the buzzer there. I don't think he was coming out of that.
The leave the house time is always adjusted, and you put a factor in there.
So Beer trails 11-0 after getting turned there.
My favorite Everybody Loves Raymond show was when he won an award at the ESPYs, and he told his wife what time they're leaving, and his dad always used AIS time, and she missed it. And she didn't go to the awards with him, and his dad told him, he said, "You idiot, that doesn't count for your wife." "Now you tell me," he says.
Winchester heavyweights just got a little too much weight to throw around for Ryan here, I think. He needs to get to his feet. Easier said than done. Watch the arm there. Holy cow. That's the wrong way to put that in. Get a restart here.
Mike Miller with a caution on that one as he stops the action. So Dane, Belmont advancing 12 to the regional.
Just the two fourth placers for Belmont are the only losers. And Beer is going to lose by tech fall or pin, and it's a pin. But a good freshman season for Ryan Beer. And you have to think that depending on the way things go, he's likely to be next year's 215-pounder, I would think, or potentially cutting to 190, depending on how other things go.
Spencer Smitley leads in his match over Brock of Muncie Central. That is a 2-0 score now. Last match coming up here on mat number 1 is going to be between Yorktown and Bluffton, I believe. Yep. There's Connor Landis of Bluffton versus Corbin Buck. And with that, men, I'm going to run around the commercials as we'll come back with more wrestling and get the wrap of what went down this first round. You've been listening to High School Wrestling on WZBD, Bern, Decatur, and Bluffton.
Join the team at Smith Brothers of Bern, where they pride themselves on providing their employees with a family atmosphere. Smith Brothers is currently hiring with a Monday through Friday work week in an air-conditioned environment. Employees are not required to wear uniforms and can listen to music while they work. Starting wages are $17.50 to $21 an hour at the end of their first year, with a yearly bonus incentive and a competitive benefit package. Apply online at smithbrothersfurniture.com or in person at Smith Brothers, 356 Monroe Street in Bern.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance.
See Toby, Mark, Kyle, or Barb at Graber Insurance with offices on Highway 27 North in Bern and 623 West Monroe Street in Decatur.
Hey, do you know when and where we can recycle in Adams County?
Well, I know you can recycle from 8 to 4 weekdays and Saturday 8 to noon at the transfer station next to Golden Meadows.
Okay, where else?
In Decatur, behind D&D Marathon on the east side of town on Thursdays, Mondays at Simon Manufacturing 27 South in Bern, and in Monroe on the third Tuesday at the fairgrounds. Plus, you can always get the latest info at adamscountyswmd.com.
Thanks.
When you need building materials, you need Arnold Lumber, 425 Winchester Street in Decatur, featuring lumber in a wide choice of sizes, plus doors, windows, roofing, and more. Whether it's a complete new home or remodeling, a new deck or deck repair, a new kitchen or a kitchen update, Whether it's an erected or materials-only garage or pole barn package featuring quality metal, free professional designs and estimates, Arnold Lumber provides it all. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Thursday till 4:30 on Friday and 11:30 on Saturday.
Strep throat doesn't call ahead. The flu doesn't RSVP. When illness arrives, it usually shows up unannounced. And so can you at Adams Medical Group Primary Care. At every stage of life, your primary care provider stands ready to offer same-day treatment. And if you need a higher level of care, our primary care team can direct you to the most appropriate care Adams offers. Primary care at Adams Medical Group. Close by and compassionate.
9 miles from Monmouth and 9 miles from Fort Wayne, situated on 27 just south of 469, sits 9 Mile Restaurant, your home for great meals since 1837. Providing home-cooked meals to travelers between Decatur and Fort Wayne for over 180 years, 9 Mile has stood the test of time as an institution on the southern edge of Allen County. With seating on the family side, the bar side, and outdoors, there's always a reason to stop and have a meal. 9 Mile also has a full-service bar and a professional service that can cater your next event or party. The next time you're on your way to or from Fort Wayne, stop in. If you've gone the distance, welcome to 9 Mile.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rexboro along with Josh Gaskell and Dane Filling, as there is one match left to go to finish off this round number 1 here. As we made mention, Belmont advancing 12 to the regional. Do we have a tally and everything else, Josh?
I got a text from listener Ron Dahl. He said South Adams had a record of 8 semi-state qualifiers. So good job for Sawyer Miller and South Adams. I'll need to tally up the Adams Central ones. Did tally up the sectional comparison. Jay County doubling up on the Delta sectional, having what looks to be like 38 semi-state qualifiers compared to the 18 from the Delta sectional. So Jay County kind of showing their teeth.
Whoops. Your total for Adams Central was 8.
8.
So what did you say South Adams had?
8.
8 as well. Okay.
So
28 was 28, exactly what you said, and you were exactly right.
It's a good day for Adams County, as Landis is going to take his opponent over. He's trailing 7-0.
Picked up 2 near fall. Regal's got 2 in the pocket there. Now he's going to give up, I think, a reversal and some back points of his own if he can scramble out of here. Official Jerry Ingalls is the supervisor here today, not in stripes, and he's down on the center mat there. I think he was one of our officials last week.
He's been doing a lot of work. I've seen him working with Jay County Athletic Department officials. He's had a couple of conversations with some coaches on some different things, and always nice to have somebody who can put out fires and run errands sometimes when you only have 4 officials and 3 mats.
You know, next week is when we really see that come into play. When you have 12 officials at semi-state, they always assign 2 very good guys that are out of their state rotation. And I tell you what, from the years past, we've seen those guys really do some great work. As soon as there's any kind of question, those guys that are supervisors are right there in the mat and taking care of that.
Jerry is all over the Yorktown team right now, telling them they got too many people in the chairs.
And Yorktown gets a win there. So that rounds out. The first round is done as Yorktown gets a victory over Bluffton. Let's play a round of commercials. Back with more updates before we start round 2 here on WZBD.
Every drive should feel safe and stress-free. At Best One Tire and Service, our team is here to provide you with peace of mind every mile of the way. Right now at Best One, get a full synthetic Valvoline oil change for just $49.99 after rebate. While you're here, take advantage of the lowest tire prices around. And with financing options available, taking care of your car has never been easier. Stop settling for less. Visit the best for all your tire and service needs. Best One Tire and Service. Selling tires, serving people.
Don Myers Plumbing and Heating in Bern is your American Standard home comfort dealer. American Standard has been in business for more than 100 years and welcomes Don Myers Plumbing and Heating of Bern as one of their independent dealers. Don Myers Plumbing and Heating and American Standard will provide your home or business with energy-efficient heating and cooling equipment, saving you money. Don Myers Plumbing, Heating and Cooling at the east edge of Bern on Adams County Road 000, your American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hi, this is Tina, and game day just got bigger at Innovative Concepts Audio Video. From massive 100-inch screens to crystal clear 4K displays, we've got the perfect TV to bring every play, every detail, and every victory right into your living room. Pair it with our premium sound systems and you'll feel like you're right there in the stadium. Don't watch the big game on a small screen. Update today at Innovative Concepts Audio Video, 1421 Manchester Street in Decatur. The best seat in the house is your house. We bring technology to you.
When faced with the difficult task of making arrangements for your loved one, many emotions and questions arise. What would they want me to do if they were here? Where is the money coming from? How much should I spend? Do they want burial or cremation? The staff at Haggard, Hershey, and Zelt Funeral Home can help you navigate these tough questions. Make your wishes known and allow us to make sure that your wishes are carried out. Call Ryan Hershey or Eric Zelt at 260-724-7167 to schedule an appointment today.
Renowned around the Midwest for his skills and his creative abilities, Nate Bowers and the team at Bowers Paint Studio in Decatur work with a wide range of clients, from collision repair to custom paint jobs for classic cars and motorcycles. Located on Monroe Street on the west side of Decatur, Bowers is your place for body work too, whether it's getting your ride back on the road or finally getting that classic car, the paint job you've always wanted. Stop by or give Nate a call to put the best in the business to work for you.
Why lose out to pain? Visit Dr. Carla Grody at Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur. She's a specialist in the utilization of proven non-force techniques to treat injuries of all kinds requiring professional chiropractic care. Call 724-2510 for an appointment with Dr. Carla Grody. Open Monday through Thursday, closed Friday and Saturday. Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur.
Welcome back once again to Jay County High School. And Dane, they got a head start on us and took off before we get the last commercial in, but not until Bradley Baker has been defeated by Jackson Webb of Yorktown by fall. So Webb advances to the finals and take on the winner of Kate Jackson or Brock Sprunger of South Adams.
We're going to get you a team score here in just a second.
Boys, we have to compliment Mr. Mosier walking by and hand us a bag of meat. It is very delicious. So if we need a snack before we get down for the lunch break, hit the bag of meat.
Looks like Jacob Benniger's on the mat for Belmont. He's wrestling Ben Dygard. He's 16-6 freshman. Score is 0-0 and the first period is about to be over.
So Delta with just 5 wins in that round, guys. They are, I hate to take the air out of the balloon, but they're irrelevant today.
Doesn't mean they can't come back and win the semi-state next week.
It definitely does not mean that. I agree.
Looks like Kate Jackson of Delta is going to pick up the fall over Brock Sprunger of South Adams, so it'll be Webb and Jackson at 113 pounds.
And Yorktown had just 4 winners, so it's a 3-team race for sure. Belmont leads it after the first round, 88.5 points. South Adams in second with 63.5, and Adams Central 3 points behind them with 60.5.
So across the board here, let me do a refresh. It's Stephen Fredinger wrestling against Carson Kay from Delta, and the Delta wrestler with 2 takedowns leads that thing 6-0. And in the middle mat, it's Braden Salim of Muncie Central, Muncie Burris. Let's try it one more time against Ben Mills. We are in that way, and no score yet in that match. And Braden Salim has put his kindergarten picture up as his photo for his USA bracket profile. Salim's in on a takedown. Mills has tried to gut wrench him out of there, not to give up anything. And Fredinger is defeated by fall by Carson Kay. So Kalakahomo is the winner.
Now, did you guys know how this Benniger and Dygard match went when they wrestled in the duel? off
He
the
was
top
the
of your
only
head?
one there.
1-0. And right now it is 0-0. Minute 15 left in the second period. Looks like Ben Mills is going to get the opening takedown over Braden Salim of Muncie Burris. And it looks like we've got an Adams County matchup. Oliver Frote is taking on Max Adams. We saw that last week. One of these guys will punch their tickets to the regional finals. Adams in on a single. He's got his opponent's leg and Frote off the mat. As a little bit of a cutback attempt, he's going to try to finish out the back door, and he's going to get the opening takedown there.
Mills rides out the balance of the first period with no more action there. 3-0 is the score. As they go to the second period, Salim defers his choice.
Looks like Dygard of Yorktown takes Vinegar feet to back, and he's going to stretch the score 7-1 over Jacob Vinegar.
And this would be a good moment to remind people out there. We've entered the everybody's going to next week stage, especially with some of these studs in these weight classes. These matches mean something, but until you see the draw, you don't want to get too upset about wrestling for third and fourth.
Well, and that's like you said, they mean something, but the meaning of this win, this round, or the next couple rounds,
it's unknown.
It's unknown. You know, if you look at your bracket and you think, man, if I've got a shot to be a champ or I'm a favorite to be a champ, you know, you need to try to push for that hard. But, you know, the second, third, fourth guy could have a better draw at the semi-state level than, you know, other opponents in that weight class. So, you know, you need to try to finish as a champ, but you know, if not, it's just more mat experiences in a sense.
No, there is something to be said about being a ticket rounder for sure, as Ben Mills gets in deep on a shot here against Salim.
The Belmont coaching staff stretched a little bit thin as they have wrestlers on all three mats.
You know what I tell them? That's a good problem to have.
Sure is.
We'll find somebody to sit in the corner. So Adams finishes the first period with a 3-0 score over Farote. Mills still 3-0, his lead over Salim, trying to work for a takedown here. He's trying to get Salim off his leg.
Jacob just got a takedown down there, so he gets the score to 7-4. He needs to find a tilt.
That match is in the third period with about a minute to go.
Farote gets some back points there. Nope, he got 1 and 1.
That does not equal 2, right?
Stalling called, and now a point for Vinegar. That makes it 7-5. 40 seconds left. Can Jacob get underneath one of those arms and work his man over? At some point, he may have to consider cutting him. Or they're committed now, I think, to the ride.
25 seconds left.
And we're going to get a stalemate with the legs in. What's Coach Myers is saying, let's go neutral. Is Vinegar going to agree? Coach Myers still saying, let's go neutral. Jacob, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it. He finally does.
Have some arm twisting.
Vinegar needs a takedown here. 20 seconds left.
Oh, feet to back would be nice.
Pop your head out, and he got it. 10 seconds left. He needs to take it to overtime here.
I thought he was going to get headlocked.
Oh. 1.
I think that was 2 back points.
1 and 1.
No, it was 1, 1, 1. Millard was counting them, but
and that's not something you can argue. I mean, he's looking right there at it. He knows what he's supposed to be looking for.
I don't think there's any back points there.
He's the judge of it. So we go to overtime. Jacob Vinegar in on a shot, comes back up to his feet.
Remember, his opponent has a stalling warrant against him. Pushing a stalling point here would take an instant sudden victory.
It's a 7-0 lead for Max Adams over Oliver Farote, and Ben Mills comfortably in the lead with a minute left as we focused on that match over there at 106.
I think Binniger pushes him here.
Jacob misses on a shot, but yeah, definitely it looks like Dygard is tiring. Dygard defeated Cruz Bowers earlier. Oh, now Dygard in on an ankle, and can Jacob scramble out of this? He needs to hold on to a leg. Still scrambling, still holding on to that leg. Jacob, 14 seconds left. Needs to try to hip over. He's going to hip over. If he can reach around the side, get your hands around or arm around the waist, Jacob.
No.
Oh, buzzer runs.
It's a good no call by the ref.
Like to say, so close but yet so far.
And I think the further this match goes, the better off Jacob Binniger is, because it seems like Dygard's running out of steam, and Ben Mills is into the regional championship bout with a win comfortably over Braden Salim, 9-0. 10-0 now for Max Adams. Coach Myers and Binniger are not on the same page here.
Yeah, Binniger about chose top, it looked like.
There's a lot of action going here, but
it almost felt like he was wanting to go neutral, and John told him that should have been a false start on Jacob. So Jacob gets to his feet here right away. Dygard drops down to both ankles.
got to work up. It'd be another stalling point.
Yeah, oh, locked hands.
That'll do it. That'll help. Still have to wrestle the next period.
Might
That's
get
stalling.
Stalling, too.
Brother Ben is over here. How is that not stalling? He's still on the ankles.
Well, I think as a continuation, he's going to hang on to the technical violation on it then.
Is that kind of like when you show up to school late, you might as well just go to McDonald's because you're already tardy?
My dad always told me, better never than late. If you can't be on time, just don't even go.
So Max Adams wins it 13-1. Fodick and Cale Beer now on the mat in the center. And so Jacob's going to have an opportunity here to, much like he did in the dual meet, go for a ride and win it. He only needs to do it for 30 seconds this time, though. And, gosh, another false start from Binniger doesn't get called. He was in the action early. Dygard gets to his feet. Now, can Binniger return him to the mat here? He does. Can he get the legs in? That's what he's got to do. He's in great position right now. 15 seconds left.
He checks the clock.
10 seconds. He looks over his shoulder. No legs in yet. Dygard tries to get him off of his hip. Binniger covers. 2-1. And Jacob Binniger with a gutsy win. He was down 7-1, guys.
Yep.
Comes back and wins at 9-8 with a 30-second ride in the second 30-second period. Belmont cruising right now.
That'll set up a match with Carson K from Delta in the finals at 106.
Looks like Cale Beer is racking up some points against Connor Fodick of Norwell. That score is 6-1 as Will Patterson gets thrown to his back by Jensen Boyd of Delta. That score is 7-1, and it ends at a fall in 55 seconds.
Fall in 46 seconds as we were watching that overtime match. Sprunger of South Adams defeated by Cade Jackson at 113. So it's Jackson and Webb once again in the finals at 13. Wicker and Wink. That match happened?
Yep, on the far match. Looks like Wicker's got the opening takedown over Silas Wank of Jay County.
And that puts Hank Farote up on mat number 1. We got Chuck Farote. We got to go with Hank. As Henry Farote's wrestling against Jason Landers of Jay County. And Landers in on a quick single leg on Farote. Farote's trying to fight out of it. Froat does a good job getting his leg back. Kilbeer with a 10-2 lead over Fodick in the center mat here. That match at 132. On deck, it's Miles Carr and Unger on mat number 2. Barnes and Gabe Myers with their rematch scheduled on deck right after Henry Froat. And right after that, it's going to be Sam Wolper and Wyatt Hoppus. So Belmont with 3 in a row on mat number 1. As Wink of Jay County trails Wicker 10-2. 10-1. And on that deck on that mat will be Dakota Sprunger at 126 versus Parks of Cowan.
Looks like Cale Beers stretched his lead a little bit more as he throws a wrist and half in on Fodick. That scores 13-2.
Henry Froat avoided being taken down here, and he comes back with a counter shot of his own to get the opening takedown against Landers. Cuts him loose with 48 seconds left to go here in pier number 1.
Jacob's biggest fan in that last bout was his brother over here to our left, Ben, loving it.
Yeah, and you gotta think about that moment in that match when Benninger wanted to go for the tilt, and Myers, kind of came out on the mat a little farther than normal, and he signaled, hey, we have to go neutral there. Just kind of the experience from Tim, knowing that your odds are better to get a takedown and tie it up than to, get a tilt. And Myers proves right in that situation.
So Henry Froat with a 9-2 lead now after that match was pretty close to start off. Oh, you're my best friend, brother.
You got a Pepsi or Coke? I'll take a Pepsi. Thank you.
Our good friend Kurt Van Skyok. You sure that's not the Globetrotters? Go, yeah. Harlan Hawks.
What school did you say that was?
Cale Beer working on a fall here, and he does get the fall over Fodick. So Beer at 132 advances to the finals. And he is waiting for the winner of Jensen Boyd and Will Patterson. Miles Carr now up on the mat number 2. He's going to wrestle against Unger of Cowan.
Now this is one that Miles Carr could make some noise. We saw a close match between Unger and Huff of South Adams. Carr can get to that cradle. It'd be great.
There's the old commercial, the Marlboro man. We got the Mountain Dew man here with us, Kurt Van Skyok. He hit the merch stand last week. He has himself a High School Wrestling Weekly t-shirt. He's a proud supporter of High School Wrestling Weekly. He said, you don't know if guys down here in Jay County, he said, I listen to you guys every week. He said, that's the greatest show I've ever heard. So,
looks like Miles Carr is going to get the opening takedown against the state qualifier and Jacob Unger. So that scores 3-0 in favor of Carr, and he looks to be locking up a cradle, or at least trying to maybe force it here.
Henry Froat with a 16-3 lead here. And I think that's going to be the tech fall, 19-3. So Froat advances over Landers after that was a close match for the first period, and then Froat pulls away.
Looks like Dakota Sprunger on the far mat is on his way to securing the tech fall. The score is 7-0. He's got 4 back points waiting to be awarded as he's got a cross tilt locked up.
Easy for
so
you
it's
to say,
11-0, and Miles Carr got Jacob Unger locked up in a cradle. Unger's got a bloody nose, so this might get stopped, but if it does, Carr's got to have a huge lead. If not, he could put him away. There's 45 seconds left on the clock.
So the triple header continues with Parker Barnes and Gabe Myers. And Barnes in on a nice single leg here, and Myers trying to hold off of the Whizzer, and Myers comes out of that front. These two guys battled. Miles Carr with a fall.
You know, it's always good company when you can beat a guy that's been at the state finals. And so Miles Carr on his way to making some noise as far as the state tournament.
Shot by Barnes, countered by Myers there. We saw that match. This match last week was really close in the first period, and then Myers kind of pulled away at the end. Technical violation, fleeing the mat as Barnes hopped out of bounds, and he's going to pick up a point, and Ben Springer comes over and said, "Isn't that stalling?" No. If you go out of bounds intentionally, it's not stalling. It's a technical violation for fleeing the mat.
Yeah, that's always one of the ones that coaches try to fight, but you know your job as a wrestler is to wrestle, and so when you're running away out of bounds from the competition, it's not just stalling, it's fleeing the mat.
You know, that used to not mean as much, but now that you can wrestle on a gym floor, I mean, you're a ways away. There's a takedown, 3-point takedown by Barnes to go up 3-1 on Myers. Barnes was in a real nice takedown there.
I don't know if we said it. Dylan Ogg took the mat against Ashton Goney. Like I said, last year those guys believe Goney had a win over Ogg. Ogg got the final rubber match, winning 2 out of the 3 over Goney, but Goney also a state qualifier.
So those guys are 38-pounders last year, both up to 50 now. As Henry Frote just quietly followed those two guys along, ended up as state qualifier himself. Myers tried to switch out here. Myers trying to get a reversal, come up on top with 25 seconds left to go. And he does have position. He gets a reversal. So Myers now has tied it up 3-3.
And it's been a minute since we've seen Dylan Ogg fighting off a takedown, as Goney had a nice shot attempt, almost finished. They went out of bounds, so no score, but Dylan Ogg being pushed early in this regional tournament.
Well, I had a text string with Casey Bradley last week, and he said that Goney's really fighting off a knee injury that he's really struggling with. So he's not 100%. We see the big wrap on that right leg of his. He said he's not 100%. All got a nice fireman's carry, tried to get the takedown. Myers gave up an escape point, so he trails 4-3 as they start the second period. Myers in a down position. Ogg and Goney still going at it down there.
I said not too often do you see 2 state qualifiers meeting in the semifinals of a regional tournament.
There's 1 point for Myers' escape, so he's going to tie this thing up at 4-4. Ogg with a takedown.
Wow. It was kind of reminding me, we were talking about a Big Ten duel last night where, you know, I think Ogg had the takedown there similar to that duel. You know, Goney put his hands on the mat and then reacted. Landis goes to the bench to try to question it, but it looks like he's going to come back unsuccessful.
In the center mat, Wyatt Mann trying to fight out of a side cradle here from Sam Mosier, and Mosier is up 15-4. If he doesn't get the fall here, he's going to pull away with the tech. Myers is up 7-5 now. Trying to fight through a double leg here as Barnes pops him over the WWE, and Myers in on a double leg. And this, just like last week, that was really close, and then Myers just seemed to pull away in the third period as Barnes gives up the takedown. Now Myers running a chicken wing and a far bar. Charles Ferrote up on mat number 2.
It looks like in that Ogg-Goney match, no escape yet for Ogg, but there is going to be a locked hands. So he will receive a point, looking to come out the back door for a reversal to make it 3-0 when he does.
Oh, it's a back points. Climb right in a tilt. Myers then on another single leg, changes off to a double, and this is where he starts to pull away here. Cuts his leg for the Turk. 13-6 is the score in the Myers-Barnes match right now. As Chuck Froat gives up the takedown in the center mat here as he's being tilted. Wrestling against Jackson Bradley. Bradley picks up 4, so that makes the score 7-0 now.
Looks like in that Barnes-Myers match, it's going to go to the third period. Score is 13-6 as Barnes in on a shot attempt looking to finish. Myers sits to a hip. Barnes trying to come out the back door. Little roll through attempt. Gets Gabe in some trouble. And looks like he's going to finish it out. And Myers gets the takedown.
You're talking about core strength there.
Yeah.
To be able to get your hips back under you and not get taken over there shows a lot.
Well, and we've seen Barnes just maybe more athletic than Gabe, but Gabe just the mat savviness there, not to rush anything, and he comes out on top in that scramble.
Chuck was really looking forward to the opportunity to get on the mat with Jackson Bradley. He respects Bradley as a wrestler. He's getting schooled right now, but and we've got an injury over there to Goney. That's the knee we were talking about, or Rex was talking about at least. And it'll be a 93-second tech fall for Jackson Bradley. And Chuck won't be hurt by that. He knows he just ran into a stud. 16-6 over here. Myers in good control, and it looks like Dylan Ogg is going to be victorious. It's a matter of whether Goney comes back out or not, I think.
Looks like Nathan Plattner is going to take the mat for South Adams at 165 pounds. He's going to wrestle Raynon DuBois from Westell, the 23-3 junior. Yeah, and that's good that Froat can understand about as Barnes goes feet to back on Gabe Myers. And I don't know how they're going to score this. Looks like it's going to be
he'll give him 1.
2 back points and an escape. The score is still 17-2. Gabe Myers in control with 1 second on the clock. But you're talking about Froat, Russ, and Bradley, and I always tell guys, those are the type of guys you want to see, and hopefully that kind of rubs off onto you because you can kind of see the level that they're at. And so, although Bradley defeats Froat there, maybe he gets a little bit what they call in boxing, the rub, some of that talent or that push to get to that next level kind of rubs off onto Froat in the previous or the next years to come. Looks like Goney's actually going to step back on the mat as Dylan Ogg gets another takedown. The score is 12-0. He's on his way to a tech fall over another state qualifier in Goney. Looks like Sam Wolpert has taken the mat against Wyatt Hops of Yorktown. And on the center mat, it's Nathan Plattner against Dubois of Westell. That match is scoreless at the moment.
Adams County wrestlers all over the place with 28 semi-state qualifiers. It doesn't give us much of a break today, Josh.
No, like we were talking earlier with Belmont coaches, stretched. Some years you don't necessarily think you're going to get that many in the regional to semi-state, but it's a good problem to have when you have to look down and maybe there's only one coach on one of the mats and you double up somewhere else. So Belmont has a good problem to deal with even at the semi-state tournament next weekend.
Hops in on a real nice side cradle, and he gives up the side cradle and gets the takedown, so he goes up 3-0 over Wolpert. In the center mat, it's Plattner and Dubois and Ogg working on a 15-2 lead over Goni. There's the tech fall for Aug. So Aug at 150 advances and waits for the winner of Wolpert and Hoppus.
Limping pretty hard over there. That's too bad. Like to see him fully healthy because he's awfully talented.
I don't know what day it airs, but I'll take us off topic a little bit. Lindsey Vaughn, she's going to go downhill with no ACL.
I was watching her last night. She's still fast, even though she's 41, something like that.
Yeah.
She hasn't skied competitively for six years, I think.
Yeah, I was reading some articles and saw some of the keyboard warriors saying, well, you don't need your ACL that much for skiing. And I'm like, it's to be at the peak of your sport and not have your ACL. So
I think she called Phillip Rivers and asked him if she should come out of retirement.
That'll be an event to watch in the Olympics. Looks like Plattner's going to get the takedown over Dubois of Westdell. Got about 45 seconds left in that second period. Scores 3-1.
So did you guys do like I do? You went in and paid your one year subscription on Peacock, and you're going to cancel it?
No, we're lucky that
I'm an avid Peacock subscriber.
Yeah, we're lucky that one of our other bills, I don't know if it's Xfinity or whatever, covers our subscription for Peacock. But
Rex, you got to get into our Premier League soccer group chat. Every once in a while, Josh will text me and say, what a goal, just assuming that I'm watching the same game he is, and he's usually right.
That's all I need is one more thing to be involved with you guys in.
I text Dane, our family went to a trivia night in Adams County at a restaurant, and I texted Dane if I would have had him or Gus or Marco, we would have won the thing. We needed some soccer questions asked. I texted Dane after, and he answered them. And I said, if you were there, you would have won us 2 rounds of golf. And so,
oh man,
Hoppus is going to win this scramble here against Sam, I think. Sam might be able to cling on to this leg, though, and get a stalemate. He trails 3-0. Dubois over there just keeping a toe in like a wide receiver in the NCAA football national championship game. Still no takedown here for Hops. Now, John gives it to him.
And if Sam can keep this close, it scores 6-0. If he can keep it, maybe get an escape here. We've shown that, he was up over Wyatt Mann earlier in the year before he got stuck, and Mann handled Hops when South Adams wrestled Yorktown. So Sam, keep it close in the third period. He might be able to pull this one out.
Well, I was one of the 3 of us that was at that South Adams Yorktown match, and that was the first match back that Hoppus came back after being sick. And Hoppus just bailed out of that cradle because he felt like he was going to give up a defensive fall. So Wolpert gets a reversal, not until he gets some near fall points. And, Hoppus did not wrestle very well against Mann. That was at 50, and Mann goes down to 44 now.
Uh-oh, here we might see some splits here. Dubois looking to take over Eli Loesch. And he's got it locked up, but Loesch does wise and bails out of that, not to be in any embarrassing pain.
Instead, he'll get side cradled here, and the match will be over. Dubois headed to the regional championship bout later on this afternoon.
Loesch trying to come out of it. Dubois is hanging up there. Wolpert in a nice shot on Hops. There's the fall for Dubois.
And it looks like Nathan Plattner has got a 7-1 lead. There's 45 seconds left in that third period. He looks like he's on his way to being a regional finalist.
Oh, and Shane coming up on mat number 3 down there. So at 32, it's Boyd and Beer. At 38, it's Carr and Farote.
Yeah, and Owen Shane will be fun to watch, the rest of this tournament and semi-state, because I would say he's kind of playing with house money. When you didn't think maybe you'd be there or at this weight class at the beginning of the year, you just throw all the chips out there and, let it fly, and however it ends up, it's maybe better than what he had it in store for himself at the beginning of the season.
Josh, you talk about house money. Last night at the hockey game, they gave everybody in section 223 $100 worth of firekeepers money.
Were you in the section right beside it?
I was not.
Okay.
But
Schwartz gets the opening takedown over there. South Adams just keeps picking up wins.
Yeah, just kind of plugging away. Nathan Plattner is going to be a finalist at 165 pounds for South Adams.
Sam trying to carry that leg over and somehow come up with something.
not that he's listening, but a late belated wish my oldest son a happy 36th birthday yesterday.
Oh, and Shane rolls out of 4 near fall and then a half Nelson by Schwartz. He just took Shane right over.
That's a power move by a guy that's bigger and stronger.
And there's a fall. So Adams Central picks up some extra bonus points and a win over the Braves.
You know, it's setting up a finals match between Xander Schwartz and Hendrickson of Winchester. Hendrickson undefeated, but you know, not sure they wrestled the toughest schedule, and so you know that might be one to watch in the finals.
Your final Hops 10, Wolpert 3. As Manley and Shorty get ready to go here.
And this is 4 in a row for the Braves on mat number 1.
Well, boys, believe it or not, I'm caught up on Thursday now. So
only a day.
All I got to do is catch up on last night's action.
Then you got some swimming results to
I
come out
need
next
to
door,
I need
right?
to go get some pictures, to be honest with you.
That's all I need to do is give you one more job, right?
Well, the thing about it is you got to get the camera going. That's the key. You got to get the camera going and get that dew off of it. Shorty gets the opening takedown here.
And it looks like they're going to go right into the 3rd and 4th place matches right after this, and then take a break and do the finals.
I sit in on the coaches meeting, and that was the plan. They're going to wrestle this clear through until all the 3rd and 4th place matches have finished. I don't know what the mix is, Dane, but this is very tasty. Thank you, Mr. Mosier.
Now, did he tell you what meat it is? Deer?
I didn't
some
even ask.
venison. It's just a bag of meat.
Just a bag of meat. When I worked at Multimatic, it was run by Canadians, and a friend of mine gave me some goose jerky, and we're eating it, and one guy's Canadian. He's eating it. He goes, "What is this?" It's a Canadian goose jerky. He threw it down and goes, "You guys eat bald eagle jerky here too? We don't do that in Canada." That's my old jerky joke. Shorjan takes Manley over in a side cradle. Manley trying to bridge out, but he's pretty flat over there. Shorty's going to get the fall here. If Millard can get in the right position. Manley fights out pretty well, though. There's the fall. Shorjan with a fall over Manley advances to the finals at 165.
Got a text here from Caleb Spires, who's at the Goshen Regional. He said they're still on 190 in the first round there. They got started a little bit later than we did.
And here comes an interesting match between Nussbaum of Adams Central and Palacios. Nussbaum, when he wrestled in a dual meet, was able to just lay out and give up nothing. And Palacios had trouble turning him over, but seemed frustrated. But Nussbaum was one of those guys that he's kind of a strong guy.
He told me that the butt whooping that he got from Palacios wasn't nearly as bad as the verbal barrage that was hurled at him by the Belmont student section.
Palacios with an early takedown. He'd rather take the whooping from Palacios than the verbal abuse.
He said he was doing everything he could. He said Palacios is good. Palacios locks up the cradle and takes Max over.
So Hendrickson advances.
And there's the fall. 36 seconds.
So at 175, it's Schwartz and Hendrickson. Hendrickson goes to 34-0.
The X-Man continues to shine for the Braves.
How close is he? Was he cemented himself in the top 3 yet for Belmont?
I think he's chasing 5th, if I remember
5th.
right. Either 5th or 4th. I think he does have a chance to surpass Tim in overall wins.
I was listening to, I don't know if you guys watched the Jesse Mendez story on the Big Ten, but he said,
look at that.
Looks
Boom.
like West Somerset's going to get the ball. He's talking about his coach, Jay Jaggers, has 2 national titles, and he said, you know what, it'd be really nice to have 3 so I could rub it in my coach's face. He said that lasts forever. So I'm sure if Xavier could surpass Tim, he would have that to rub in his face.
You know, but the greats always say records were made to be broken.
Well, yeah.
I think they're lying, but they say that.
Well, wrestling's changed a lot since Tim's wrestled. You know, some of these guys putting up 50 matches, before even the state tournament. So just wrestling's changed a lot over the last 20 years.
Got some heavyweights on the mat here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to about wrap up this round.
Well, we've got no area wrestlers up on the mat, so I'm going to take this opportunity to squeak in around the commercials, back with more wrestling right here on WZBD.
Expert Transmission on US 224 in Decatur and on US 124 in Bluffton is the place to go for not only transmission help, but also full-service general auto and truck repair. Matt, Corey, and Tyler at Expert Transmission are experienced and ASE-certified mechanics who can diagnose and fix your family or work vehicle. Call Steve or Dustin soon to set up an appointment. Expert Transmission has the best warranty in the business. 5 years and 100,000 miles on a new transmission and can give you a free estimate. Call today at 724-2434 or like Expert Transmission on Facebook. Two Brothers Bar and Restaurant, located on the corner of 3rd Street and US 224 in the heart of downtown Decatur, is your home for great meals, a cozy atmosphere, top-of-the-line catering, and now, free meals for kids. That's right, this summer on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, kids under 10 eat free with the purchase of just one adult meal. Whenever you come, Two Brothers is the place to sit and enjoy a meal. Offering burgers, wings, chili, ribs, appetizers, and nightly specials, Two Brothers has a banquet room, a bar side, and a family side. For your next meal, visit Two Brothers Bar and Restaurant in Decatur.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as Grady Baker takes the mat. And he's going to be wrestling Smitley, I believe, from Jay County. And that match is underway.
I didn't see the judge here today. I'm sure he's listening. Maybe he'll make it for the finals.
He might be in Vegas or Orlando, or you never know.
I don't know. Usually, if he's anywhere close, Dana and I get 17 texts.
Travis Yocolette just let us know that Xavier Palacios takes the all-time lead in falls for Belmont Wrestling with that cradle. So a very monumental one.
Heavyweight mat in the middle here. It's like Winchester getting a fall over Yorktown.
Grady with the opening takedown here.
Smitley trying to hit an arm roll, and Grady changes position so he gets out of that. There's a fall on the far mat down here. Luke Powers of Westdale gets a fall over Boots, 2:15, and that sets up a rematch between Funk and Ortiz. So Powers of Westdale goes to 24, 25-2 now. Baker trying to catch an arm, and he does catch the half. See if he can get Smithley over. He cannot. 17 seconds left to go in that first period.
Well, this is tough because I don't know how many times Ortiz and Funk have wrestled, but being from the same conference, this might be the 5th time they've wrestled this year. It's kind of crazy to think about that. I think Funk coming away with a victory and all those, that out of 7 of Ortiz's losses, 4 of them right now today have come from Ethan Funk.
The judge is listening.
Yeah, we just got that.
Don't worry. He's there. Jeff Bright listening at home as well.
I think the judge has probably got his Khabib hat on. Just remember, once your kids be good, send them 2-3 years to Dagestan. Forget about it. Warning for stalling as Smithley does not make an attempt to put Baker back down the mat. And he just picked up a point, so 4-0 is the score as Baker's still hand fighting there, and Baker's going to get the escape anyway. It's going to make the score 5-0. Baker, a nice double leg, changes off Barzagar. And that didn't look like heavyweight singled with double, did it, Josh?
No, and you could tell he's pretty athletic, but he stretched to keep that toe in and showed a little finesse for the heavy weight class.
Dane, I think you and I can both agree, any improvements in Grady Baker's wrestling over the past 3 years has come directly from sparring with Billy Baker.
Well, and Carter Freet and Fletcher Schoenfeld as well, for sure. And it's Carter Freet who's in the chair right now with Ben Farrow.
Baker limp arms out of a whizzer for the takedown.
Rex, I heard you made a visit to the old wrestling round.
I was up there. I actually was looking to deliver a Christmas gift to my niece, your daughter. I'm not really her uncle, but she wasn't there. She was at dance, so I had to go deliver it there. So
for a second, I thought you said your knees. Just figured you got on the mat and you needed it.
The knee pad really has kind of disappeared from the sport in a lot of ways.
I was rocking the old big knee pads back in the day.
Looks like Ethan Funk's going to take a 6-1 lead into the second period.
Baker getting a fall here. But then, Dane, I wrestled before neoprene had been invented.
Grady gets the fall. So give Grady the extra 2 points. He shakes hands with John Millard, and he's into the finals. And Belmont, after going 12-2 in the quarterfinals, they come up with a 6-6 record in the semifinals, and they put 6 into this afternoon's finals.
Ethan Funk with a 7-1 lead in the second period over Ortiz. We will hang with that match as we will go right into the third and fourth place matches. They're going to wrestle those on 2 mats. So we will cruise right through these consolation matches for third and fourth, as there is no full wrestle back this week, so that took an extra round out of there.
And they did update scores. Looks like Belmont is comfortably in ahead. That score is 144 in first place to Adams Central's 120. South Adams in third place at 100 and Delta in fourth at 88. Likely Delta will jump up with looking to have 4 or 5 champs in the finals, but good showing from Adams County holding the top 3.
Judge keeping us up to date. Looked like Gavin Davis had a college match yesterday. His dad Tad sent a picture to the judge. Funk right now, still with a 7-1 lead. That match winds down with 5 seconds left to go in the second period.
Looks like in that picture, Gavin Davis somehow found more muscles. He didn't know that was possible.
Put him in a collegiate weight room.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about this, college programs. And Ike's talked about this before, right? You get the dietitian, you get the technology that exists.
Look
And,
how
it's
big.
scary what you can accomplish.
Look how big Ike Rubel is from when he wrestled for the Braves. He's, he went from a skinny little kid to he's a full-grown man now. He's wrestling 57 in college.
Yeah.
Had a big win against IU the other night. A good close match. Point for Ortiz. As we run down those scores once again, Belmont 144 in first. Adams Central snuck in second with 120. South Adams with 100. Delta with 88. Yorktown in fifth with 48. 38 for Jay County. 37 for Cowan. 35 for Winchester. Bluffton 33.5 as we wind our way down to the bottom.
Now, did they say finals under a light or no light?
They said they have the ability to turn off the side lights, and there'll be a row of lights on down through the middle. So it's not a spotlight, but they'll basically dim down the outer lights.
That's better for the photographers.
Yeah.
Well, it makes it for a cool face-off, right?
Not as fancy as the new Belmont projection system
Oh,
that
my.
puts the action on the floor.
Yeah, that was probably one of the coolest things I've seen at the high school level. That's really neat. We were texting some buddies of mine from around the county, and they said that's really neat that the school would do that because, in this day and age where you can go play sports at any school with, no punishment other than your senior year, it kind of puts Belmont in a limelight for volleyball, basketball, and you could do that. Maybe the football program gets some of those guys to come out for football too, and so that's kind of neat to have that for the student athletes.
If you are a follower on Instagram of one of our fine sponsors, Innovative Concepts, once again, this broadcast brought to you by Innovative Concepts Audio Video with the computers that they help support for Dane and I. The Innovative Concepts crew installed that system at Belmont, and they had videos of them putting it up. Had to rent a big high lift to get up to the rafters to put it in, and those guys can do just about anything there. If they can help me run a computer, it's good.
You know what? I'll have to go around at break here and see if we can get some pocket money, pocket change for the wrestling show on Sunday night. Maybe you guys can have a little bit of a light show and get some lasers going. That would
Ethan Funk is your winner
cool.
at 2:15. With that, let's play a round of commercials back with the consolation finals here on WZBD's YouTube channel.
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your Erie agent in Decatur is John Kins. Get a quote at 728-8888 or visit kinsinsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage and is not available in all states.
Finding a reliable, affordable, and professional electrician is difficult these days, but in Adams County, there's a name you can trust, and it's Phil Blakey of Blakey Electric. Serving Decatur and the surrounding communities, Blakey Electric does residential and commercial electrical work, both inside and outside. Give Phil a call today at 724-8049 and tell him about the work you need done on your remodel, new building project, or any other electrical project. Leave it to the experts at Blakey Electric, 724-8049, to take care of all of your electrical needs.
When getting the job done right is job one, you need construction equipment that's built right. From compact track loaders to the world's #1 selling compact excavator, the Kubota construction lineup features durable Kubota engines, more comfort, and the versatility to do it all and do it right. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Visit Off-Roader Equipment Sales, US 27 in Bern, Indiana, their newly acquired location, State Route 364 in Minster, Ohio, or online at www.offroaderequip.com.
Locally owned and operated by Shane Reynolds and family, DDD Maintenance and Repair is your place to go for heavy-duty truck and diesel engine repair. Located just outside of Monroe, DDD Maintenance and Repair also offers sand and glass blasting for all of your surface restoration projects. Whether you're looking to get your truck or diesel engine to run like new, or your metal restoration project to look like new, we have a blast renewing the past. Give Shane and the guys a call at 223-5442. That's DDD Maintenance and Repair. Miller Land Surveying is one of Northeast Indiana's premier full-service land surveying firms. From lot and boundary surveys to large topographical, commercial, and industrial surveys, Miller Land Surveying can help you with all of your surveying needs. With a seasoned staff, the latest technology, and a drive for perfection, rest assured your project will be done professionally and efficiently completed every time. MLS is proud to support today's broadcast and encourages everyone to get out and support local athletes.
Welcome back once again to Jay County High School as they are taking a little bit of a break before they set things up. That will give us opportunity to catch up on some things. And guys, what's your take on this round number one here? Round number two, I should say.
I mean, Belmont taking 12 to semi-state and, putting 6 into the finals. You could have easily had Belmont taking 8 to semi-state, and you go 6-2 in that round, and you think, boy, we had a good round. You have to remember those guys that came through with decisions and upsets are likely going to be wrestling for third and fourth place. I think that the same thing I've said multiple times this morning already. These matches mean something, but in the end, sometimes they don't mean much at all. And you have to keep a positive attitude. You have to be prepared to go into each match with a mindset that's going to allow you to have an opportunity to be successful. But when it comes down to it, you wrestle it, you move on. You don't worry about what happened in the last one. Take your best shot at the next guy. Then you look at next week, and, things change midweek too. You talk about Bluffton with their guy not making weight today. The same thing can happen next week. You may find that you have an opponent that you don't think you can beat, or that somebody tells you that you can't beat. And at 8:30 next week on Saturday, you're wrestling somebody different. I mean, it happens all the time. I see Rex all the time scratching out his bracket, right, and making the changes because it goes. So you just got to take it one match at a time and go with it.
So, Dane, to use an old farmer reference for a commercial, we're going to make some hay here, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Pampered Coach is a family-owned, community-minded business dedicated to providing the best sales and service for all your trucking and trailer needs. Pampered Coach on 930 at the edge of New Haven specializes in day cabs and sleepers. They also have a wide selection of new and used trailers. Celebrating 40 years in 2024, the guys at Pampered Coach offer a full-service department for both trucks and trailers to go along with their outstanding sales department. Visit pctrucks.net or visit Pampered Coach in person on 930 in New Haven. Are you planning for the best? Healthier calves, heavier weaning weight, and more pregnant cows that put more money in your pocket? Hubbard Feed's Blueprint program offers a new approach to mineral supplementation. Extensive research shows that peak performance is possible with Blueprint. So plan for the best this season by using Blueprint minerals from Hubbard Feed. Contact Lehman Feed Mill on 000 in Bern and take your herd's performance to the next level.
Want to make your home a more comfortable place, but don't think you can afford a top brand heating and cooling system? Well, Carrier has the right solutions for every budget. When you turn to Liechty Brothers, your Carrier expert, they'll show you the full lineup of best-in-class home comfort systems and help you pick the one that best fits into your home budget. Because in this economy, who couldn't use a little more comfort?
Hi, this is Ken at Liechty Brothers Plumbing and Heating with a very simple philosophy. Show up on time, do what you say you'll do, and if there's a problem, fix it.
Liechty Brothers, 251 East Water Street in Bern.
The Galley has great food at great prices, famous for their delicious cod. You need to be sure to try their many seafood, chicken, and steak items, along with their many sandwiches, sides, and great salad bar. The Galley is located at 622 North 13th Street in Decatur. Call for carryout at 260-724-8181. And remember, Galley gift certificates always make great gifts. So set sail soon to the Galley in Decatur.
Habegger's Ace Lumber in Bern is a full-line, full-service lumberyard. We give you knowledgeable staff and personalized service. We offer quality materials that will help you complete your next home or farm project. We offer lumber and roofing, insulation, drywall, siding, windows and doors, Benjamin Moore paint, and much more. Call Hobbaker's Ace Lumber at 1-800-772-5223.
Hi, this is Sarah with Anytime Fitness Decatur. Have you ever felt intimidated by the thought of joining a gym? The good news is our coaches have the heart to help you set goals, create a plan, and work together to achieve the results you're after. So stop in and chat with one of our personal trainers, and let's make 2026 the year you get stronger, leaner, healthier, and happier.
The Double Eagle Clubhouse Grill is where wrestling fans go for a great meal after a big win. Everyone at the Double Eagle is proud of our Adams County wrestlers and their accomplishments this season. Whether you're looking to sit down and have a nice meal after a long tournament, or if you'd like to celebrate with other wrestling fans, the season never ends at the Double Eagle. Come on in to the Double Eagle, 1730 Nutman Avenue in Decatur, and enjoy a great meal inside or with carryout today.
Welcome back to Jay County High School, and as a reminder, tomorrow afternoon at 3:30, it is the High School Wrestling Weekly from the Double Eagle, and their special this week is the Double Eagle Burger. Always a favor, my opinion, the best burger in town. See Craig and Wes at Johnson's Auto Sales on the corner of Adams Street and 13th. Indicator for your next car, truck, SUV, or van. Johnson's Auto Sales wishes good luck to all the wrestlers today. Rebecca Cochran, CPA at 165 North 2nd Street in Decatur for all your tax accounting needs. Wishes all the wrestlers good luck. And our good friend Lenny Razzo, super fan, who we know is listening to us from out west in Arizona. And with wrestlers warming up on a mat, I'm going to keep in line to make sure we catch up here on all of our ads. We'll play another round of commercials, back with more here on WZBD's YouTube channel.
Who wants a complete smile? Or maybe it's just time for a dental cleaning and exam. Visit Dr. Laura Kugelhahn and her gentle, knowledgeable, and caring staff at Complete Smiles, located at 1133 North Main Street in Bluffton, Indiana. Dr. Kugelhahn would like to help you maintain your dental health or transform your smile. Complete Smiles is there to help you. Dr. Kugelhahn is currently accepting new patients. Call 824-3100 today to schedule an appointment.
The loss of a room in your home due to a storm, a flooded basement, or even worse, a house fire are all events that will change your life forever. And it can be even more of a nightmare if you choose the wrong contractor to repair and rebuild. That's where K&R Contractors in Decatur come in. The guys at K&R use the same software as the insurance agencies, and they're at the forefront of the industry in this area when it comes to storm damage restoration. Look them up at K&R Contractors and trust them to get your home or property back to the way it should be.
Soul Pig Barbecue on 2nd Street in Decatur, across from the courthouse, features traditional and not so traditional barbecue, brisket, smoked meats, pulled pork, wings, burgers, soul food, steaks, fish, seafood, and a full bar service. Bring the spouse and the young ones to Soul Pig and enjoy the family side or dine on the bar side. Large portions ensure no one will go home hungry after a Soul Pig meal. Follow Soul Pig on Facebook for the daily, weekend, and entertainment specials.
Welcome back once to Jay County High School as we are getting ready for the consolations matches for 3rd and 4th place. As we get things ready to go here.
They've removed a couple of sections of the mat over here to our left. And guys, do we know, it looks like based on the table help that we're going to use 2 mats here for 3rd and 4th.
That's what was discussed in the coaches meeting. As we get ready to go here, let's get a quick wrap up here. Our championship bracket at 106 is going to be Vinegar versus Calicahomo. In the championship match, it's Dygard and Fredinger of Bluffton for the 3rd and 4th place match is getting ready to go here. 113, 3rd and 4th place match is going to be Baker versus Sprunger, Belmont and South Adams. Jackson Webb and Kay Jackson the championship bracket at 113. 120 going to be Reed Wicker of Delta versus Max Adams of South Adams, Wink of Jay County, and Oliver Ferrote for third and fourth. At 126 pounds, your championship bracket is going to be Dakota Sprunger and Ben Mills, and Braden Salim of Muncie Burris versus Parks of Cowan for your third and fourth place match. 132 pounds, it's Jensen Boyd versus Cale Beer. In the finals, it's Connor Fodick and Will Patterson for the third and fourth place match. 138 pounds is going to be Miles Carr versus Henry Ferrote in the finals, and Jacob Unger of Cowan and Landers of Jay County for third and fourth. At 144 pounds in the finals, it's going to be Sam Mosier versus Gabe Myers. And at 144, White Man and Parker Barnes for third and fourth place. And we are ready to go. Action already going here.
2 takedowns already for Bradley Baker. Nope, they didn't give him the second one.
There's a fall in the center mat. And that was Dygard of Yorktown with the fall?
Yes.
So that brings up Oliver Ferrote in the center mat there. I guess mat 2 we're going to call it. Since there's 2 mats, one can't be in the center, technically. So Dygard is your third place winner.
Looks like the Baker-Sprunger match is going to go to the second period. 3-1 for Baker. Baker chooses neutral to start the second period. And Oliver Ferrote is wrestling Silas Wank at 120 pounds. That match is scoreless right now.
Sprunger had a nice takedown attempt there, but Baker's able to whizzer him out.
Now shot attempt by Baker, and he's going to get the takedown. That score is now 6-1 as Ferrote's looking to finish takedown against Silas Wank, and he does. Ferrote takes the lead 3-0 as Wank gets to his feet. And Ferrote does a good job breaking him down.
Baker right in the top position, 6-1 lead, and there's about 50 seconds left to go in that match as Baker's going to cut him loose and let him go.
On deck, we have William Patterson versus Connor Fodick of Norwell. And on the other mat, it'll be Braden Salim against Parks of Cowan. Baker in on another shot attempt. And he's going to get it. And Sprunger gets an escape. The score is 9-3. On the other match, Oliver Ferrote is looks like he's trailing now 4-3 against Silas Wank. Baker now takes Sprunger of South Adams to his back. Looks like the score on the board is going to read 12-2, but near fall yet to be awarded, and that's for near fall. So the score is actually 16-3. Baker on his way to a tech fall. Silas Wank still on the ride. The score is 4-3. Minute left in the second period. Now, Dane, when do you think the title for Belmont is clinched for a regional title? Or
well, I would think that you're almost reaching the point now. Adams Central, 8 guys left, right? You're talking about only being able to score somewhere between 4 and 6 points for the most part. Adams Central just about has to win out, and Belmont has to lose them.
Out. Yeah, I would think 1 or 2 more wins by Belmont they could pick one up from Oliver Froat and Brad Baker, that would about clinch the regional title.
And as you were saying before, Delta not out of it for the semi-state, but boy, they didn't do themselves any favors as far as picking up any extra points. It's going to be studs only. That's for sure.
The Baker-Sprunger match is in a blood time with Sprunger trying to get some blood time cleared up here. As
nice double leg by Oliver Froat. Wank just able to get his hips back down though.
Stalling warning given by John Millard. That's a 4-3 match with Froat trailing 4-3.
The hard thing about a nice double is you're going to have to eat a nice crossface normally once you get to this level. As Wink had a nice crossface to kind of help him get away from that shot by Oliver.
I think what you do is you hit that head on the inside single, switch off to that bars guard, and get the guy up in the air, and it takes the pressure off that nose job that you're getting crunched on with a forearm.
Looks like Oliver on the out-of-bounds line is going to go feet to back. Wink kind of stopped.
Yeah. Oh. Wink got out there out of bounds and kind of relaxed a little bit, and Froat cinched it up.
Yeah, just a nice double leg, and Wink sat on a hip.
And that's the kind of attitude you got to wrestle these matches with.
Yep.
Okay, I don't care what the score is. I'm going to stay in it until it's over, and he comes away with the fall there.
So your third place finisher at 120 is Oliver Froat. Bradley Baker still in his match with Sprunger, as Sprunger's nosebleed has been contained. Becky Wurst has patched up more bloody noses than you and I can count over her many year career.
Well, that's just talking about at her house between the boys, and then you had in all the stuff she does for the schools in Adams County.
She was at Belmont.
Belmont for a while.
Years, yeah. I think she's been at all of them. She's been at Adams Central for a while. Dan, how did they ever let Deanna Myers ever retire? She was a fixture there for.
I don't think she retired. I think she just wanted a more regular schedule once her kids got out of school. She's still working at Adams Memorial.
Looks like Will Patterson is going to get the fall over Connor Fodick. A little bit of a scramble attempt there, and Patterson throws him to his back. So that's a fall in 30 seconds. Third place finish for Will Patterson of South Adams.
Bradley Baker with a 16-3 lead still down there. And that match is in third period with about 1:20 left to go. Baker being ridden with a spiral ride, trying to come out the back door. Baker's pretty much in control of that match, and we got a few more guys coming up here. Let's take a round of commercials. Back with more here from WZBD's YouTube channel.
Timmy Takedown Tree Service on US 224, 3 miles east of Decatur, has firewood for sale. $30 a scoop, $75 for a 6-foot bed, $85 for an 8-foot bed. Timmy Takedown Tree Service can give you a free estimate on removing storm-damaged trees, grinding stumps, or trimming trees. Call 728-9120 and talk with Jake to set up an appointment. Timmy Takedown Tree Service has been in the area's best and most trusted tree service for 50 years. Stop out or call today. When it comes to excavating, the name to know is Luganville Excavating. Luganville Excavating can do total site development, dig your basement or pond, put in your septic system, even grade and install your driveway. Call today at 849-0251 or like them on Facebook. Luganville Excavating has 40 years of experience, gives free estimates, and guarantees all of their work. When it comes to the dirty work, Luganville Excavating will get her done. Give Brent a call today.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as Bradley Baker picks up his win, and there's an injury timeout in the center mat there with the South Adams wrestler, Josh.
Yeah, it looks like we've got an ACAC Finals rematch between Parker Barnes and Wyatt Mann. Parker Barnes got the opening takedown and then went through a roll-through tilt, and Mann's ankle got caught on the mat. Not sure the severity of it, but right now getting looked out by the trainer. On the far mat, looks like we have this Parks of Parks of Cowan. He's going to be wrestling Braden Salim of Muncie Burris. It does look like Wyatt Mann gets to his feet. He's going to walk around and test it out. Looks like he should be good to continue this match. This is the crazy thing about regionals. You know, you want to be a champion, but when you finish second, third, or fourth, your goal is to finish 100% healthy, because you want to be the best version of yourself as you go into the semi-state week. You know, a lot of guys banged up, and so if you could be healthy, that kind of puts you maybe a little bit ahead of the competition.
Speaking of that, Josh, the on-deck match on mat number 2 is Ashton Goney and Sam Wolpert. And the way we saw Goney come off the mat after his loss there, I wonder if he's going to come out and actually wrestle this match.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting thing. You know, he's been dealing it with for a long time, so you know it's not like it's gone away. And if he continues to wrestle next week, he'll have to wrestle with it. But we've seen that over the years. Some guys just saying, you know, whether it's second, third, or fourth, you know, I'd rather just take the rest of the week off. I've semi-state qualifier. I'll deal with my draw next week.
So Mann gives up an escape to Barnes.
Shot attempt by Barnes, just kind of dove in there, but as quick and athletic as he is, he got in pretty deep. Mann trying to sit the corner, and looks like someone's going to come away with a takedown, and Barnes does in this scramble. So he now is ahead 7-0 over Mann, who defeated Barnes in the ACAC Conference Finals.
Escape given to Mann, makes it 7-1. I'm going to try and sneak another round in here before we get to the finals and make sure we get our commercials caught up. Back with more right after this.
Selling land these days is no easy task, so you have to have a pro. Justin Griffin with Schrader Auctioneering and Realty of Fort Wayne specializes in farmland, estate sales, and homes in the Decatur and greater Fort Wayne area. With over 2,000 acres sold in the last 5 years, Justin's knowledge can help guide you with your sale. Give him a call or visit www.schraderfortwayne.com to find out more about how he can help you with your sale.
At Bullenbacher & Associates, we know small businesses are the heart of Adams County. You're the ones who keep our community thriving, and we're here to help you succeed.
As your trusted CPA firm, we specialize in helping small businesses grow. And right now, we are accepting appointments for tax preparation. Call today at 260-726-4207 to schedule your appointment. Bullenbacher & Associates, supporting small businesses, supporting Adams County.
Throwing a party? Call Adams County Tent and Party Rental to make it a very special occasion. Adams County Tent and Party Rental has delivery on tents, tables, chairs, linens, and bounce houses for weddings, birthday parties, graduations, retirement luncheons, and business meetings. No event is too big or too small for Adams County Tent and Party Rental. Call Landon at 223-2040 or like them on Facebook. Looking for summer work? Give Adams County Tent and Party Rental a call today.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Burrow along with Josh Gaskell and Dane Filling. And that was kind of optimistic. If you're looking for some summer work, I think my wife told me a thing the other day. I think we're 38 days away from spring as we drove through the snow to get here today. There's always a light beyond the end of the tunnel, right, Dane?
Something like that.
Looks like Wyatt Mann is in trouble as the score is 15-2. He's 2 points away from giving up the tech fall to an opponent he beat all of 3 weeks ago, as Parker Barnes looks to be dialed in right now.
Well, I like to say it's a new day, it's a new meet, and it does not take much to change, as we saw that between Boots and Funk between 1 week to the other. It goes from a 8-6 match to a tech fall 16-0. So wrestling's a funny sport, man. You just can't not call it.
As Mann does get the takedown, makes it 6-15. Mann's trying to take him over.
It's got a minute and a half left in the match.
Yeah, too much time to rest if you're Barnes. Not sure if it's enough time unless you get a pin by man. Now he locks up the old double trouble, as Rex calls it, and he's trying to take him over.
It's a double trouble here, and then we get him over. It's the surfboard.
I don't know if he can pin Barnes. Barnes has got a good bridge here. He's going to pick up four near fall.
Barnes gets an escape.
But the score's 10-17. Barnes looks like he's maybe hobbling as man takes a half shot, and
he was playing possum.
Yeah,
he just played possum, let him take a bad shot, and he spun and went behind for the easy
now
takedown.
19-10. Looks like Barnes is going to hold on to this one as there's 35 seconds left.
And sportsmanlike called, I think, for the crossface.
Now it does make it interesting. Now, man gets an escape. If he can go feet to back, he could.
That's all you got to do, go feet to back. That's not a big deal.
Well, gentlemen, finally caught up. I'm going to take one for the team and get in line first. That way I can run things.
Cool.
While you have your time.
I can live with that.
You don't get a choice is what he's saying. He's just going.
Well, we talked about this. Dane and I run the computer during. Oh, man, with some back points possibly here at the last second, and it's not going to be enough. He gets 3 on a takedown. 19-15 in an all-out brawl. But your winner at 144 pounds for third place is going to be Barnes of Bluffton. That brings up a match between Sam Wolpert and Ashton Goney. And I do not see Goney at the mat. And we called it, Josh. Wolpert takes the medical forfeit over Unger at 150. I'm sorry, Goney. Goney. I'm gonna get my Cowan wrestlers confused here. So Wolpert is your winner. But that brings up Gabriel. I thought Gabe was over there someplace, but no, it looks like Chuck Farrote comes up. It's going to be Eli Loshi and Chuck Farrote here.
And, if you're Wolpert, you want that match because it's against a state qualifier. You want to try to see how you match up and maybe get a look against someone of that caliber. But
then again, this point in the season, take the break when you get it.
Yeah, on the flip side, to only show up and have to wrestle 2 matches and you're a third-place finisher at regional, you'd take that.
Yeah, because Sam's had a history of being injured, so Sam can take every rejuvenation session he can get. And Chuck Farrote is on the mat here, and he's got the first takedown and gives up the escape to Loshi. So he has a 3-1 lead. Jacob Unger of Cowan versus Jason Landers on a far mat down there as he has a 3-0 lead as well. Farrote catches Loshi and a side cradle. He's going to stay in position to pick up the second takedown here. Oh, doesn't get it yet. Loshi does a good job of staying out of bounds. Willie Regal says, nope, no takedown. 6 seconds left to go here. Ben Farrote's going to go over and say, hey, what do you think of that? Ben says he had the side cradle locked up. I think Willie's going to say the positioning was not there to, unless that guy in the down position is in imminent danger of giving up back points on that side cradle, it's not an automatic call.
Yeah, and that, with Loshi being in front, it's just a weird position that if he would have held it for maybe 5 or 6 more seconds, but then slightly after that, Loshi got out and there was, no takedown control as they went out of bounds.
If that's inside a 10-foot circle, Chuck wrestles that a little bit different, but you're trying to keep your feet in bounds and you can't move up on the body the way you want to. So positioning is everything. So Loshi did a good job of staying in the right place to avoid giving up that takedown. So they start period number 2 on their feet neutral. 3-1's the score with Chuck in the lead over Eli. Oh, Chuck with a super nice single to a double, switches off, catches Loshi, and Loshi switches out and gets a reversal just that fast. Chuck's trying to high leg over. So 6-3 is the score. Froat trying to stay out of a cradle. It just broke the lock as Loshi had that locked up. Oh, and Chuck stands up with his head too close to his knee, and Loshi has this false side cradle locked up pretty tight. Chuck gets the hands broke. That's when you don't stand up, you're hitting. Oh, and he stand up, and Chuck goes right in a double and catches Loshi on his hip, gets the 2 reversal, and Loshi does a great job of picking that wrist so Chuck can't fire half, as Loshi was sitting on his hip for a long time and avoids giving up any near fall on that reversal. But 8-3 is the score. And these guys are throwing combination moves after another, and great wrestling here for this 3rd and 4th place match at 57.
Well, I've got to laugh a little bit because Robert Loshi, son of Eli Loshi, is in the corner, and he said, I have 3 boys, one who learned how to wrestle, the other 2 wrestle, but, you can't teach them anything. They just go out there and they just experiment. And so Eli Loshi has put himself in several, scrambles that you maybe wouldn't want to put yourself into, but, it's just how his style of wrestling is.
Chuck was in on a shot, and they were in a scramble, and Loshi's trying to slide out from underneath, and Chuck's trying to high leg over. Chuck in a better position here, and Chuck's going to come up on top in that scramble. And these guys, just when you think somebody has control, somebody else flips out. And
you guys like some Starburst?
We're good, thanks, bud.
This guy, these kids are working it because they said, if we go to the guys with the radio, our reach gets that much bigger. So,
what's the rule, Josh? Our reputations precede us.
Yeah. So he knows that now. We've got all the listeners want some Starburst. So these kids are future entrepreneurs.
You think Eric Mann walked up during a football game, headsets on, starts talking to you like, "Hey, see this headset? It means I'm on the radio, folks." And that little slide by, or this little, I don't even know what Chuck's doing, but he's out in a front headlock, just almost like a little sucker drag out to get the takedown. Now escape, so 14-5 is the score. Snap down by Froat. Oh, there's a little throw by.
Yeah, and right as he hit that throw by, Loshi was trying to throw a headlock, and just the speed of Chuck just got to it before he could even reach for the head.
Both those guys were on their knees, and Chuck basically hit a duck under from the knees and slid right on there. And Froat's going to try and run that chicken wing, and he has him on his back out of bounds, but Loshi flies over the top, and Loshi's going to get – he's not back in bounds. He's going to get a 1 escape on that, probably best he gets. 2 back points for Chuck, 1 escape, puts him back up.
Jeez, Pete saves the tech. I mean, we're that close at a tech fall, that scramble move. So the score is 19-6 in favor of Froat of Belmont. They're on their feet with minute 15 left to go in the 3rd period.
Manley and Dubois will be up after this. So there's a minute left to go. I'm going to queue up a couple commercials, be ready to go here after this match between Froat and Loshi. Manley is up on deck on the other mat, and that one still has about a minute left to go in it, so we might be able to squeeze some in. 46 seconds left to go in the Froat-Loshi match, and Froat comes up top, pushes on the head, and dives down in and grabs low on the legs. And Froat's trying to work up, and it has the 3-point takedown. That's going to do it. So that tech fall, your 3rd place winner is Chuck Froat over Eli Loshi of South Adams.
DeVos Johnson's Wick Baker in Ainsworth is now DeVos Baker Ainsworth and Razzo. While the name is different, our dedication to serving Adams County and surrounding areas remains the same as when L.C. DeVos began his practice nearly 150 years ago. Our name celebrates the future of our office while honoring the legacy and dedication to clients displayed by our founding member and the 3 generations of DeVos attorneys that followed him. Call Tim Baker, Scott Ainsworth, Luke Ainsworth, or Ann Razzo to experience the same dedicated and knowledgeable service in meeting your legal needs.
No matter your age, health and life insurance can be confusing and overwhelming. This is Derek Bailey with Bixler Insurance. Whether you are currently on Medicare or will soon be qualifying for Medicare, we have the products and expertise to meet your needs. Under age 65 and looking for health coverage? Interested in protecting your family from an unexpected loss with a life insurance policy? We can discuss options to assure your peace of mind. Call Bixler Insurance today to schedule your free appointment.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Burrow along with Josh Gaskell. And as Josh said, Dane's doing us dirty. He didn't even text us back and tell us what kind of food they got down there. But we will survive, Josh. I'm certain we will survive. Wrestling now on mat number 2 down there is Austin Manley's wrestling against Brandon Dubois of Westdale. No score in that match as there are 10 seconds left to go in that first period. In the center mat, it's Brady Bannister versus Max Nussbaum. That is Blackford versus Adams Central. And I think Bannister's one of the few Blackford wrestlers we saw here today, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they had a couple fall in the opening round, but like you said earlier, he's a 4-over-1, so he's really playing with house money as he upset the champ from the Delta sectional to advance to semi-state. So Blackford getting to wrestle for at least one more week and try to upset some semi-state brackets.
So Manley and Dubois go 0-0 for the first period. Manley takes down and gets the opening point in the match with an escape. So he now leads this thing 1-0 with about a minute 45 left to go in period number 2. Stalling warning given to Dubois. Manley, that's one thing we know. I mean, he's got a tank. He'll keep putting pressure on you.
Yep, just push pace. I was reading an article from Cale Sanderson, and he says 6 things he tells his guys, and one of the 6 is pace and belief in that you can do it. So if you can believe you do it and you push the pace, you're off to a pretty good start in a lot of matches.
And I think he's one of those guys you should probably take some advice from. He's had some success, both on the mat and as a coach, and he's built one of those powerhouse teams at Penn State that's just really untouchable this year. Yeah,
we'll see next week. Ohio State might have the best look that any team's had in the last handful of years. As Ohio State's got 3 guys back to back that are in the top 2 in their weight class, maybe behind the Penn State wrestlers. So we'll see that Friday night right before semi-state. It's always Big Ten times it up best with our schedule.
Manley's in good position here to get a takedown with about 50 seconds left to go. He's in back, and he's going to get back points here too. He's going to get at least 2 out of that. And Josh, I don't know if you tuned into the Gorillas there, not on Indiana mat, but they had a plethora of state champions. I mean, place winners and national. They had all kind of. And Jesse Mendez was on, and he had a real good interview, and he was basically talking as like he's been a stud forever, and he said, to become better, what you have to understand is listen to your coaches. Mm-hmm. He said sometimes kids get to the point where they think, I know more than you do. I don't have to listen to you. He said, I think that's what I've done. He said, I've had great coaches, and I understand that I can get better every day. Listen to your coaches. And I think that was fantastic advice, and, coming from a guy who we think is one of the best that's ever come out of this state.
Yeah, well, and it also helps, he said last year after he defeated maybe it was Brock Hardy or Bo Bartlett, he just knows he's tougher. When he came off the mat, he said, I just know I'm tougher. And, he shows it a lot when he wrestles, and he puts in the work to be able to say that. I know I'm tougher than a lot of guys.
And winning the national championship in that bracket last year, that was incredible.
Yeah, I don't know if Indiana's ever had a Hodge Trophy winner, but he might be on pace to become Indiana's first.
Yeah. So Manley has a 6-1 lead now over Dubois. Dubois in fighting in. Manley's trying to stay that off. As Dubois is a big, strong kid, and Manley's trying to whizzer him out. As Manley's kind of an undersized 65-pounder, but with 1 second left to go, they're getting ready to finish the second period here. So they're going to go in the third period. 6-1's the score. Manley with the lead. Nussbaum's match 4-0 right now over Bannister, and Bannister on a high single leg, and he's going to get the takedown, and he's going to come within 1 point, and Bannister's going to release Nussbaum. Nussbaum says, no, you're not. I dive in on the leg. He's back in. Nussbaum's going to try and high leg over here. and get some points. Try and turn this into a reversal instead of giving up, getting the escape. Nussbaum's in good position to double up on that leg. Nussbaum's going to come up, work up the body, and he's going to get a 2-point reversal here. So Nussbaum says, I'm not going to get an escape. I'm going to get a reversal here. So Nussbaum with a 6-3 lead now after the reversal. Manley and Dubois in kind of a scramble down here. I think Manley's got the legs in. I don't know who was in control position here. And they show Manley was in a control position here, and Manley's going to ride the legs here, try and turn a power half, getting a little bit high, and he feels that and says, no, I'm going to get back, or try to get back. Manley says, I'm going to bail on this and just dive out. And Dubois comes up and gets hold of his foot. Manley doing a good job of hopping, trying to change that position, and Manley tries to dive out. Still fighting out there, and Manley does a great job of not getting taken down.
Flexibility, about hit the splits and then instantly bounce back up to defend that single leg.
And Dubois says, nope, I'm tired of trying to ride him. Oh, they gave him escape. Manley was in top position, so he did get the escape on the edge of the mat. So that makes it 6-2 with a minute to go. Dubois putting the pressure on here. Nussbaum riding in the top. Good control on a tight waist here. Owen Shane will be up after Manley down there on mat number 2. And it's going to be Boots and Ortiz on mat number 2 at 215 pounds after Nussbaum's match. Dubois just gets a 3-point takedown. This makes the score 6-5, and Dubois is going to cut Manley, gets the escape. They're up neutral, 33 seconds left to go. Manley's fighting him off here. Max Nussbaum, your winner, takes 3rd place at 190 pounds. So Nussbaum, your 3rd place winner, helps set himself up for a better position for next week's semi-state. And Dane, Josh was talking dirty about you. He said you named Texas and tell her what the options were down there.
Same thing as the last couple of years. Cheesy potatoes, meatballs, sloppy joes.
Those cheesy potatoes were the bomb
homemade
last
mac
week.
and cheese. Austin Manley's in a predicament down there. He wishes he were eating cheesy potatoes instead of what he's doing.
He gets a win.
He got the win.
So another week of eating no cheesy potatoes probably for Austin Manley and watching.
I don't know. I don't think he cuts all that much where he's at.
I'm going to play a commercial here before Shane takes him out. Be back right after this.
Looking for unbeatable deals? Head to Kelly Auto Mall of Decatur. With over 70 years of trusted service, we offer Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram all in one location. Enjoy free car washes for life, a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, and limited time offers on our remaining 2024 inventory. Deals this good won't last. Hurry in today.
Mercury is hazardous to the environment, and because mercury is used in fluorescent bulbs, CFLs, and other consumer items, you need to know how to handle these products and properly dispose of them. There are many informative websites with details, or you can call the Adams County Solid Waste Management District, or visit www.recycle.in.gov. Help keep mercury from our water and environment. Know what to do, and always dispose of products that contain mercury properly. And keep your water clean.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Burlong, Josh Gaskell, and Dane Filling. As we are watching the Owen Shane versus Fields match down here on mat number 2.
And guys, Belmont hasn't lost a 3rd place match yet. They've won all 5. So this is their last one for potentially a perfect 6-for-6 round. Great shuck there by Fields to score the opening takedown against Owen. So Belmont's going to win it today.
It's just how you wrestle from here on out to set yourself up for success at next week's semi-state. Fields trying to run a double trouble on Shane, and thank goodness he runs out of time.
Guys, I got some breaking news. Just learned in the lunchroom. Coach A.J. Bradley is going to make next year his final year as a head coach. Going to turn things over to the next generation. Got a feeling that He might have somebody in mind. Not sure, though. I told him that just brings him onto the payroll for WZBD after next year. We do enough matches in the Muncie area. But
well, and he's one of those. He's one of those guys. He, if he steps down as a head coach, he's still going to be involved in wrestling in some aspect.
His wife is the girls' head coach. Is he going to become the assistant?
I don't think she
girls'
was.
coach?
I don't think she was this year. I think that was just last year. Not sure though. No, I think he's going to step away, and he's got a young one that he wants to spend more time with. Those two are rolling there in the middle.
Boots and Ortiz. Oh, and Shane trying to fight off of a bundle here by Fields as Fields tries to take him over to his back.
Rex, I'm going to do something nice for you.
What you going to do?
I'm going to take your seat.
Okay. I'm going to put the mute on me. Oh, you guys put this headset on. Yeah.
I'll keep mine. I'll keep mine on.
Okay.
We'll let Rex go to.
We might see him in an hour or two.
That's right. I went and ate lunch, came back, only missed 2 bouts.
No pressure, Rex.
I'll even. Am I okay to fill out your bracket, or are you handwriting specific? I'll try not to trip over his cord like he does. I tell you, we don't need this here, though.
Looks like Brian Fields of Jay County. He's going to take Owen Shane over for some back points as Owen Shane comes out and he catches Brian Fields on his back. We'll see how this score shakes out. Looks like on the scoreboard it's going to read 13-2 in favor of Brian Fields of Jay County. Jake Boots and Alan Ortiz all knotted up at 1 each. There's minute 20 left in the third period. And Owen, like I said, playing with a little bit of house money. You try some stuff in some weird positions, weird scrambles.
Yeah, he definitely wanted neutral here, didn't he?
Yeah.
Fields in on a shot now on a double leg. Shane trying to hold on. Sitting on his butt right now. Fields around the waist. And Owen's going to have to belly out. Instead, he gave up 1 count, I think. That'll make it 16-2.
A little bit of an upset here as Alan Ortiz is ahead 4-2, but Jake Boots is going to take him down to his back.
15 seconds left. Fields is going to bundle Shane over, and he'll take third place. That one will be a tech fall. And 5 seconds left here to go. Boots with a 5-4 lead.
That'll give us our last match for this round at the heavyweights. It'll be Buck of Yorktown and Smitley of Jay County.
A little disappointed we didn't get that Grady Baker Buck rematch. Fields does end up getting the fall. And Boots holds on for the win. And we'll be right back after this.
Indiana Physical Therapy is your independent local choice for physical therapy. There's no referral needed to come see us, and we accept all insurance. With direct access, you can just walk in and request an appointment at any of our 18 convenient locations. Our team of expert therapists are here to help you recover and get you back to doing what you love. Visit us online at indianapt.com to request your appointment.
Indiana Physical Therapy, where people go to get better.
If you're thinking of building an addition or remodeling or just starting from scratch and you want to add the beauty of a built-in or freestanding gas fireplace, the folks at IHSAA Fireplace and Patio, 269 East Main Street in Bern, have the expertise and craftsmen to install a gas, coal, or wood fireplace and design staff to help you decide which will serve your needs best. Cozy, warm, fuel efficient, and mood setting. Call IHSAA 589-8536.
Well, if you're anything like me, you've got a list a mile long of outdoor projects that can wait till spring or until you have time. Well, let's be honest, if you're like me, you need a pro because you don't have the time or the equipment to get it done right. That's why I call Jim at the Little Container Company in Bern at 273-7692. Whether it involves dirt, demo, dozing, or digging, he has all the tools and all the toys to do the job affordably and correct the first time. Give Jim a call at 273-7692 or search Little Container Company on Facebook. Trust me, it'll be worth it.
This is Dr. Matt Baker from Decatur Dental Services. Imagine a dental experience you look forward to. At our family-friendly clinic, we provide a relaxing environment for adults and children by utilizing the latest technology to ensure your visit is stress-free. We use digital x-rays and intraoral cameras to provide the most accurate diagnosis and treatment plan for each patient. Settle into our comfortable surroundings and relax while we attend to your dental needs. Call any of our offices to schedule your visit.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty has been your trusted partner in the auction process. Buying or selling, they make the steps straightforward and easy, guiding with expertise and commitment. The family-owned local business, not just auctioneers, your neighbors supporting local athletics. Feel confident you're in the right hands. Call Krukeberg Auction and Realty today. Experience the difference with family you can trust.
Welcome back here as we are into the last bout here in the third place round, and we are awaiting a break as we approach the noon hour for lunch. We haven't heard quite when that is scheduled to take place. It says 12:45 face-off and a 1 o'clock championship, so we'll see if they actually take an hour-long break here, and obviously we're not going to yap for an hour as much as we would like to. We'll send it back to the studio. So, Steve, back in the studio, make sure that you and Christian are ready to go, and we'll send a message when we come back. We'll wait till the end of this buck match here and then tell you and set up the finals for everybody so that they're ready to go. Right now, Corbin Buck trails 2-0 to Spencer Smitley, and Smitley, and we're going to get an injury time here as Buck was just about to go over and then all of a sudden let out a yelp, I think, and was able to get the whistle. Not sure what that one was about, but we'll take a break and be back when that injury break is over. At Three Rivers Federal Credit Union, we're focused on empowering you to achieve financial wellness by offering the resources and support you need every step of the way. We're equally committed to bettering lives in our region through volunteerism, community funding and partnerships, college scholarships, and more. We give back to the people, places, and ideas that matter most to you. Learn more at threeriversfcu.org. Three Rivers is federally insured by the NCUA.
Join the team at Smith Brothers of Bern, where they pride themselves on providing their employees with a family atmosphere. Smith Brothers is currently hiring with a Monday through Friday work week in an air-conditioned environment. Employees are not required to wear uniforms and can listen to music while they work. Starting wages are $17.50 to $21 an hour at the end of their first year with a yearly bonus incentive and a competitive benefit package. Apply online at smithbrothersfurniture.com or in person at Smith Brothers, 356 Monroe Street in Bern.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance.
See Toby, Mark, Kyle, or Barb at Graber Insurance with offices on Highway 27 North in Bern and 623 West Monroe Street in Decatur.
Welcome back here as we are back underway. Dane Filling with you live from Jay County, and Spencer Smitley takes a 4-0 lead into the third period here against Buck. And it will be Smitley who is going to take the down position for a chance to wrestle here for a third place finish on the podium. We'll run through all of the finalists and all the third placers here in a little bit. Buck trying to come up the legs on Smitley after he dropped down to the ankles. Buck betters his position. Smitley tries to shake him off over the top, and Smitley going to get a stacked up pin. No, he rolls through. He'll get the reversal. And so Spencer Smitley now going to flip Buck over, and he's done. Spencer Smitley scores the third place finish. And that wraps up this round for you. We'll go ahead and play a round of commercials. Then we will wrap up the third place matches and set the stage for the finals right after this.
Hey, do you know when and where we can recycle in Adams County?
Well, I know you can recycle from 8 to 4 weekdays and Saturday 8 to noon at the transfer station next to Golden Meadows.
Okay, where else?
In Decatur, behind D&D Marathon on the east side of town on Thursdays. Mondays at Simon Manufacturing, 27 South in Bern. And in Monroe on the third Tuesday at the fairgrounds. Plus, you can always get the latest info at adamscountyswmd.com.
Thanks.
When you need building materials, you need Arnold Lumber, 425 Winchester Street in Decatur, featuring lumber in a wide choice of sizes, plus doors, windows, roofing, and more. Whether it's a complete new home or remodeling, a new deck or deck repair, a new kitchen or a kitchen update, whether it's an erected or materials-only garage or pole barn package featuring quality metal, free professional designs and estimates. Arnold Lumber provides it all. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Thursday till 4:30 on Friday and 11:30 on Saturday.
Strep throat doesn't call ahead. The flu doesn't RSVP. When illness arrives, it usually shows up unannounced. And so can you at Adams Medical Group Primary Care. At every stage of life, your primary care provider stands ready to offer same-day treatment. And if you need a higher level of care, our primary care team can direct you to the most appropriate care Adams offers. Primary care at Adams Medical Group. Close by and compassionate.
9 miles from Monmouth and 9 miles from Fort Wayne, situated on 27 just south of 469, sits 9 Mile Restaurant, your home for great meals since 1837. Providing home-cooked meals to travelers between Decatur and Fort Wayne for over 180 years, 9 Mile has stood the test of time as an institution on the southern edge of Allen County. With seating on the family side, the bar side, and outdoors, there's always a reason to stop and have a meal. 9 Mile also has a full-service bar and a professional service that can cater your next event or party. The next time you're on your way to or from Fort Wayne, stop in. You've gone the distance. Welcome to 9 Mile.
Every drive should feel safe and stress-free. At Best One Tire and Service, our team is here to provide you with peace of mind every mile of the way. Right now at Best One, get a full synthetic Valvoline oil change for just $49.99 after rebate. While you're here, take advantage of the lowest tire prices around. And with financing options available, taking care of your car has never been easier. Stop settling for less. Visit the best for all your tire and service needs. Best One Tire and Service. Selling tires, serving people.
Welcome back here to the Jay County sectional as we review those third place matches for you in case you missed any of them. At 106 pounds, it was Ben Dygard of Yorktown with the fall win over Stephen Fredinger. At 113 pounds, Brad Baker, the winner, 16-3 over Brock Sprunger of South Adams. At 120, Oliver Farouk comes from behind, gets the fall against Silas Wank in 3 minutes and 47 seconds. At 126, it was Braden Salim of Muncie Burris who takes out Dalton Parks of Cowan, 14-0. 132 went to William Patterson. He pinned Connor Fodick of Norwell in 43 seconds. At 138, it was Jason Landers of Jay County who scores the victory over Jacob Unger, 18-9. Then at 144 pounds, Parker Barnes builds a big lead against Wyatt Mann, holds on for a 19-15 victory for third place at 144. At 150, Sam Wolpert gets a medical forfeit over Ashton Goney. Goney with a bad knee. 57, Charlie Farouk tech falls Eli Loshi in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 22-6. At 165, Austin Manley beats Raymond Du Bois of Westell 7-5. 175 goes to Brian Fields by fall in 4 minutes and 27 seconds. over Owen Shane of Belmont. At 190, Max Nussbaum takes third over Brady Bannister of Blackford, 6-4. 215 went to Jake Boots in a 5-4 decision over Alan Ortiz. And at 285 pounds, as you just heard, Spencer Smitley of Jay County pins Corbin Buck, 3 minutes and 41 seconds. So with that, we will take another break, and when we come back, we will set the stage for you for the finals before we head into our lunch break. You're listening to High School Wrestling here on WZBD.
Don Myers Plumbing and Heating in Bern is your American Standard home comfort dealer. American Standard has been in business for more than 100 years and welcomes Don Myers Plumbing and Heating of Bern as one of their independent dealers. Don Myers Plumbing and Heating and American Standard will provide your home or business with energy-efficient heating and cooling equipment, saving you money. Don Myers Plumbing, Heating and Cooling at the east edge of Bern on Adams County Road 000, your American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hi, this is Tina, and game day just got bigger at Innovative Concepts Audio Video. From massive 100-inch screens to crystal clear 4K displays, we've got the perfect TV to bring every play, every detail, and every victory right into your living room. Pair it with our premium sound systems and you'll feel like you're right there in the stadium. Don't watch the big game on a small screen. Update today at Innovative Concepts Audio Video, 1421 Manchester Street in Decatur. The best seat in the house is your house. We bring technology to you.
When faced with the difficult task of making arrangements for your loved one, many emotions and questions arise. What would they want me to do if they were here? Where is the money coming from? How much should I spend? Do they want burial or cremation? The staff at Haggard, Hershey, and Zelt Funeral Home can help you navigate these tough questions. Make your wishes known and allow us to make sure that your wishes are carried out. Call Ryan Hershey or Eric Zelt at 260-724-7167 to schedule an appointment today.
Renowned around the Midwest for his skills and his creative abilities, Nate Bowers and the team at Bowers Paint Studio in Decatur work with a wide range of clients, from collision repair to custom paint jobs for classic cars and motorcycles. Located on Monroe Street on the west side of Decatur, Bowers is your place for body work too, whether it's getting your ride back on the road or finally getting that classic car, the paint job you've always wanted. Stop by or give Nate a call to put the best in the business to work for you.
Why lose out to pain? Visit Dr. Carla Grody at Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur. She's a specialist in the utilization of proven non-force techniques to treat injuries of all kinds requiring professional chiropractic care. Call 724-2510 for an appointment with Dr. Carla Grody. Open Monday through Thursday, closed Friday and Saturday. Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur.
Back here at Jay County as we get ready to head into the lunch break. Let's set the stage here for you for our championship round. First time that they're doing it in this fashion. Jacob Binniger of Belmont will take in Carson Calicomo of Delta at 106 pounds. At 113 pounds, it'll be Yorktown's Jackson Webb, the senior. He'll take on Cade Jackson in a rematch of last week's sectional finals at Delta. At 120, it'll be Max Adams from South Adams. He'll take on 34-3 Reed Wicker, the sophomore from Delta. At 126, it's a rematch of last week's sectional finals again. Ben Mills of Belmont will take on Dakota Sprunger of South Adams. At 132 pounds, one that we're looking forward to, Jensen Boyd of Delta will take on Cale Beer of Adams Central. At 138, it will be another rematch, Henry Ferrote of Belmont and Miles Carr of Adams Central. 144, another one that we've been talking about for many, many weeks. It'll be the first matchup of the year for Sam Mosier against Gabe Myers. Mosier of Delta, Myers of Belmont. We're looking forward to that one. Also looking forward to the championship at 150, Dylan Ogg and Wyatt Hops. Adams Central versus Yorktown in that one. We'll have a rematch at 157 with Maverick Dubois and Jackson Bradley. Adams Central versus Cowan in that one. Then at 165, it'll be Brayson Shorgen and Nathan Plattner. AC versus South Adams. At 175, one that we haven't seen yet this year, Xander Schwartz. 37-3 for the Adams Central Flying Jets. He'll take on undefeated 35-0 senior Wesley Hendrickson of Winchester. At 190, it will be the third meeting this year between West Somerset and Xavier Palacios, South Adams and Belmont. Then at 2:15, we'll get Luke Powers and Ethan Funk. Westdell versus Adams Central. And your championship bout will be between Matthew Alberson, pretty strong, big heavyweight for Winchester. He will take on defending regional champion Grady Baker. So with that, we've reached the noon hour. You're listening to WZBD 92.7 FM, Bern, Decatur, and Bluffton. We'll play a round of messages, and then we'll go into our interlude music until we arrive back from the lunch hour. You are, of course, listening to High School Wrestling here on 92.7 FM, WZBD.
Looking for unbeatable deals? Head to Kelly Auto Mall of Decatur. With over 70 years of trusted service, we offer Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram all in one location. Enjoy free car washes for life, a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, and limited time offers on our remaining 2024 inventory. Deals this good won't last. Hurry in today.
Expert Transmission on US 224 in Decatur and on US 124 in Bluffton is the place to go for not only transmission help, but also full-service general auto and truck repair. Matt, Corey, and Tyler at Expert Transmission are experienced and ASE-certified mechanics who can diagnose and fix your family or work vehicle. Call Steve or Dustin soon to set up an appointment. Expert Transmission has the best warranty in the business. 5 years and 100,000 miles on a new transmission and can give you a free estimate. Call today at 724-2434 or like Expert Transmission on Facebook. Two Brothers Bar and Restaurant, located on the corner of 3rd Street and US 224 in the heart of downtown Decatur, is your home for great meals, a cozy atmosphere, top-of-the-line catering, and now free meals for kids. That's right, this summer on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, kids under 10 eat free with the purchase of just one adult meal. Whenever you come, Two Brothers is the place to sit and enjoy a meal. Offering burgers, wings, chili, ribs, appetizers, and nightly specials, Two Brothers has a banquet room, a bar side, and a family side. For your next meal, visit Two Brothers Bar and Restaurant in Decatur.
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your Erie agent in Decatur is John Kins. Get a quote at 728-8888 or visit kinsinsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage and is not available in all states.
Finding a reliable, affordable, and professional electrician is difficult these days, but in Adams County, there's a name you can trust, and it's Phil Blakey of Blakey Electric. Serving Decatur and the surrounding communities, Blakey Electric does residential and commercial electrical work, both inside and outside. Give Phil a call today at 724-8049 and tell him about the work you need done on your remodel, new building project, or any other electrical project. Leave it to the experts at Blakey Electric, 724-8049, to take care of all of your electrical needs.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Brewer along with Dane Filling and Josh Gaskell as we get ready for the championship here. Get ready for the face-off. A little bit different setup than the past few years we've had here, as they're going to separate out. We've already ran through the 3rd and 4th place matches, and it's just going to be championship bracket. And Dane, it kind of falls into the thing like I was told Doc Doan from Decatur always used to say, I want the state finals wrestled on one mat so I don't miss nothing.
Exactly. I like that. I like that philosophy.
It'd take a little while to run a state tournament, though.
Yeah, it would. And obviously, Indiana's got a pretty nice setup in between some of the big states with 8, 10, 12 mats, I should say, in a football stadium. And the wonderful venue that we have at Gainbridge. And, guys, I don't know if you think about it in this way, but 14 days from now, we're going to be talking about 28 state finalists. Oh, no, we'll be in the semis at this point, I guess. But there's only 2 weeks left in the season, and it's hard to believe. So we see 6 Belmont Braves out there right now. You able to find my notes there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the right spot here. I'll get it.
You ever use Rex's mouse?
Oh,
when
no.
you scroll one click, you go like
a million feet.
You go through like 70 years of history. It's like going back to the 50s.
It's like working one radio show with him. All the wisdom goes back pretty far.
That's exactly.
Almost 70 years.
You only
exactly.
You know, the guys on Indiana Matt were talking the other night, and they're talking about, oh, this guy here from modern day, his grandpa was on the team that they started a sectional championship win, and I was like, boys, I was a freshman on a sectional championship team in 1976. That's 50 years ago, boys. Do the math.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to tell you this broadcast. You can just tell yourself. It saves us a little trouble.
And, Dane, the thing is, some of the guys that you've known as sit up in the law corner with you, those guys were on that 1976 sectional championship team, and those guys are still part of the history of Belmont wrestling. And, Josh, you kind of came back to the South Adams program, but it's one of those things that they're trying to build that program up. And if you walk into the corner of the Belmont gym, you see that shrine that Tim Myers has put up there. I think that's something great that every school should thrive to have.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, it's one thing to put it in the wrestling room where very few people end up, but to put it in a spot where the general public can see it is a really cool thing. Jay County does a great job chronicling their history, and I also appreciate what Jay County does to remember their past with their consolidated schools. Is a big deal to this community, and it's something that I really wish Belmont did a better job at in honoring Monmouth and Decatur and Decatur Catholic, as most students who attend Belmont High School literally have zero idea. Maybe if they went to St. Joe, they know that that Decatur Catholic existed, but you wouldn't know that Belmont was a consolidated school. There's no mention of Monmouth or Decatur High School, really. In fact, the wrestling team, in my opinion, is the only team that honors that past, and that's something that's really important to Coach Myers.
Yeah, South Adams just redid their, concessions area around there, and they just paid homage to the townships around there, and it's kind of neat because we talk about it all the time, but then it's like when you get into high school and you kind of forget about it, and then to see some articles and some pictures of the old schools now as part of the new remodel, it's like you're remodeling, but you're going back in history. It's kind of neat to see.
So, Dane, you've spent a lot of time at Huntington North High School. In the Huntington North gym, they have 16 township schools that went in to make that one school in it. So, you're talking Belmont with 3 going into 1. 16 went into 1 is a lot. And there's a lot of guys that are in that era that went to those township schools that still hold strong ties and really have great history of those township
you had a lot of people who attend basketball games who graduated from Monmouth High School. I mean, I post the obituaries on WZBD, and you read all of those. Graduated from Decatur High School, graduated from Decatur Catholic, and a lot of those people are really still active in the community. And it would be nice to honor it. But today we're focused on I think we got 10. If I counted it right, 10 schools represented out there today. Obviously, Belmont with the most with 6, but Adams Central with a good showing. South Adams represented as well. And, of course, the Delta contingent.
They are trying to line up the face-off here. They have not got things to go. And with that, I'm going to play around the commercials back with the face-off right after this on WZBD.
When getting the job done right is job one, you need construction equipment that's built right. From compact track loaders to the world's #1 selling compact excavator, the Kubota construction lineup features durable Kubota engines, more comfort, and the versatility to do it all and do it right. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Visit Off-Older Equipment Sales, US 27.
Welcome back. We can get that fixed up. Welcome back to Jay County High School as we try and get things lined up here.
No, hit cancel. You got to go to play queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Now we're back in the right place here. Dane's trying to teach this little dog a new trick here. I've spent most of the season dancing through the programs here, but we have it lined up for keep talking, guys.
Well, I'm just glad that we were talking about your age earlier, because that helps out with this situation here and teaching a old dog new tricks.
Yeah, one day, as my in-laws always tell me, you'll be old too. With that, let's play another round of commercials.
Locally owned and operated by Shane Reynolds and family, DDD Maintenance and Repair is your place to go for heavy-duty truck and diesel engine repair. Located just outside of Monroe, DDD Maintenance and Repair also offers sand and glass blasting for all of your surface restoration projects. Whether you're looking to get your truck or diesel engine to run like new, or your metal restoration project to look like new, we have a blast renewing the past. Give Shane and the guys a call at 223-5442. That's DDD Maintenance and Repair. Miller Land Surveying is one of Northeast Indiana's premier full-service land surveying firms. From lot and boundary surveys to large topographical, commercial, and industrial surveys, Miller Land Surveying can help you with all of your surveying needs. With a seasoned staff, the latest technology, and a drive for perfection, rest assured your project will be done professionally and efficiently completed every time. MLS is proud to support today's broadcast and encourages everyone to get out and support local athletes.
New year, new drive. Celebrate 2026 with big savings on vehicle maintenance at Best One Tire and Service. Get 10% off any brake service. A New Year maintenance package is only $289.99. Save $25 on an alignment with any tire purchase. Receive a free battery check plus $25 off any installed battery. Start the new year with safety and performance in mind. Best One Tire and Service. Selling tires, serving people.
Pampered Coach is a family-owned, community-minded business dedicated to providing the best sales and service for all your trucking and trailer needs. Pampered Coach on 930 at the edge of New Haven specializes in day cabs and sleepers. They also have a wide selection of new and used trailers. Celebrating 40 years in 2024, the guys at Pampered Coach offer a full-service department for both trucks and trailers to go along with their outstanding sales department. Visit pctrucks.net or visit Pampered Coach in person on 930 in New Haven.
Welcome back once again to Jay County High School as the national anthem has been performed, and we're ready to go for the face-offs.
Now, Rex, you asked us this question last week. Is there a match that stands out to you that you want to see this evening?
I don't know. I think right now, from the records and the matches that matched up, I think the good guys that we know are going to win, and I don't see any upsets in here. So, I mean, there's a couple of matches that are repeats from last week. You might want to see if somebody's going to flip the script on, but for the most part, I think they're going to fall in line.
Yeah, 175 would be a good one. You're going to have Xander Schwartz and Hendrickson from Winchester. Hendrickson hasn't lost yet, and I think Schwartz could push him. Hendrickson, the clear favorite, but when you get to here and you're the underdog, let it loose. So that'll be a good one to watch.
As we talk about that, I think Xander Schwartz, one of those guys that I think a lot of people are underestimating him, or he's flying under the radar, and he just methodically goes on and wins, and everybody's worried about Ogg and Sorgen and Dubois. They forget about Schwartz, and Schwartz is just right along with those guys with the same records.
Yeah, and Ethan Funk, too. He's going to have a tough match, and I believe it's Powers from Westdale. And Powers only comes with 2 losses, but, you know, when you wrestle the schedule, Adams Central does, you know, if you could have almost 10 losses, and, you know, they're still not the same schedule. So that'll be a good one to watch, too, at that weight.
Guys, here's some updates from around the state, especially in our semi-state. East Noble leads the Goshen Regional right now, and theirs is a much different regional, very, very deep from top to bottom. East Noble with 75.5 points, Angola in second with 65. And on the count, Angola has 6, East Noble has 6, Northwood has 6, and Wawasee have 6. So those are your leaders at the Goshen Regional. At Peru right now, as I pull it up, your team leader is North Miami. They lead by 22 over Huntington North. Northfield are third, Oak Hill fourth.
All three of those top teams are guys that were in their team state levels.
A real rough round for Huntington North in the opening round. They only win 4 out of 10. North Miami has 6 semi-state qualifiers, and that's the most. In fact, they are the only ones with more than 3. Huntington North has 4, and North Miami has 6. What were you pointing out there, Josh?
Madison Grant, you know, they went 6 guys qualify and only 2 make it out, with some of those guys being some heavy hitters at the semi-state. But just interesting how, you know, you could be on one week and then, you know, the next week, you know, it's whoever comes in hotter and wants it most at the regional level.
And then at Carroll, Garrett is – go ahead, Rex.
Didn't Madison Grant wrestle South Adams down team?
Yeah.
Okay. So they had some guys going in.
At Carroll, Garrett with the lead, 128.5, 13.5 point lead over Homestead, and Homestead with a 10-point lead over Carroll. New Haven in 4th, Eastside in 5th. When it comes to semi-state qualifiers, 7 for Carroll, 8 for Garrett. And that's it. 5 for Eastside, to give you an idea of where Belmont is going to be. Honestly, you know, with 12 semi-state qualifiers, it's Belmont's semi-state to lose.
Yeah.
If they can put together a potential of 4 state qualifiers, maybe sneak in a 5th, but get those other 7 guys to come up with, you know, 3 or 4 extra wins, then you're really talking about a chance, because really Palacios is your favorite at 190 pounds. So Belmont's going to have some first place points in there. It could be a really good weekend for Adams County next weekend.
So, Dane, you mentioned East Noble up at Goshen. Has East Noble always went to Goshen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they haven't gone to the Carroll one that I remember. So
our championship bracket starting out at 106. It's going to be Jacob Vinegar wrestling against Deltas. Carson Calalecomo is the way that David Locke has told me it's pronounced.
I like it.
Got to throw the Le Como in there. In third place was Dygart over Fredinger of Bluffton at 106. 113, our championship bracket is going to be Webb of Yorktown versus Jackson of Delta, a rematch from last week's sectional. Bradley Baker was your third place winner over Sprunger of South Ave.
Going through the 215s right now.
120 pounders, it's going to be Reed Wicker of Delta, and he will wrestle against Max Adams of South Adams. Oliver Froat was your third place winner over Wink of Jay County at 126 pounds. It's going to be Belmont's Ben Mills wrestling against Dakota Sprunger, rematch from last week. And Brayson Celine of Muncie Burris was your third place winner over Parks of Cowan.
Crown Point takes all 13 of their regional qualifiers to the semi-state. 12 of them are wrestling in the finals. And at Mooresville, the one that everybody keeps an eye on, where you've got Brownsburg, Center Grove, Avon. Think about this. Decatur Central right now, a team that got invited to 3A Team State, in 6th at that regional right now. Brownsburg with just a 13-point lead over Center Grove. That one's a doozy. Brownsburg with 7 qualifiers so far. I think they're in the middle of that round, and Center Grove with 8.
Ready to go here? You guys figure out which matches you want to do yet?
I don't know. I don't know if I like the lighting here. What do you think?
It doesn't matter what we like.
Well, we're allowed to grant commentary, I guess. I'll take this one, if you guys don't mind. Carson Calicomo and Jacob Binniger. Binniger with that outstanding win in the semifinals to position himself for a number 2 seed heading into next week's semi-state. Single leg now by Calicomo, put between the legs, now lifted up to the waist. He's going to limp arm out of that and come around behind if he can get his arm out of there. Instead, he grabs the head of Binniger. Binniger continues to spin and it comes around and faces. So a nice job there by Binniger of fighting that one off.
Guys, and they were talking.
Now Calicomo, though, gets the takedown.
Jeremy Carver wrestling for Cathedral.
Yep.
He's a guy that grew up in the Delta program, so just remember how tough that room would be with Carver in this lineup.
So Binniger gets out of bounds, and they'll come back for a restart here with 45 seconds gone in this period. Calicomo goes optional start and lets Binniger up. Wants to wrestle on their feet. So 3-1 our score. Jacob Binniger missing much of the beginning of the year with that wrist injury, but he's recovered nicely from it. Again, Calicomo has Binniger by the ankle, and he drops down behind the knees and comes up and immediately cuts Binniger again. So 6-2 now as they go out of bounds.
Boys, he is a long, tall 6-pounder, isn't he?
Just about to say that same thing. He is, tall, and I don't know, he probably doesn't even weigh 106, maybe.
He's wearing tights with the Brad Harper trim on them for today's regional. 2 takedowns already. Oh, and a nice little roll hit by Binniger. I thought he was going to turn that into a takedown, but instead Calicomo is able to score his 3rd takedown.
That's the quality of opponent, because he was in so deep on that, but yet Calicomo was able to recover from that. And as a wrestler, it's kind of frustrating when you get on, this is my best shot, I think I got it, and then I get nothing.
But also a good sign for Binniger that he's able to get in that deep. Cradle locked up here by Calicomo. 5 seconds left, and Jacob unable to roll through, and he's going to give up 4 near fall. And it'll be 13-2 heading into the second period.
That was that odd cradle. He really didn't have a crossface. He was under the arm almost like a bundle and took him back in there. So, he didn't almost feel like he was going to go to his back, and next thing you know, he's giving up points.
We're going to go neutral here. 2 more takedowns will make it a tech fall for Calicomo unless Jacob can find some scoring. Jacob, last week's sectional champ for the Belmont Braves, his 2nd in a row. He fights off 1 attempt from Calicomo.
Both these guys worried about the Carroll Regional coming out of there, as Warner from Carroll, one of the top-ranked wrestlers out of that Fort Wayne Semi-State.
Yep, and Warner definitely had Binniger's number. Now we're going to get a blood time. We'll go ahead and take a break. Be right back.
Want to make your home a more comfortable place, but don't think you can afford a top brand heating and cooling system? Well, Carrier has the right solutions for every budget. When you turn to Liechty Brothers, your Carrier expert, they'll show you the full lineup of best-in-class home comfort systems and help you pick the one that best fits into your home budget. Because in this economy, who couldn't use a little more comfort?
Hi, this is Kent at Liechty Brothers Plumbing and Heating with a very simple philosophy. Show up on time, do what you say you'll do, and if there's a problem, fix it.
Liechty Brothers, 251 East Water Street in Bern.
Back here, and we're back underway, and Calicomo about to score another takedown here to make it 16-2. Jacob Binniger trying to wrap his arms around, unable to, and Calicomo now up 16-2. He's going to go for a ride, it looks like, potentially, and go for the tilt, and he gets 2 swipes from Mike Miller, and that'll be it as Carson Calicomo wins it 18-2. He's your regional champ at 106 pounds. We'll be right back after this.
Well, we'll just stay right here. as we get ready for the next match, where it's going to be Delta versus Yorktown, a repeat from last week's 113-pound championship down at Delta.
Rex, you're referencing those 6-pound rankings. Warner ranks 6th in the state, Calicomo 8th. And that would be who you don't want to draw. You are correct.
I think we can squeak one in here. We'll be back right after this.
The Galley has great food at great prices, famous for their delicious cod. You need to be sure to try their many seafood, chicken, and steak items, along with their many sandwiches, sides, and great salad bar. The Galley is located at 622 North 13th Street in Decatur. Call for carryout at 260-724-8181. And remember, Galley gift certificates always make great gifts. So set sail soon to the Galley in Decatur.
Welcome back once again to Jay County High School as the match at 113 and start. It's Webb versus Jackson. Jackson, a really sweet takedown to open things up and cuts Webb loose as he's working with another low single leg and gets a second takedown. Jackson cuts him loose. Webb back up to his feet. 6-2 is the score as Webb goes down to a knee because Jackson has hit that low single on that back ankle so many times here. Okay, Jackson trying to set something up as they both go down to one knee to change that, and Webb tries a long single leg, and Jackson on a reshot spins, goes behind, fights through that whizzer. Oh, Webb really hammers down on it, that whizzer as Jackson's trying to power crush that shoulder down. Spin to go behind, needs to try and limp arm out here. Webb's hanging on, 48 seconds left to go here in this period. And as the leg goes in by Jackson, official still using that whizzer there as Jackson limp arms out, takes a 9-2 lead here. Jackson runs a crossface. .22 seconds left to go here. No real action here as Webb trying to work up from the bottom. Now he's going to run a crossface on the opposite side. Stalling warning on the bottom man. Time expires. Okay, Jackson takes a 9-2 lead into the second period. Once again, Bradley Baker was your third place winner here over Sprunger of South Adams. And Dane, you probably have Indiana Matterbury. Who's the 13-pounders in that four-win semi-state that we're going to see next week? I think Cade Jackson's ranked at the top, isn't he?
No, McVicker of Mississinawa is ranked ahead of him in the state rankings.
Yeah,
at 7th.
In the semi-state, you got Cade Jackson, Ian McVickers from Mississinawa,
and Heisler.
Drew Heisler. And then you've got a couple freshmen. Ramon Sierra from Garrett. It's been very tough. That could be another guy that gets thrown in the mix. Jackson Webb sitting on the outside, ranked at 6th in the semi-state. I don't think these two wrestled last week. I think.
Okay.
I think Webb maybe.
Third.
I think Webb maybe defaulted.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you're going to get one look at a guy, you might as well see it.
And Webb gets the cradle locked up, and he's getting near fall. The cradle's a little bit loose. Jackson trying to break the grip, and he does break the grip. So that was a nice point score for 4 points to make the score 9-7 now. He's got it locked up again. Referee's got it in his pocket, has not awarded those near fall points yet. 1:04 to go in the second period here. Jackson trying to make himself big, break that cradle lock. Webb tried to pull Jackson over, and Jackson sprawled out, making himself wide here, open up that base so he can't get tilted off his base. Webb's going to, just about have him crank back, and Jackson's able to tie up that leg of Webb's. 35 seconds left to go.
I think everyone's a little shocked because Jackson took 5th at the state tournament last year.
Oh, and he's on his back again. This is the same set of near fall. He has not changed his pinning combination. So 4 is all he's going to get out of it here with 20 seconds left to go. As Jackson's trying to turn into Webb. Jackson's got to watch that scapula. He's close to getting pinned here. Webb just tightened that up, and Jackson comes off of his back and breaks the lock. 5 seconds left to go, and that was a lot closer than everybody thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I didn't have the best view from up here, but it doesn't have to be those shoulder blades.
Okay.
It goes down a lot lower than people think.
You know, scapula go down to about 6 inches above your belt line. So if you're in that side cradle and you think you're okay like a rocking chair bow, but you're low scapula down there, fish going to make that call, and there's not a lot you can do about it. If you get the rule book, you open up, there's a highlighted section that shows what the pinning area is, and it goes down a lot farther than most of your average fans know. So once again, Webb starts in the top position. He scored some back points. I think he has a chance here to score another set as Jackson, sitting on his base, needs to come up either. Webb throws in a leg. Set out, turn in by Jackson. He has Webb on his hip here. Webb's trying to come up in that seatbelt position here. Webb's going to climb up over the top. He's trying to power half him over. And Jackson's going to slip his arm out, and Jackson's going to come out the back door and get the reversal here. Or he's going to get escaped. Now he does get the reversal. So 11-6 is the score. As Webb's got a Granby locked up here. Can he get the Peterson turned over? That'd be a 7-pointer here if he get the 2 and the 4. As he does hit the Granby. And Jackson bails out and gives him the 2, but no near fall. So 11-8 is our score. That's the Yorktown coaches encouraging their man. He's got a minute 7 seconds left to go here in this championship bout. There was one stalling called already on Webb. Webb's in the top position here. There's a stalling warning on Jackson on the bottom. So Webb trying to run a power half on that side. He might have to, if he cuts him, he's still down by 3, and that'd be 4. He's going to have to turn him. They're going to call stalling on the top man. And that's a point. Coach, sit down. You cannot question a judgment call on stalling. That is not a questionable offense. That's a misconduct penalty right there.
Yep.
I don't care if you like the call or not. You cannot argue it.
Well, and I think maybe a coaching mistake there. I would have let him up. Jackson looks completely gassed. You know, I would have tried for 2 takedowns.
Jerry Ingles is getting after Cody now. I don't think Cody cares too much about what Jerry Ingles has to say.
Well, I don't know why Stevenson's over there even talking to him about it. I don't know why this officials let it go. This is a stalling warning. It's not debatable. You can't ask me why I thought the guy was stalling.
You know, and maybe he's saying he's just giving his 2 cents. It could have easily been a stalemate.
Yeah.
No one was really doing any action. They may be in a position where they kind of got stuck.
But basically they've wasted time, and now he's going to put him up, which I think he probably should have cut him 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Because he's lost half a minute here. So we're on our feet. 13-8 is the score now. Webb's on the attack, and Jackson's going to go into defense mode here. 23 seconds left to go. Webb's staying down at one knee, and notice that don't get hit with that Jackson low single leg. Snap down there by Jackson, 13 seconds left to go. Webb's trying to hit a collar tie. Jackson doing a good job of staying away and shoots in just to stall some time, and that's going to do it. Your championship here at 113 is going to be Cade Jackson of Delta.
Habegger's Ace Lumber and Burn is a full-line, full-service lumber yard. We give you knowledgeable staff and personalized service. We offer quality materials that will help you complete your next home or farm project. We offer lumber and roofing, insulation, drywall, siding, windows and doors, Benjamin Moore paint, and much more. Call Habegger's Ace Lumber at 1-800-772-5223.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as that brings us to the 120-pound weight class. Doing a little blood cleanup here. Josh gets a chance to see one of the Southam Starfinders under the lights here in the championship at the regional.
Championship at the Peru Regional is a good one as Nick Vicker will wrestle Hunter Duncan of North Miami. One loss between them. So 113, a tough weight class coming out of there.
Yeah, you always got to hold your breath at regional because a match like that gets the crowd fired up, and they're going to be in it. So you always want to be one of the first couple matches because once the crowd gets roaring, any upsets possible. We have Max Adams here at 120 pounds. He's going to be wrestling Reed Wicker of Delta. These two wrestled earlier in the year, and Wicker won that match by fall over Adams. It was a 3-1 match going into the second period. Adams got caught in a side cradle and got defeated there. Now Adams in on a shot. Wicker stuffs it and looks to go back to a side cradle there for a second. Adams doing a good job of defending as Wicker looks to spin around and try to get his takedown. No takedown is awarded as both guys come back up to their feet. Adams shoots again. Head inside single. Wicker does a good job of sprawling there, getting Adams stretched out, and goes for a little bit of a thigh pry there to take Adams down, and they both come back up to their feet. Got a minute left. No takedown for either guy. Still 0-0. Wicker comes in ranked 7th in the state, number 1 in the semi-state. Adams comes ranked in at number 26 in the state, and I believe he's ranked 7th in the semi-state. So both guys ranked in the state and semi-state. Should be a good match as there's 25 seconds left. Shot by Wicker. Got Adams here in the front headlock as he backed out, and Adams kind of dove in on a re-attack. 15 seconds left on the clock. Adams goes for a kind of a dump attempt as Wicker stops that. Looks like we might go to the second period to score 0-0 as both guys holding on, not looking to give up position. So they flip the coin. It looks like it will go in favor of Delta. Delta's just going to choose to go down off the start. Adams takes a big breath and gets ready to cover. Any upsets in the state?
I got a stat for you when you're ready for it.
Oh, I'm ready whenever.
Jennings County and Jeffersonville sectionals meeting up, right? Everybody knows
Yep.
the Jennings County sectional dominates that, and Jeff has a rough time. You want to know what the split was there? 50-6. 50-6. Jeffersonville brought 14 guys to regional. 14 guys got back on the bus without a win.
Without a win.
They went 0-14. Talk about a need for realignment down there. Holy cow. How do you get back on the bus?
Yeah. If you're a Major League Baseball coach, I think you just sold your house and went to a new venue. Speaking of that, Dane, great article on WZ website about the new Padres manager.
Yeah, Bob Schluka did a nice job with that.
Right, just across the border over there, just north of the sprint car mecca in Rossville, Ohio.
We are very, very blessed at WZBD to have Bob. He is a wealth of knowledge, and he has a passion for informing people about what's going on in our county.
It's those stories like that where you think, here's a guy that you never heard of. It lives across the border 30 miles away, and he's a Major League Baseball manager now.
In the championship match, it is still tied 0-0 as Adams doing a good job of kind of stuffing Wicker on any stand-up attempt. He's riding with a half, kind of a spiral ride, kind of switching out. They've gone out several times, but Wicker no real answer to get off bottom. There's 40 seconds left in the second period. If he could ride him out, you would think he would choose down in the third and hopefully get away to take the 1-0 lead.
Then maybe Delta's rethinking their choice here. It's like maybe we should have went on our feet, and we have been ridden here for minute 20.
Here's one for you. Royce Malone knocks off number 1 Nathan Rio, setting up a potential for Rio and Schaefer in the ticket round. 1 out of 3 shot.
Does look like Wicker eventually gets to his feet. He gets the escape. Scores 1-0 in favor of Reed Wicker of Delta. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Shot attempt by Adams now attack by Wicker. Got a head inside singles. Got Adams in trouble. Adams goes for a nasty whizzer attempt, and they're on the out-of-bounds line. 5 seconds left on the clock. They're going to go out. Score still 1-0.
I thought Adams almost made a fatal mistake of stepping over that whizzer.
Yeah, you did. Sometimes, just survive in advance. It's the whole theme of this. If you don't want to give up feet to back there, you go out of bounds or you don't give up anything. It's 1-0.
The normal fan thinks, oh, just step over that whizzer.
No, you don't want to do that.
Don't do that.
Another thing we haven't talked about at 132 on the state side of things, you're talking about potentially a top 5 guy not making it because of the ticket round. Caleb IHSAA for Garrett, hurt, did not wrestle today. That's a top 11 guy who is out. So some opportunities potentially opening up there for somebody from Fort Wayne to jump in.
And with the score being 1-0, South Adams had choice in the third. They choose neutral. Like I said, last time these two wrestled, Wicker came away with the fall, so South Adams not wanting to go underneath and try to get a leg attack here to score. And I always have a problem with this, Rex. I know you're older than me and probably
wiser,
biting down on your tongue. But, you train all year to get an escape. And, when it's a 1-0 match, you would think you'd have to choose bottom. You go through all these scenarios. You tie it up, take it to overtime with an escape. Now Adams tasked with getting a takedown, and neither of these guys have had a good look at a takedown. He's got a minute left.
There's sometimes you get stuck underneath the bottom, you get in a position, and the clock just runs away, and you cannot get an escape. And so I don't think you roll the dice and you go for the takedown. That's better than getting ridden out for 2 minutes.
Yeah, and it's kind of maybe different philosophies. And but, when it's a 1-0 match, I think my coach always said, nobody's going to hold you down. So eventually takedown's going to decide it, whether it's in overtime or regular time. Adams has got to eventually get a takedown.
Now, from your experience as a coach, how much of that kind of decision-making is spur of the moment based on feel, and how much of it is predetermined? We talked all week that if we get in this position, we're going to do this, or do you just go with it?
I think it's all determined. As there's 30 seconds left on the clock. You game plan all these matches. If we can take it 1-0 to the third period, I'm guessing was their plan. If we get a takedown, we'll take that one shot. I'm guessing that's what their game plan is. I'm just a little bit more old school, and I'd rather grind it out, make the guy earn it rather than it looks like Wicker's kind of shutting down here as he's already got a stall call. Adams kind of pushing the tempo. There's 8 seconds left. The crowd's kind of getting into it. Looks like Wicker's going to advance, be your champ at 120 pounds with a 1-0 victory over Max Adams.
Hi, this is Sarah with Anytime Fitness Decatur. Have you ever felt intimidated by the thought of joining a gym? The good news is our coaches have the heart to help you set goals, create a plan, and work together to achieve the results you're after. So stop in and chat with one of our personal trainers, and let's make 2026 the year you get stronger, leaner, healthier, and happier.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as we make our way to 126 pounds, as it's Ben Mills and Dakota Spurner.
Rematch of last week's sectional championship bout. Sprunger in the white South Adams singlet. Ben Mills in the singlet the Braves have been wearing all season long. Dakota in on a double leg right now. Switches off to a single. He's got the head in between the legs of Mills. Mills trying to keep those hips down. Sprunger trying to pull him in. They're in the center of the mat. Sprunger now elevates that left leg of Mills. Treetops him and chases him towards the scorer's table. And John Millard awards him 3 points.
I like that Belmont does that. They give the state singlets for the guys that make it to state, but kind of keeping that philosophy. Nothing too flashy. It's a work trip. You're going to wear the same singlet we've worn all year. I kind of like that by the Braves.
Back underway here. 1:20 left in the first period. Coach Miller, Coach Loshi in the chair with their matching white polos for the Starfires. Looks like Coach Myers and Coach Joe Rubel here in the chair for Ben. Joe, of course, Ben's uncle as well as his assistant coach. And much like we talked about last week, I think we even called Dakota boring at one time just to be funny. This is what you expect from him. And just as I say that, of course, he lets him up and he wants to go back and get more action. In no ways a derogatory term, just somebody who completely controls the match.
They don't worry about if it's exciting for broadcasters to call.
Nope. Just win, baby. That's all that matters. And Dakota's done a good job of that these last 3 weekends.
Well, and you can kind of tell just he likes to take his guys into deep water. Being that cross-country runner, you know, he doesn't care if it's the first or third. He's going to be there and get a workout.
Trying to finish off a double leg here. 10 seconds left. Mills reaching around the waist of Sprunger, just trying to hold on. 5 seconds, and he bails and gives up 3, and that'll make it a 6-1 score as we head in to the second period. See Krager West at Johnson's Auto Sales, the corner of Adams and 13th Street in Decatur for your next car, truck, SUV, or van. Johnson's Auto Sales wishes all wrestlers good luck today and next week at Semi-State. Back underway here, 6-1 your score. Sprunger breaks Mills down. Mills fighting for hand control underneath. Now Sprunger tries to roll the right wrist underneath. He's got the left wrist trapped under the body of Mills, and he's going to try to turn through on a tilt, and Mills allows him to roll, but they roll all the way through and come back in the same position. 30 seconds gone here in the second period. This one, I believe, was 10-0 last week. Sprunger electing to cut Mills this time. This time he's going to get the tilt. And he got one swipe. He didn't get a second, though. He's got the left arm barred behind now. Mills stretching his arm out to not allow the wrist to be taken. And Sprunger having just a little bit more difficulty this time around than he did last week. Halfway through the bout, still 6-1. Belmont running away with it here in the team score after what can, to this point, really be described as just about a perfect day for the Braves. Millard hits Mills with stalling here with 40 seconds left.
Moo-moo, John Millard, affectionately known as Moo-moo to his officiating friends.
And Mills just can't get his wrists free at the same time to be able to work up from his base. He's flat on the mat right now. Arms spread out. Sprunger traps that left wrist again underneath. Covers again, takes a quick peek at the clock, sees 12 seconds left. Now he bars that left arm behind Mills, and we're going to get blood time. We'll go ahead and take a break. Be right back.
The Double Eagle Clubhouse Grill is where wrestling fans go for a great meal after a big win. Everyone at the Double Eagle is proud of our Adams County wrestlers and their accomplishments this season. Whether you're looking to sit down and have a nice meal after a long tournament, or if you'd like to celebrate with other wrestling fans, the season never ends at the Double Eagle. Come on in to the Double Eagle, 1730 Nutman Avenue in Decatur, and enjoy a great meal inside or with carry-out today.
Welcome back as blood cleanup continues. The aforementioned Uncle Joe now in cleanup mode with a spray bottle here as we continue to work our way through our championship matches. Might be a good time for us to give you an update on those team scores, even though we've kind of seen things off as far as keeping track of what the margin is. Belmont in first, 165.5 points, 34.5 point lead over Adams Central, who have 131. And it is the exact same margin for Adams Central over South Adams, who are in third. Delta will come home fourth, and it's tight for fifth. Yorktown with a 1 point lead over Jay County.
Boys, as we interviewed Ben Mills after a match when I think it was the Muncie Central match maybe, and I think we've determined that his claim to fame is that he mows the yard of Michael Myers of Decatur.
That is a worthwhile.
He made
that's
like
a good plug for him.
He made like a 1.2 million views on some format.
All right, we're ready to go here. Back underway. 8 seconds are on the clock still. And what's Sprunger going to do? Probably hold on, I would sure think so, for 8 seconds. Switch attempted by Mills. He tries to get to his feet. He does get to his feet. Sprunger and Mills turns and faces Sprunger. And Sprunger continues after the whistle, which was probably smart because it allows him to not face any questions about whether they had broken free.
Kept the bear hug locked to prevent the loss of the point control.
And we'll begin at neutral in the third period. So 6-1, 2 minutes left here for Mills. You're listening to High School Wrestling here on WZBD FM 92.7, Bern, Decatur, and Bluffton. Dane Filling live with you here with Rex Brewer and Josh Gaskell from Jay County High School in Portland. IHSAA Boys Wrestling Regional. And we get a stalemate, and we'll come back to the center here with 90 seconds to go. Back underway here. Up next will be the 132 final between Cale Beer and Jensen Boyd. And we've already kind of alluded to it with a couple of other results from around the state, but 132 becoming one of those intriguing weights where there might be some guys in the top 10, top 12 who aren't going to find themselves wrestling on Friday night. Friday night, right? Are we back to heavyweights first, then lightweights? Is that correct? I believe so.
We'll find out when we get there.
Double check. And Sprunger is going to hip over Mills. Did he give him a takedown there?
He did.
He did. Was that 3?
Well, he put him in near fall situation, and Mills started bridge, and that gave the control to Sprunger, and then Mills comes out of it. So, you know, it could have been one he could have wiped off, but I don't think the coaches complained much about that.
Mills still clinging to that leg.
You know, I was watching Big Ten wrestling, and the phrase that sticks to me as I watch Dakota Sprunger is Jim Gibbons would say, you know, Dakota Sprunger sticks to him like a wet blanket. You know, no air in there. He just, once you get in a wrestling position, Dakota just holds on you. Like I said, fans might think it's boring, but, you know, it's just controlling. And Mills has got his hands full here, but, you know, like I said, if you're not the champ, a draw matters. And so he set himself up to have a good shot at tick around, and we'll see how the draw comes out.
18 seconds left, 9-1, Sprunger on the ride. And I was correct. We're starting with the 150s in 13 days. The 144s will be the last guys before we wrap up the state final. So Dakota Sprunger is your regional champ. He takes 132, 9-1 over Ben Mills.
Who wants a complete smile? Or maybe it's just time for a dental cleaning and exam. Visit Dr. Laura Kugelhahn and her gentle, knowledgeable, and caring staff at Complete Smiles, located at 1133 North Main Street in Bluffton, Indiana. Dr. Kugelhahn would like to help you maintain your dental health or transform your smile. Complete Smiles is there to help you. Dr. Kugelhahn is currently accepting new patients. Call 824-3100 today to schedule an appointment.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as we are at the 132-pound class where it's Jensen Boyd of Delta versus Cale Beer of Adams Central. And we're underway here. Will Patterson, your South Adams representative, was your third place winner here at 132 pounds.
Last time these two wrestled, it was at Adams Central. Jensen coming away with a 20-4 victory over Cale Beer.
As they go on the edge of the mat, as Beer is trying to fight off a takedown, as Boyd keeps that 1 foot in, and 3-point near fall has been given by Michael Miller as they go out of bounds. They'll come back to the center of the mat with 1:17 left to go. And Boyd says, nope, let's put him up. They go back up to their feet. 3-1's the score. Boyd's older sister, Alara, wrestled in the RAF a week or so ago and wrestled a tough young lady named Kennedy Blades. Beer's in on a shot. Try to hit a little tilt. Boyd reaches through, grabs the thigh, locks that up, prevents that tilt. Under a minute to go now. They're on the edge of the mat. They'll come back to the center. Boyd fakes a shot, touched the rear ankle of Beer. 42 seconds left to go in the first period. Nice little duck under to a single, slide by, take down by Boyd, and that was just real fast, smooth. Gives the escape, back up to their feet. 6-2 is the score. Boyd drives him out of bounds, and you know, Josh, that's one of those little duck unders to that knee pole. Just goes right under, and it's so quick, so hard to stop as he's under the defenses of Beer, and round Boyd takes a fake shot, doesn't penetrate, counter shot, and there's the counter attack by Boyd. He just spins around, tries to go around behind in a front headlock situation. Now he's going to lock her up that back ankle. Beer still has the leg, but Boyd's just going to power right through and get this third takedown. Makes the score 9-2 with 7 seconds left to go.
You know, you don't see it very often at the regional level. You'll see some champs, you know, how they have one or two moves that, you know, can win them a regional title, where Boyd, you know, he sets something up and you're thinking he's going to do this, and he goes to one or two or three other shots. And so Cale Beer's got a tall task in trying to figure out Jensen Boyd here.
Jay County has put their best foot forward with a towel person in this match. It's done in Katie Rowles, 4-time letter winner for the Jay County Lady Patriots. Boyd's up and out for the escape. 10-2 is the score now. Fake shot by Beer, and just that fast, Boyd catches him out front. Spin drill, goes behind, does not have control yet, and there he does. There's the takedown. 13-2. Boyd looks to set up an escape here as he lets Beer out. 13-3 is the score. Beer with a shot, countered there by Boyd. Oh, Boyd was going to try to jump over the top. The Saquon Barkley move.
Yeah. I don't even know what you call that. Kids are getting so creative nowadays where he's electing to jump over and forfeit his back there for a second.
I follow Riley Beddick on TikTok, and he's posted a match, and he'll do that kind of stuff. Just jump over the top of somebody and just kind of light it up. And you just got to turn it up a little bit and go for something different as Boyd comes in on a leg attack, gets a takedown, 16-3. Escape, drives Beer out of bounds, 16-4 with that. Boyd with a 12-point lead here. A takedown would seal the deal on the tech fall. Instead of me sleeping, I probably better line up my next commercial here. Sometimes you get caught watching the action there, boys.
Well, it's good to see Jensen Boyd back at the regional level as he was out last year, one of the state favorites.
He gets a takedown and right to the back. This is going to seal the deal for the tech fall. They're out of bounds, and that's going to do it. 23-4 is our score. Jensen Boyd, your champion at 132 pounds.
The loss of a room in your home due to a storm, a flooded basement, or even worse, a house fire are all events that will change your life forever. And it can be even more of a nightmare if you choose the wrong contractor to repair and rebuild. That's where K&R Contractors in Decatur come in. The guys at K&R use the same software as the insurance agencies, and they're at the forefront of the industry in this area when it comes to storm damage restoration. Look them up at K&R Contractors and trust them to get your home or property back to the way it should be.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. We have Henry Froat, or Rex like to call him Hank, and he's going to be taking on Miles Carr. This at 138 pounds. This is a rematch of the sectional finals from last week.
I don't know if I need permission, but I haven't ran that past him yet.
We'll have to maybe get him on an interview here in the next couple weeks. Last week, Henry defeated Miles Carr by, I believe, tech fall. And Henry looks dialed to make a deep postseason run. Miles Carr also looking to join him as Henry gets the opening takedown. Miles Carr had an impressive day defeating Jacob Unger. Jacob Unger from Cowan was a state qualifier last year. And so when you beat someone like that this early in the regional or the state series, it means good things to come. Henry gives Miles Carr the escape, and he's going to lock up a second takedown. Score is now 6-1 with a minute left here in the first period. And Henry looks to be on a business trip, wanting to get things done quick as he lets Miles up again. The score is 6-2.
think he took his briefcase with him on this match.
Well, I will say he's representing the state singlet as Miles goes for a nice fireman's attempt. He's got Henry on his hip for a moment. He goes up to catch the head and maybe lock up a cradle as Henry's now got a whizzer, a little bit of a shin whizzer on Miles. Nothing's been awarded. We're going to get a potentially dangerous with 30 seconds left.
Henry's so good at scrambling. I mean, he was all but taken down. It was
Yeah.
on his hip.
Well, and, you know, Miles Carr maybe made a little mistake going up or trying to go up around the head, trying to maybe catch a cradle. When you're in on a leg, just stand on the leg and try to finish that. So we got 20 seconds left. Score 6-2. Henry has controlled this one so far. Miles showing a little activity on the feet as Henry goes in for an inside trip. He's trying to spin around behind. He locks up a cradle. He steps over the ankle, and he's going to get a takedown. That's 3 takedowns for Henry in this first period. The score is 9-2.
And Josh, he set that up with misdirection. He
Yep.
went one way and then went the other way and locked up side cradle, and Miles had to bail on it because he didn't want caught in that side cradle.
Yeah, I always think back to my high school coach. If you can keep your knees off the mat, you're so much quicker on your toes. And Henry never, stops on his knees, and so he's always on his toes. Hits a nice misdirection and gets that takedown there. Start the second period. We're going to be on our feet, neutral. And Henry's all over Miles Carr, just very aggressive, looking for some takedowns. He shoots a head inside single. Miles' left leg, he's going to sit him back to his hip. He's going to cover the legs, and he's going to get his 4th takedown of this match.
That single leg, we just go opposite direction on him. It's just so tough to fight off of.
Scores 12-3. Henry's scored all the points and awarded all the points as he's given Miles the free escapes. Now Henry on a head inside single. He goes for a treetop here. Miles doing a good job whizzering. Henry brings the leg down to the mat. They're hip to hip. Miles got a shin whizzer, and Henry comes up around the head. He's going to lock up a side cradle. He's going to get the takedown and back points here.
That's the danger, Josh, if you stay there too long.
Yep. And it got 50 seconds for Miles to fight off his back. Henry looks like he's going to finish this in a fall or tech fall. And he's going to let him up off his back. 4 is going to be awarded, and that's going to be the tech fall for Henry Froat at 138 pounds.
Soul Pig Barbecue on 2nd Street in Decatur, across from the courthouse, features traditional and not so traditional barbecue, brisket, smoked meats, pulled pork, wings, burgers, soul food, steaks, fish, seafood, and a full bar service. Bring the spouse and the young ones to Soul Pig and enjoy the family side or dine on the bar side. Large portions ensure no one will go home hungry after a Soul Pig meal. Follow Soul Pig on Facebook for the daily, weekend, and entertainment specials.
Welcome back here as one of our toss-ups in this round that we've been talking a lot about. Obviously, Mosier, the favorite here from Delta, a returning state semifinalist. What I mean by toss-up a little bit more is that we haven't seen these two wrestle each other yet this year. Gabe Myers showing a lot last week. I can tell you that Malachi Tholner is back in the finals at the Carroll Regional. He's handed Gabe 2 of his losses. Now in on a shot is Mosier. Single leg. He trips Myers backwards, has the leg split, and Myers able to turn around. He gets the takedown. Does Mosier, and cuts Gabe loose for a 3-1 lead. Now Myers in on the shot. Mosier with a hold of the ankles. Myers trying to turn the corner over by the chairs.
It's a scramble match right here.
50 seconds left, and Myers hooks the leg, and they roll all the way out of bounds. And that was a fun scramble there.
Those guys that just don't give up on moves, and you see that in the Big Ten every week.
So back on their feet, center of the mat here in the championship bout at 144. And guys, I would say that the decision by Jay County to separate these matches doesn't seem to bother anybody here. I don't hear anybody asking for their money back.
You know, we're about halfway through the finals, and it's only 1:30, so yeah, you're good.
Can Myers get in deep on one of those shots?
I don't think he get in much deeper than he was on the last one.
Shot by Mosier. Myers bounces back and gets back on his feet. I can hear B.J. Farrow coaching from the bleachers.
You know, we saw Mosier give Dylan Ogg a loss this year with a last-second takedown.
That was a good one, 3-1. Mosier will take down to begin the second period on his choice. He leads 3-1. Gabe takes a deep breath. Awaits the command to cover his man. Comes down and away we go. Myers comes off to the side. Thought about a side cradle and eventually just lets Mosier up. That'll make it 4-1. So Gabe gonna have to set up his shot. He comes in and makes at least an attempt there. Mosier able to wipe it off pretty quickly, and then Mosier gets in deep on a single, and Myers can only reach back. And Sam just going to swing Gabe around and take him down for the second time in this bout, and that'll make the score 7-1.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting matchup at semi-state, which side Mosier and Tholner are on.
Obviously, the state rankings don't mean much at semi-state because all you really care about is who's there. We worry about the other guys later as Myers gets back to his feet. That'll make the score 7-2. We're halfway through this bout, and Myers has been in deep on one shot. Otherwise, it's been all Mosier so far.
Do you think we'll have the semi-state draws
Who
by tomorrow
knows,
afternoon?
Rex? Who knows? Now Myers again gets in on an ankle and was behind for a moment. Now Mosier turns and faces. Facing each other. Mosier with his chest on Myers' back, and we get a stalemate here.
Just like that. I mean, Myers was in so deep, yet Mosier counters out and gets a stalemate.
Never really looked in danger, despite how far in he was on that shot. You're exactly right, Rex. 30 seconds left here in the second period. Myers still looking to connect. And obviously, on a counter shot, Mosier able to score, and he makes it 10-2. And Rex was talking about Tholner earlier. That really is kind of the death draw for Myers, who you would like his chances if it were anybody else. Sure, Belmont coaching staff wouldn't mind getting one more shot at Tholner, but they also wouldn't mind wrestling Tholner in the semifinals or the finals or the third place match.
Yeah, I think
either.
this regional's very heavy at 144, and you know everyone just doesn't want to draw Malachi Thurnell. Everyone else, I think, is I think anyone could qualify for the state tournament if you don't draw him.
So 10-2. We are neutral in the third, and a little shuck there by Mosier results in another takedown.
Once again, Myers was in super deep on a shot, and Mosier changes directions and breaks the whole thing.
Mosier back in on a shot again, and he's going to finish this one. That's going to be 16-3. And something's wrong.
Mosier
has hurt his shoulder.
With that, let's play a couple commercials here, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Timmy Takedown Tree Service on US 224, 3 miles east of Decatur, has firewood for sale. $30 a scoop, $75 for a 6-foot bed, $85 for an 8-foot bed. Timmy Takedown Tree Service can give you a free estimate on removing storm-damaged trees, grinding stumps, or trimming trees. Call 728-9120 and talk with Jake to set up an appointment. Timmy Takedown Tree Service has been in the area's best and most trusted tree service for 50 years. Stop out or call today. When it comes to excavating, the name to know is Luganville Excavating. Luganville Excavating can do total site development, dig your basement or pond, put in your septic system, even grade and install your driveway. Call today at 849-0251 or like them on Facebook. Luganville Excavating has 40 years of experience, gives free estimates, and guarantees all of their work. When it comes to the dirty work, Luganville Excavating will get her done. Give Brent a call today.
Welcome back here to Jay County High School as they're trying to determine if he needs a trainer or where the trainer's hiding. One of the longtime trainers from Jay County, I don't know if she is working today, but sitting right below us down here. Sam Mosier.
There he comes. I bet you he was, Certainly he's allowed to take a bathroom break. I wouldn't fault him for that. But they're also hosting the girls' swim sectional over here. So he very, very likely could be. Jerry Engel's going to go over there and tell the Jay County Athletic Department that it's unacceptable not to have a trainer, Matt side.
Well, I think we're having some fan interaction with the match and the law. You get, like I said, you get these kids or these adults fired up. They want action.
Okay, well, it is 16-3. Mosier's going to cut Myers loose. That'll make it 16-4, and a takedown here will make it a tech fall at 19-4. So let's see if Gabe can hold off Mosier here, maybe score a consolation takedown himself. Who would have thought the trainers would come into play as a storyline on today's broadcast? And Mosier gets under the arm of Gabe and takes him down, and that'll make it 19-4, and it's a tech fall. And Sam Mosier is your regional champ at 144 pounds.
Selling land these days is no easy task, so you have to have a pro. Justin Griffin with Schrader Auctioneering and Realty of Fort Wayne specializes in farmland, estate sales, and homes in the Decatur and greater Fort Wayne area. With over 2,000 acres sold in the last 5 years, Justin's knowledge can help guide you with your sale. Give him a call or visit www.schraderfortwayne.com to find out more about how he can help you with your sale.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. As it brings up an interesting match between Dylan Ogg and Wyatt Hoppus, because I don't think these two wrestled at the New Haven Invite. I think Hoppus was up at 57 still. So it'd be an interesting match here as Ogg has not wrestled Hoppus this year. And Hoppus is one of those quality guys that kind of hangs around there with about everybody. And we'll see how Dylan Ogg does here as we're ready to go. John Millard, our official, on the mat. And we are underway here. Collar tie by the wrestler Hops from Yorktown with the bright purple hair. Trying to keep Ogg at bay with long, straight arms on his shoulders. Ogg's trying to work his way in with some wrist control. Sam Wolpert, I believe, took third by injury default over Ashton Goney for third place. No real attacks here. Guys kind of working through their guard. Hops with a little fake shot there. Ogg works into an underhook, trying to close that distance. They're back to the center again. Collar tie by Ogg. Minute left to go in this first period. No score still. .48 seconds left to go. Wrist control by both wrestlers. Really nothing happening here. Let's see what kind of positional calls they make when the flip of the disc goes up.
And this one's destined to be one of those 2-1, 3-1 matches, I think.
Wrist control as Ogg tries to come in a collar tie. Hops doing a good job of tying him up. Ogg's in a low single leg on the left leg of Hops, and Hops fights him out of there. Hops tries a counter shot. Not there. Nice little flurry there. 15 seconds left to go. Let's see if somebody's going to try and dial one up, if we're going to go into the first period scoreless here. That's going to do it. 2 minutes down, no score. Flip of the disc is key in the first points in this match. Green, choice goes to Hops. He defers. Ogg, I take down.
And you can feel the tension in this gym just between, the powerhouse schools all battling it out. But you got to remember, come semi-state, there's no enemies. You're all on the same goal. And the only time you'll see each other is if you've accomplished your goal and been a state qualifier. So enemies today will maybe be your warm-up partners next week.
So Ogg comes to his feet. Hops is trying to hang on, and Hops says, nope, I can't control him. Ogg, the taller and lankier of the two. So Ogg with the first points of the match. He leads this thing 1-0, and we're back into a minute 45 second period on our feet here. First period went scoreless. Let's see if they get a little more adventurous on their attacks here. That first period was just kind of a feeling out stage. Throw by attempted by Ogg, and he's out in that Merkel situation. He couldn't get that leg lock, and he almost gave up a takedown. They go out of bounds. No change. Still on their feet neutral. That's the problem with that Merkel situation, that knife throw you get out there. I mean, if you got locked up, you're good, but if you don't get the leg hook tight, which he didn't have, Hops just about took him down. So minute 18 left to go here. Period number 2. All with a 1-0 lead. As they're on their feet neutral. Hops showing good defense, really controlling the hands of Ogg. As Ogg's trying to get in and set something up here. Hops fakes a shot. .52 seconds left to go. Period number 2. Hops will have his choice in the third and final period here. Hops fakes a shot. Ogg another throw by, and Ogg falls down and grabs a leg, and now he's in on a pretty decent single leg here with 35 seconds left to go. Trying to change off to a double, and Hops has found the edge of the mat. Good positioning here. Hops is in, Ogg is out. Hops doing a good job of controlling the ankles. Ogg's going to try and work his way up with 20 seconds left to go. Now he has Hops on his hips, and that's going to do it. Hops had to bail, and 16 seconds left to go. And Ogg, with the first takedown of the match, goes up 4-0.
I know we said it earlier in the broadcast. Ogg, one of the 5 individuals going for a second regional title. Dakota Springer already accomplished that, but Brayson, Grady Baker, and Xavier Palacios next up to do it if Ogg can do it as well.
Hops' choice for the third and final period. He's going to take down. He trails 4-0. Zero.
There you go.
Ogg climbs down, sits up on the left side. Hops sits out, turns in, comes up to his feet. Ogg stays with him. Ogg returns him pretty firmly. John Millar goes down, takes a look at Hops' face and make sure he hasn't been concussed in any way. Hops is back up. Minute 42 left to go. And that's the thing that throws you off when you think the guy's going to cut you. Next thing you know, he returns you, and it kind of shakes you up a little bit. Think I'm getting cut loose. Next thing you know, somebody hammers you to the mat.
Yeah, Ogg's kind of got that boa constrictor. Once he gets a hold of you, if you can stop your momentum, he throws a leg in like he did there, and there's not a whole lot of movement you can do.
Hops a little bit. Ogg's a little bit longer and taller than Hops. Hops with a nice long sit out, gets up to his feet, returned by Ogg.
See, and once he stops that burst of energy, he's going to, control you on top.
Now he has both boots in. This is where he's going to grind and pound here. Going to run that power half on the left side, trying to crank Hops up. And right in that double leg, and he's going to call potentially dangerous on the arm. He's going to break the lock, give Hops a fresh start from the down position. Minute 8 to go here, period number 3. Ogg with a 4-0 lead. Ogg climbs on. False start by Ogg, jumps. Whistle blows. Hops tries to sit out. Ogg follows him. Granby attempted by Hops, and Ogg just stopped and crunched him right on his shoulder. Just about got some points. Now, Ogg's got a tilt locked up here, I believe. Trying to run Hops over. Hops with 50 seconds left to go to get something going here. Ogg doing a good job of riding. And Ogg has that chicken wing on the far side. Going to use that for a tilt. Trying to use this leverage to get Hops up on his hip. Hops doing a great job of fighting this off, and I don't think he's got enough stamina to pull it off, and Ogg's just wrenched him over, and he got 2 counts. Ogg's going to pick up a quick 2 swipes by Mumu, and that makes the score 6-0, and Ogg runs a head lever on that left arm of Hops. So 13 seconds left to go. And Ogg controls him here with 5 seconds left to go. Your champion here at 150 pounds is going to be Dylan Ogg of Adams Central.
At Bollenbacher & Associates, we know small businesses are the heart of Adams County. You're the ones who keep our community thriving, and we're here to help you succeed.
As your trusted CPA firm, we specialize in helping small businesses grow. And right now, we are accepting appointments for tax preparation. Call today at 260-726-4207 to schedule your appointment. Bollenbacher & Associates, supporting small businesses, supporting Adams County.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. We have a great showdown at 157 pounds between Maverick Duball of Adams Central and Jackson Bradley of Cowan. These two met earlier this year. Jackson Bradley defeated Maverick Duball earlier this year at the AC Invite. Bradley gets the opening takedown here, and this is a clash of two top 5 guys ranked in the state, as Bradley's number 2, and I believe Duball is either 4 or 5 at 157 pounds. So not too often do you see this at the regional level.
You know, Josh, Dane and I saw this match at the AC Invite, and it was pretty close the first period, and then next thing you know, Jackson Bradley's up by 10 or 12 points.
Yeah, and Bradley's got the pedigree to push for a state title. He's committed to Purdue University next year, and the only other thing he needs is to finish higher on the podium, and Duball's trying to accomplish the same thing. Hopefully the loser of this match does not draw Lincoln Carter of Eastside, as Duball comes out the back door, and he's going to get the reversal as Bradley rolls through for an ankle, and the crowd goes wild, but
Duball's hurt.
His knee got in a bind there, and we're going to take some injury time here.
Back after this.
Throwing a party? Call Adams County Tent and Party Rental to make it a very special occasion. Adams County Tent and Party Rental has delivery on tents, tables, chairs, linens, and bounce houses for weddings, birthday parties, graduations, retirement luncheons, and business meetings. No event is too big or too small for Adams County Tent and Party Rental. Call Landon at 223-2040 or like them on Facebook. Looking for summer work? Give Adams County Tent and Party Rental a call today.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as we wait to see what is going to be the action here for Mav Duball, and we will take a few more commercials as they try and get the trainer to look at it. We'll be back right after this.
DeVos Johnson Zwick Baker in Ainsworth is now DeVos Baker Ainsworth and Razzo. While the name is different, our dedication to serving Adams County and surrounding areas remains the same as when L.C. DeVos began his practice nearly 150 years ago. Our name celebrates the future of our office while honoring the legacy and dedication to clients displayed by our founding member and the 3 generations of DeVos attorneys that followed him. Call Tim Baker, Scott Ainsworth, Luke Ainsworth, or Ann Razzo to experience the same dedicated and knowledgeable service in meeting your legal needs.
No matter your age, health and life insurance can be confusing and overwhelming. This is Derek Bailey with Bixler Insurance. Whether you are currently on Medicare or will soon be qualifying for Medicare, we have the products and expertise to meet your needs. Under age 65 and looking for health coverage? Interested in protecting your family from an unexpected loss with a life insurance policy? We can discuss options to assure your peace of mind. Call Bixler Insurance today to schedule your free appointment.
Cool. Welcome back to Jay County High School as Maverick Duball looks to take the mat again. Maybe he's going on adrenaline. Maybe he's all right, and the injury didn't look as bad as what it appeared to be. And the score is 3-2. So Mav pushing Bradley. As we said, this match was close earlier this year, and then Bradley opened it up. The score is 3-2. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. Bradley looking for a reversal here as Mav's kind of in some trouble, sitting on his hip. Almost has a cradle locked up, but Bradley might come out the back and get the reversal. They're hip to hip for a second, and Duball's only going to give up the 1. That's some high-level wrestling. Rather than giving the 2, you give up the 1, as Duball's going to stretch out his leg here and maybe take a quick rest.
I think that's the best you could expect, giving up 1 out of that.
Yeah.
He did a great job of getting his legs and his hips back underneath him. The knee's still bothering him for sure.
I think he hyperextended it, kind of strained it a little bit. I think he might have pulled a muscle a little bit.
Well, you can tell he's been through the ringer. He's got the old bruises on his back from the cupping, and so it's just this point in the year where everyone's a little banged up. You don't want to get more banged up going to the semi-state. So Bradley chooses down to start the second period. Scores 4-2. Jackson Bradley of Cowan's ahead. He gets the escape in the first 5 seconds. Scores now 5-2. Shot attempt by Dubois, stuffed by Bradley, and he spins around for a takedown. It's now 8-2.
Quick snap down. Quick snap and spin.
Light, he's like a cat, just so light on his feet. Dubois now gets up to his feet, cuts and faces. The score is now 8-3. Shot attempt by both guys that kind of met in the middle, like a running back and linebacker. They're back up on their feet. No real shot attempt other than just meeting each other face to face, chest to chest.
That ankle pick looked really good for a second, didn't it?
Yeah, until he drops down and meets you squared up. Bradley now kind of controlling the pace of the match as he hits a nice ankle pick attempt, and Dubois a little frustrated. I think that knee's maybe bothering him a little bit more than what he's leading on. Scores 11-3.
See, Bradley just showed him that one and then come back and hit it again.
Dubois is going to get up to his base. He's on his feet now. Bradley's behind. He's going to hit a switch attempt. And he's in on the legs of Bradley. There's 45 seconds left. Bradley's going to try to hip over. Bradley's now pushing away Dubois just to get the one escape, and Dubois is going to get it. The score is now 11-4. 35 seconds left.
I don't think anybody coming out of those other brackets wants Dubois in a ticket round next week.
No, I'd agree. And, even at the semi-state level, if both these guys can dodge Lincoln Carter, you don't want any of these guys as a state draw. Having 3 of the top 7 in our semi-state. Shot attempt by Dubois. He's looking to finish waterfall position. He's going to try to split the legs, and Bradley does a good job of getting back to his knees. Now a dump attempt by Dubois. Bradley's stuffing every offense Dubois has as Bradley's trying to spin around. There's short time. We're going to go to the third period, 11-4, and just like you guys said, there hasn't been any crazy action, but he's got a 7-point lead over a tough opponent in Maverick Dubois, and just like that, the match is almost getting a little bit out of hand.
You and I had 1A team state, and we thought maybe we'll get to see Lincoln Carter. He was on the mat like 45 seconds. We didn't even get to see any of his wrestling, so we haven't seen him yet, but he's ranked number 1 in the state.
Yeah. Start the third period. Dubois chooses down. He's going to have to get away and get a couple takedowns or takedown to Bradley's back. A switch attempt by Dubois. Bradley does a good job and throws a leg in on Dubois' right side. He's looking to finish this maybe in some splits as Dubois got leg control. He's got Bradley on his hip. Bradley looking to throw that leg over. We're going to get a potentially dangerous call, and the AC fans do not like that, as now Jackson looks to be hurt, grabbing his knee. We're going to take a injury timeout, and we'll join them.
Looking for unbeatable deals? Head to Kelly Auto Mall of Decatur. With over 70 years of trusted service, we offer Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram all in one location. Enjoy free car washes for life, a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, and limited time offers on our remaining 2024 inventory. Deals this good won't last. Hurry in today.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. It looks like Jackson Bradley will continue this match. Has maybe just tweaked a knee a little bit. Needed a drink of water and some motivation from his coach and father. Dubois still on bottom. Whistle goes and Dubois gets to his feet. Looks to get wrist control. Turn away. Bradley yet to return a standing switch attempt. Bradley does a good job of covering that, and he's got Maverick bellied out for a brief moment. Now Bradley throws in both the legs. Maverick's got him in trouble as he's got his hip on the mat and got leg control. He's looking to hip over. Just as he does that, Bradley counters, and Maverick tries to peek out the side door. Now Dubal in on a head inside single, bellied out, but he's going to try to finish this thing in the waterfall position. Instead, he looks to come out, and he's going to come out the back door, and he's going to get the reversal. So a lot of points, or a lot of action just for 2 points, and they're going to go out of bounds. And Dubal pushes him out for the escape. Scores 12-6.
Dubal says, I don't need that tape on my fingers.
That's why he doesn't play basketball.
But both these guys looking to do everything they have just not to run into Lincoln Carter. Shot attempt by Bradley, head inside single. Dubal's got him stretched out, but maybe not in a position to score. Now Bradley adjusts. He's got Dubal sitting on his hip. He's got both legs covered, but Dubal got a crotch lock lift, and he's trying to throw it over his hip. Bradley now sits to a hip, looking to finish up around the waist, trying to peek his head out, and he does. He's finishing in a double position. He's got Dubal on his hip. Should be a takedown. Bradley got the takedown there. There's 5 seconds left on the clock. Jackson Bradley's going to win by a score of 15-6 at 157 pounds.
Mercury is hazardous to the environment, and because mercury is used in fluorescent bulbs, CFLs, and other consumer items, you need to know how to handle these products and properly dispose of them. There are many informative websites with details, or you can call the Adams County Solid Waste Management District, or visit www.recycle.in.gov. Help keep mercury from our water and environment. Know what to do, and always dispose of products that contain mercury properly. And keep your water clean.
We're ready for the 165 championship bout, as it is a third week in a row between Brayson Shorten and Nathan Plattner, and both of them have been decidedly in favor of Brayson. A 16-1 tech fall and 16-0 tech fall and a 17-1 tech for Brayson, but Plattner has done a great job of reaching the regional finals.
So the analytics would say if Brayson gets to 16 points,
yes,
he's got a 100% chance of winning.
This is correct. And we've seen Brayson get to 16 points a lot in the last couple of years. He spins around and scores the opening takedown, drapes himself across Plattner and attempts a cradle. Plattner grabs hold of the wrist and tries to turn into Shorty. They're on the edge of the mat, and Brayson betters his position. And with a 3-0 lead, they go out of bounds here for a restart. Plattner quickly back to the center. Coach Wynn and Coach Loshi in the chairs for this one. Coach Miller sitting this one out. He's getting ready for the 190 match.
I don't think
Shorty.
16 points is an option here if he pins
Nope.
him in the cradle.
He's got a cradle locked up. He's going to go straight back with it here. 48 seconds left. Plenty of time. Brayson trying to find the leverage to go backwards.
And the advantage for Nathan Plattner is after this week, if you see
It's a good
Brayson
thing.
Shorten, it's a good thing from here on out.
Actually, for the most part, every time you see him, it's a good thing.
Yeah, normally it's a good thing.
The odds of you both losing before the finals have been pretty low.
But
instead,
you just don't want to see him, next week, or you don't want to see him too often. And it's kind of been his number. Everyone else is easier next week compared to Brayson Short again for Nathan Plattner.
10 seconds left. He's still got the cradle locked up, but I don't think he's going to score with it. Now he loses the hold.
Tried a helicopter cradle. They couldn't get the momentum.
Plattner reaches back for a leg, and he's going to see out the first period here with just a 3-0 lead. So a good period for Plattner for the most part compared to where he's been the last 2 weeks. And Shorty decides to defer, and Plattner will choose neutral. And we're back on our feet. Shorty quickly spins around and scores another takedown. That'll make it 6-0. And he lets Plattner go. And goes back on the attack. Coming up next, the 175 final. Should be one of the better ones we see today. Rex Brewer, the Hall of Famer, will have the call. Plattner with 1 foot in, trying to get out of bounds before Brayson can score here. Brayson hooks the leg.
You know, Dan, I haven't changed my business cards yet.
No, not yet.
I haven't added that to the
We'll make sure that we update it here the next time around. I need a new set of business cards as well, so maybe I'll do the same. Go ahead and put Hall of Fame coordinator on there. And there's your 3 points, as the only thing still in bounds was Plattner's hand, but it is a takedown for Brayson.
If you look at the back of the shirt here, it says Dane Filling AWHOF.
I do like it.
I was talking to the South Adams coaches, and they were talking about the finals today, and I said they were kind of, talking about, game plan, and I said, well, an advantage for next week, this might be the toughest week for your guys. Is Brayson #1 in the semi-state, Xavier Palacios #1 in the semi-state. It gets a little bit easier when you don't have to see those guys. Everyone else maybe just a step below them as far as semi-state and state rankings.
Yeah, it's funny how the tournament works in that when it really comes down to it, the only thing for most of these guys, when you talk about high expectations and goals, the only thing that really matters is a quarter bracket of 4 guys.
Yep.
Everybody else that you've wrestled all year long, it really doesn't matter because in the end, it's just placement. Qualification is what really matters, especially in our area of the state. And for all 3 programs that we cover, qualifying for state really is the bar that everybody is trying to reach. Brayson going to try to rake Plattner over here with 12 seconds left. He's not going to be successful. And it looks like he's going to head into the 3rd period with a 9-1 lead.
But that's just a testament to how tough our sectional regional is. They only have 5 guys returning as regional champs. Maverick Dubal was on the podium last year, and he's never been a regional champ, which is just it's crazy. You think you're in the top 8, but as far as regionals, you're not even a champ in your own regional. It's just crazy to think how it plays out.
So back on their feet here for the final 2 minutes. 9-1 the lead for Brayson Shorgen. He tries to set up his attack. He's in the black singlet with the white stripes, pinstripes. Shot by Plattner, countered by Brayson. It's just a spin drill and a score. 12-1, and he immediately cuts him to make it 12-2. Plattner fighting for hand control. Snap down attempted by Brayson. Shot again by Plattner, and it's almost like Brayson's just waiting for Plattner to miss and then scoring his own takedown. That makes it 15-2, and now he's got Plattner at a 90-degree angle. Looking very close there. And once again came very close to the 90-degree angle, but not going to score with it. Now he's got an arm barred behind. He's going to try to shove his chest into Plattner's chest. Plattner instead drops that left shoulder down so that he can't get that leverage.
Shorty with 2 losses on the season. One of them was up at 175, I think, wasn't it?
Was
or
it
both?
Elijah Gall? Or who did
did Gall beat him?
He lost to Gall, and he lost to the kid from Rossville.
Yeah, Rossville.
Weaver.
He bumped up. No?
I saw that one. We had that one on the radio.
Yeah. One Weavers beat Cole. That day.
Cole.
Yeah. I think they bumped Shorty to 75 that day.
So 30 seconds left to go. 15-3 is the score. Plattner has done better in this one than the last 2 times. But it's a takedown for Brayson Shorgen and a regional title at 165 pounds for Adams Central.
Indiana Physical Therapy is your independent local choice for physical therapy. There's no referral needed to come see us, and we accept all insurance. With direct access, you can just walk in and request an appointment at any of our 18 convenient locations. Our team of expert therapists are here to help you recover and get you back to doing what you love. Visit us online at indianapt.com to request your appointment.
Indiana Physical Therapy, where people go to get better.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as we've reached our way to the 175-pound championship match. And we have an undefeated Hendrickson of Winchester versus a Schwartz, and we are underway.
We see a new head coach in Winchester's chair. I don't know if we've seen her all day long, but looks to be
Annie Safranco.
There we go.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
As we're watching this match here, the first 30 seconds, no real action here. Schwartz with 3 losses on the season. Henderson, the senior. Schwartz, the junior. Henderson tries a little throw by. Misdirection on a knee pull. Now he's up underneath the fences of Schwartz. He's got a locked up, and Schwartz with that chin rip. We've seen it once or twice before, and Hendrickson trying to fight through it, and Schwartz has a side cradle locked up, and they scramble out of bounds. No takedown given. And Hendrickson probably thinks, man, I just got out of the way from a chin rip here. Schwartz just about caught me with. Schwartz shakes out his arms a little bit, gets a little blood flow back in. Under a minute to go here in period number 1. As Hendrickson thinks, you know, I might think twice about getting in deep on that double as that chin rip is there. 45 seconds left to go here, period number 1. Throw by attempted by Hendrickson. Schwartz had quite a few of his matches were at 90 this year as he and Nussbaum were battling back and forth. But Schwartz is locked in at 175 here. Looking to make a run here, trying to get a regional championship. Knee pull attempted by Hendrickson. He's in tough on a single leg, and Schwartz tries to bail on it. He's got that leg locked up. He stays between the legs with 5 seconds left to go as Hendrickson trying to get some back points, and he does get to a near fall situation. And Willie Regal's going to count off at least 3 as he does. So it's a 6-0 score here. And that was 0-0 with about 15 seconds left to go in that first period. So Hendrickson comes in, gets a score on the takedown and 3 near fall. Choice goes to Schwartz. He says, I will take neutral. Has to reapply his headgear.
Carter Fielden has won the regional at 175 pounds at Carroll. He's ranked number 1 in the semi-state recs.
Dan did some checking. No common opponents between these two wrestlers. So
none of any note, at least.
So Winchester a little bit farther on the south end of it. As Hendrickson in on another single leg. As he's trying to pick a single leg up, and Schwartz trying to dive out of bounds. Comes up with a gut wrench. As they're going to run out of room here. As Schwartz going to take this leg out of bounds. Schwartz with a good scramble there to avoid giving up a takedown.
I believe I did see Hendrickson wrestle at the ECIC tournament here at Jay County. I believe he is champ, and he had a couple ranked wins that weekend. In West Somerset, placed 5th that tournament. So it kind of just shows you he wrestled Hendrickson wrestling up at 190 that day.
Oh, there's a gut wrench and a chin rip by Schwartz, and he's caught Hendrickson on his back. And this is where he's so dangerous. He's going to lock this in. Hendrickson going to try and bench press him off of him. Hendrickson's got out of the lock, but he's going to get 7 out of this thing, and Hendrickson's going to work his way into a double and pick Schwartz up off the mat. Return him, tries to, and 2 reversal, standing reversal been given to Hendrickson, and Hendrickson says, I'm going to get out of bounds. Man, this is dangerous up here. Schwartz tried to take his head off.
Both guys take a pause.
They look at each other like, woo!
Score's only 8-7. There's a lot of action.
Hendrickson thinks, man, I was just on my back, and Schwartz is crunching on him 8-7. And I tell you what, boys, you could flip a coin right now and call this match.
The fight to get off your back and then to finish in a double leg.
I thought he was going to slam him in the middle.
That's what the people wanted.
Schwartz is in the down position. 48 seconds left to go as Hendrickson tilts Schwartz through, and Willie Regal says no angle yet. Now he's started to count on 1, 2, and he's going to pick up 2 out of this here. So Hendrickson, for a 175-pounder, running a nice tilt, scores a set of back points on Schwartz. And that's going to give him a 10-7 lead with 26 seconds left to go here in this second period. I think Henderson deferred his choice in the second period, so it'll be his choice in the third period as he comes up, runs spiral ride deep up underneath the throat of Schwartz. Putting a pressure on. Prevent Schwartz from standing up. Schwartz stands up anyways. Schwartz gets an escape. Oh, nothing. John says, I think he had it escape. He's going to give it to him.
He was free of him for a second, and then he came back in and was on the leg.
Well, did he turn and face him?
Free and facing, I think.
Yeah.
But what you got to, there's a little reaction time. I don't know.
Correct. Certainly you can't keep your hand on the opposing wrestler at all instances all the time.
I thought Millard stepped in and told Willie he had it, but I don't think he did. They're going to talk about it. No takedown. No takedown. No escape, I should say. So 10-7 is the score as Hendrickson takes a down position. Schwartz climbs on. Whistle blows. Hendrickson tries to get to his feet. Schwartz going to lift him, return him. Hendrickson trying to come back up to his feet. Schwartz going to lock up a cradle, and Schwartz can't hang on to him. Hendrickson gets escape. 11-7 is the score now. And Hendrickson's going to think twice about shooting a double leg. He got chin ripped to his back and thinks, yeah, that's the place I don't want to be. Maybe a low single, something to keep your head away from the arm of Schwartz. Schwartz with a shot. Nice side cradle attack by Hendrickson. And Schwartz going to bulldog him over, and Hendrickson just about got taken down, but Schwartz missed his opportunity as Hendrickson did a little throw by and gets the takedown. 14-7. And this is a match that's had a couple of chances where just about could have went either way. Return to the mat.
Everyone's loving this match because Schwartz is throwing the kitchen sink. I mean, he's doing everything he can to make this a match. That's what everyone's rooting for.
Well, it's such a crucial match, too, because you look at 175 and outside of Fielden, there's a lot of guys who have never made it to state. And I was just looking, all 12 of the top 12 in the Fort Wayne semi-state rankings have all qualified for semi-state. So it's going to be a dogfight next week.
And 75 is one of those weight classes that people kind of forget about. You know, you got some studs at 65, you got studs at 90, and 75 is just meant an open weight class that I think no real front runner other than Fielden is kind of.
And his medal came 3 years ago as a freshman, right?
Yeah. So Schwartz stands up to his feet. Hendrickson tries to return him. Schwartz drops down to a leg. Chin rips him out, about took his head off. Schwartz looks at his coach, takes another breath. Willie Regal says, let's go back to the center now. 18 seconds left to go in this exciting match here. This is one of those matches that's been on the edge. Like Stephen Wright said, sit on a chair and I go back on the two legs and I lean. Just when you're ready to fall and catch yourself, that's where you're at on this match. Because it could happen at any times. Schwartz tries to stand up to his feet. Hendrickson's trying to sag on him. Hendrickson's going to give up the escape. 14-8, 8 seconds left to go. Hendrickson's trying to stay away from him.
Oh.
They had a clock malfunction, and Jerry Engel stepped up and said the match is over. And with that, let's send them for a commercial back after this.
If you're thinking of building an addition or remodeling or just starting from scratch and you want to add the beauty of a built-in or freestanding gas fireplace, the folks at Hitzer Fireplace and Patio, 269 East Main Street in Bern, have the expertise and craftsmen to install a gas, coal, or wood fireplace and design staff to help you decide which will serve your needs best. Cozy, warm, fuel-efficient, and mood-setting. Call Hitzer, 589-8536.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. I don't know what happened there.
Looks like there'll be a couple people escorted out real quick. I think people upset about the clock situation, but it didn't really have a implication as Xander Schwartz would have had to go on feet back in 4 seconds. So we're now at 190 pounds. We're going to have the X-Men, Xavier Palacios. He's going to be wrestling junior West Somerset. These two have seen each other for the third time this season, as both of them come from a takedown and cradle, and Xavier off to a good start as he gets the takedown, and he looks to be on his way to crunching up the cradle. It's like we said at Shortigan, if you can get to 16 points, if Xavier can get the takedown and he's going to get the cradle, it's coming. We get a potentially dangerous, and we're going to get a fresh reset. Score's 3-0.
Man, X just powered through that takedown. Just
yeah.
blasted right through Wes.
So a minute 22 seconds left on the clock. Scores 3-0. Off the whistle, Wes elects to not stand up but to try to defend a cradle. He turns in. Xavier does a good job of following there. Jams Somerset forward. Now he's got a wing locked up on Somerset's right side. Now he collects the wrist on the left side. Xavier's getting ready to take some big steps around. And potentially dangerous call.
Nick Coons.
And Belmont coach did not like it. I do think the arm came out there and was the right call by the official. But, you know, anytime you guys got a pinning combination locked up, you want to see it
The key
finished.
is how high does it come up off the back?
Yeah. Well, and if I'm Coons, I'm yelling, just get to your cradle because, you know, don't mess around. So Xavier's still on the ride here. He's got a cross face on Somerset's right side. He looks to be crunching up the leg on the right side. He's going to take him over in a cradle. He's going to get the 4 near fall. Somerset's in tough trouble as there's 30 seconds left on the clock. And Xavier Palacios is a 2-time regional champ at 190 pounds.
If you're thinking of building an addition or remodeling or just starting from scratch and you want to add the beauty of a built-in or freestanding gas fireplace, the folks at Hitzer Fireplace and Patio, 269 East Main Street in Bern, have the expertise and craftsmen to install a gas, coal, or wood fireplace and design staff to help you decide which will serve your needs best. Cozy, warm, fuel-efficient, and mood-setting. Call Hitzer, 589-8536.
Here we go. A couple of big boys at 2:15 wrestling for a regional title. I'll tell you a little bit more about Xavier Palacios' big accomplishment just now. Luke Powers of Westell and Ethan Funk of Adams Central. Powers comes in at 25-2. Funk at 34-6, but on an absolute roll the last 2 weeks. These two fighting for position right now. And that win from Xavier Palacios. He passed TJ Hayes earlier in the day on the all-time wins list. And he ties Ike Rubel with 151 wins. And the X-Man now with a semi-state title, 4 wins.
Where's
would
that
tie his coach.
Where's that on a pin total?
He would tie his coach Tim Myers with 4th overall. And he is the all-time leader in falls in Belmont history after today.
And that surprises none of the 3 of us whatsoever.
Funk and Powers here. 1 minute already gone. Don't go anywhere. I think we're going to have an entertaining match at 285, if not at least a satisfying one for Belmont fans. Powers trying to get, attempted throw by Funk, and he swings and misses. That's okay. Sometimes you got to know what you need to pick up a win, and I think Funk probably thinking he needs one big move, as Powers likely the favorite here. I don't know what you guys think.
Unlike last night when the hockey game where they always say he shoots, he scores, he did not shoot and score.
He did not. Powers is ranked 4th in the old semi-state rankings, but Funk certainly would be ranked higher if they were to redo them after last week and the conference finals, of course. So 3-0 as we go into the second period.
Powers is a solid guy. I mean, he is thick in the chest.
And this is one of those weights in the Fort Wayne semi-state where the top 4 guys are all from different regionals. So being a regional champ, a big deal here for Ethan Funk.
But even that, the top 2 guys are, I mean, those are grown men in Hartley Hoover.
Yes, they are.
And Aiden Hunt. I mean, they're
not
I think
guys
you're right.
Those two are a little bit above the rest, I think. I've seen Morrison a couple times from Wawasee. These two are on their feet here in the second period. Funk trails 3-0. Join us tonight for a couple of girls basketball games. All have the Norwell and Homestead game. Big one tonight at Southside. Powers in on a single leg now. Funk going to have to try to fight this off. Trying to return his foot to the mat. He drops down to a knee. Funk does his best Mav Dubois impression there. And we're still in a scramble. Powers in a better position. Crossface is going to lead to a takedown here, I think. Funk still in a position to fight it off. Powers trying to come around and hook the leg. He's also trying to elevate the ankle that he's trying to hook at the same time. Now he gets it. And that's going to be 3 here real soon. Still no call. Funk reaching back for a leg. Powers under the arm, and that will make it 6-0. We'll also have the Belmont girls as they take on Mississinawa in what is, for the most part, a formality, I'd have to believe, tonight.
So, Dane, what channels can we listen to those
You
on?
can hear the girls, Belmont girls on 92.7 FM and on YouTube, and you can hear the Norwell game on YouTube. Looking forward to that. And, guys, I know it's going to be a headache, and I know we're going to get calls and complaints, and people are going to moan. It's going to be a great problem to have next week. If we have the Belmont girls playing in a regional and we have to cut into some wrestling coverage or the basketball's got to be on YouTube, we only got one radio station. We'll do the best that we can do, but it's going to be a good problem to have. We'll find out the game times and the locations tomorrow for what will hopefully be a pair of games for us in Z-Land with Belmont and Norwell hopefully coming away with wins tonight. I think everybody's written Homestead off, or I'm sorry, Norwell off. Those girls can shoot, Rex. They just, when they're open, they hit.
I did hear last night that Rossborn does not have a good shooting night, so she went to
and she still
assists.
scored 20-some and dished it off and created probably 15 of those 28 turnovers. So 6-0 here. We're on their feet. They're on their feet. We're on our butts sitting up here in the balcony watching over all of this. Our time of spending time at Jay County has come to basically an end here. The mayor has seen enough, apparently. He's not going to stay for Grady. I might have just damaged his next campaign. No, he's probably just repositioning.
He's just going to set up by the door.
He might be giving out the medals.
That'd be fitting. Minute left here, still 6-0. Powers with the 2 takedowns. That's the only points in this bout. Don't worry, folks. He's not leaving. He stopped.
He's getting closer to the door.
He's expecting Grady to pin him in 20 seconds. I think that's what's being expected. Come on, Funk. One big move here for the end. He tried to move 30 seconds in. Now he's going to try a throw. 30 seconds. Here in the championship bout at 215 pounds. Luke Powers just sitting on his lead. Funk thinking about the throw, and he throws himself straight to his back. You know what? It was worth it. Powers is going to get the takedown. He's going to get 4 near fall, and with 3 seconds left, it'll be 13-0. Luke Powers is your regional champ.
Well, if you're anything like me, you've got a list a mile long of outdoor projects that can wait till spring or until you have time. Well, let's be honest, if you're like me, you need a pro because you don't have the time or the equipment to get it done right. That's why I call Jim at the Little Container Company in Bern at 273-7692. Whether it involves dirt, demo, dozing, or digging, he has all the tools and all the toys to do the job affordably and correct the first time. Give Jim a call at 273-7692 or search Little Container Company on Facebook. Trust me, it'll be worth it.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as we've made our way to the heavyweight division, and it is Grady Baker taking on Alberson from Winchester Community as we are underway here in a final match of the day. It is Grady Baker with a 35-7 record and Alberson with a 24-9 record. Baker the senior, Alberson the junior, and Baker with a heavy hand snaps down the head of his opponent, goes side cradle, spins around, gets the takedown. Baker with a 3-0 lead, and now is where he's going to attempt to put him on his back.
Yeah, we're all respecting the heavies and staying. That's part of our job, but big pin here would definitely put the icing on the cake.
for Belmont fans.
Baker doing a good job of keeping his chest pressure on top of Albertson, runs him out of bounds. Minute 14 left to go. Baker in the top position. Let's see if he's going to fight to turn him again, or if he lets him come to his feet and get another takedown here. Baker's really changed up and hit 3 or 4 really nice leg attacks we've seen the last couple weekends. Really trying to add a couple more tricks to his bag here. Now he's going to run a wrist roll and try and turn Albertson over. And he just takes that arm, is going to bundle it, trying to half him over. Albertson trying to come up to his base. Baker doing a good job of keeping that shoulder down.
Now, Dana, I don't know if you have to go back in history. Has Belmont ever qualified 12 to the semi-state? Or are you going to have to do a lot of digging?
I would have to do a lot of digging. I'm guessing that in the early 2000s and late 1990s, yeah, probably. But it is a big number.
Baker's going to run a hammerlock, try to run a sight spin, and Albertson comes out to his hip, sets off to his base.
Surely that 2002 team that took 8 to state might have been close.
Oh, Baker catches a nice half and rolls Albertson to his back. It's over. Puts that pressure down. Official looks to the other side, and there's nothing open there that I can see. Baker gets the fall. Grady Baker with his 99th career victory is your 285-pound state champion, regional champion here today. Let's play a round of commercials, come back with a wrap-up. You're listening to High School Wrestling on WZBD and WZBD's YouTube channel.
This is Dr. Matt Baker from Decatur Dental Services. Imagine a dental experience you look forward to. At our family-friendly clinic, we provide a relaxing environment for adults and children by utilizing the latest technology to ensure your visit is stress-free. We use digital x-rays and intraoral cameras to provide the most accurate diagnosis and treatment plan for each patient. Settle into our comfortable surroundings and relax while we attend to your dental needs. Call any of our offices to schedule your visit.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty has been your trusted partner in the auction process. Buying or selling, they make the steps straightforward and easy, guiding with expertise and commitment. A family-owned local business, not just auctioneers, your neighbors supporting local athletics. Feel confident you're in the right hands. Call Krukeberg Auction and Realty today. Experience the difference with family you can trust.
At Three Rivers Federal Credit Union, we're focused on empowering you to achieve financial wellness by offering the resources and support you need every step of the way. We're equally committed to bettering lives in our region through volunteerism, community funding and partnerships, college scholarships, and more. We give back to the people, places, and ideas that matter most to you. Learn more at threeriversfcu.org. Three Rivers is federally insured by the NCUA.
Join the team at Smith Brothers of Bern, where they pride themselves on providing their employees with a family atmosphere. Smith Brothers is currently hiring with a Monday through Friday work week in an air-conditioned environment. Employees are not required to wear uniforms and can listen to music while they work. Starting wages are $17.50 to $21 an hour at the end of their first year, with a yearly bonus incentive and a competitive benefit package. Apply online at smithbrothersfurniture.com or in person at Smith Brothers, 356 Monroe Street in Bern.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance.
See Toby, Mark, Kyle, or Barb at Graber Insurance with offices on Highway 27 North in Bern and 623 West Monroe Street in Decatur.
Welcome back to Jay County High School, where today it was regional action, and your champion today,
the Belmont Braves, they take 12 to semi-state. They score 183 points and beat out the field here at Jay County for the regional title. Adams Central will finish as the runner-up, 139.5 points for the Jets, and Delta at the death went past South Adams, and they finished with 112.5. South Adams with 110. Yorktown in 5th with 53. Jay County 6th with 52. Cowan in 7th with 42. Winchester with 39. Westell, Bluffton, Burris, Norwell, and Blackford, all with semi-state qualifiers.
On the individual side, when we run through the weight classes at 106 pounds, it was Carson Kalikahomo, your winner over Jacob Vinegar, Tech Fall 18-2 in 51 minutes. Placing third is Dygard of Yorktown over Fredinger of Bluffton.
113 pounds, your regional champion is Cade Jackson of Delta. He beats Jackson Webb of Yorktown in the finals. Bradley Baker of Belmont was third, and Brock Sprunger of South Adams fourth.
At 120 pounds, your winner was Reed Wicker of Delta, and he takes that in a 1-0 victory over Max Adams of South Adams. Oliver Ferrote is a third-place winner by fall in 347 over Silas Wank of Jay County.
126 pounds, your regional champion Dakota Sprunger of South Adams. 9-1 major decision over Belmont's Ben Mills. Braden Salim of Muncie Burris is third. Parks of Cowan fourth.
At 132 pounds, your winner was Jensen Boyd by Tech Fall, 23-4 over Cale Beer of Adams Central, and is Will Patterson of South Adams, your third-place winner, or Connor Fortick of Norwell.
Henry Ferrotz, your regional champion at 138 pounds. He Tech Falls Miles Carr 19-3 in the finals. Landers of Jay County was third over Unger of Cowan.
At 144 pounds, it's Sam Mosier of Delta, your winner by Tech Fall in 453 over Gabe Myers of Belmont. Parker Barnes of Bluffton takes third by a 19-15 score over Wyatt Mann of South Adams.
Dylan Oggs, your regional champ for Adams Central at 150 pounds. He beats Wyatt Hops of Yorktown 6-0 in the finals. Sam Wolpert took a medical forfeit for third over Ashton Goney of Cowan.
At 157 pounds, Jackson Bradley of Cowan was your winner. Major decision, 15-6 over Maverick Dubaugh in a very interesting match where both guys took injury time for some twisted up knees, but Charlie Frote takes third place by Tech Fall 22-6 over Silas Loshi, or Eli Loshi of South Adams.
165 pounds, Brayson Shorten of Adams Central is an 18-3 Tech Fall winner over Nathan Plattner of South Adams. Austin Manley with a nice 7-5 victory in the third place match over Du Bois of Westell.
In an exciting match at 175 pounds in the finals, it was Hendrickson of Winchester, your winner, 14-8 over Xander Schwartz in an interesting match. Fields of Jay County is your third place winner in a fall of 427 over Owen Shane of Belmont.
At 190 pounds, Xavier Palacios picks up win number 151 and takes the career pin total lead in Belmont school history. He wins the regional title in 92 seconds over West Somerset of South Adams. Max Nussbaum of Adams Central was third over Bannister of Blackford.
At 215 pounds, it's Powers of Westdale, your winner, major decision 13-0 over Ethan Funk of Adams Central. Your third place winner is Jake Boots of Bluffton over Ortiz of Jay County.
Make Belmont Wrestling Grady again. Grady Baker wins a regional title in 1:55 with the pin over Matthew Alberson of Winchester. Smitley of Jay County beat Buck of Yorktown for third.
Reporting for WZBD Sports, your leader in sports in Adams County has been Rex Brewer, Dane Filling, and Josh Gaskell. And Dane, it's one of those things, if you would have sit back and took the brackets, I think the brackets ended up, the champions were the champions that we expected to be the champions. Some of the third place guys kind of flipped around a little bit, and there was a couple of upsets here and there. But for the most part, the guys who won, and the guys who were not supposed to win didn't win.
And that's great news for us and for Zeeland wrestlers, because everybody that we wanted to see at semi-state is kind of there and ready and poised and ready to go. And there's been some upsets around the state in different levels, and we're very much excited for Adams County's chances coming up next week.
So, Dane, we got basketball on the radio tonight. Lots of interesting
and Purdue to come up
on
as well.
Thank you very much. Basketball, we've got Norwell and Homestead tonight. You've got that on YouTube. Belmont plays Mississinawa on 92.7 FM. You and Gus on the call at Norwell Homestead. Dave Nathan down at Mississinawa.
Yep. And we got Purdue basketball coming up right after this.
So with that, it's been a great day of wrestling. You've been listening to High School Wrestling on 92.7 FM, Bern, Decatur, and Bluffton, as well as WZBD Radio on YouTube.
You've been listening to exciting high school wrestling. brought to you in part by the many community-minded sponsors you heard. And a special presentation of 92.7 WZBD Sports.